651. 651. A message from space. Ajax gave all the people there an amazing buffet that night. He brought food directly from Fihame. There were just 30 or so people in the village anyway. Many of them were children too. Ah, finally some real food. Senku devoured food like an animal. The people were like that too. They had never eaten such tasty food in their life. There was also an old man called Keiseki. He looked small and weak, but he suddenly ripped his clothes and buffed up. But his eyes were also tearful because of the taste. Ajax then noticed Hats not eating food. Hey, Hats! Stop texting. I've told you already, you are being catfished. I can guarantee that the person on the other side is a guy. Oh really? Since when did Ajax become love guru? Hats scoffed. Because I read your chat, dude. I know when there is a guy on the other side. Call it a hunch. Ajax insisted. Hey, well, my hunch says my Kirin is a cute kitty cat. Hat rebuked. Ajax shook his head, that is not a hunch, that is desperation. Big brother, I'm sleepy. Thea came to Ajax. She rubbed her eyes. She had played with other kids the whole time that day and had gotten tired. Okay, you will be sleeping in my tent. Can't have you away from my eyes. Let's go. He had already set up a tent for himself in the village. He was also going to bring some hoi poi capsule houses later. They were amazing as they came with all modern convenience. For the night, they slept cozily. The next day, Ajax disappeared into Fihame for a few minutes. When he appeared, he came with lots of stuff. Senku, here you go. 100 mobile phones, 2 step-up transformers, a full communication system setup. Uncle Alfred made it smaller and more efficient. And here are 24 mini-satellites for our real-time 24x7 worldwide communication coverage. Ajax revealed. Senku was excited, very excited. But before they sent the satellites in space, what they needed was to set up a command center. To control and maintain these satellites. But, they had a problem. Insufficient electricity. Even though they had a transformer now, it still needed electricity first. Senku. Let's make a hydroelectric dam. We have a running river here and we will be making a small dam, so that it does not affect the river badly. I have the strength and you have the mind. If you make the design and concrete, I will bring the turbine and the motor, along with some big batteries. Ajax suggested. Senku smiled ear to ear. He wanted to make a dam eventually, but this was better, his plans were getting fulfilled much faster. A good plan, Ajax. Let's do it. So, with that, everyone got to work. Senku had already worked to make concrete, so this time making it was easy. What they needed to do was to make it on a large scale. Hence, Ajax told them to catch a few horses or bulls to help them woolman work. He was already surprised that these people had not domesticated many animals yet. After that, making the concrete became easy as the bulls were used for mixing. No animals were harmed in all this process, instead, they were given a better life, away from the dangerous jungle, filled with predators. Once done, Ajax went to Fihame and brought the needed material. He then first dug into the sideways for the river to make it bypass. Then he blocked the middle section. Quickly, keep on handing me cement. I will lay it perfectly, Ajax instructed. Senku oversaw the whole project. He made sure that all the designed plans were correctly followed. So Ajax just built a dam in a day. With the help of magic, it also solidified very soon. After that was the important machinery that needed to be added. After a few more minutes, the dam was done and he redirected the river to its original path. Ajax quickly released the brakes from the turbine and the water flow started increasing the turbine's speed. The meters at the control station started showing a positive charge. The needle in the meter slowly rose up. Soon, the electric grid switched on and light bulbs around the whole village and inside the hits started to light up. The whole village looked bright even in the darkness. Kids and elders cheered for this bright invention. Ajax couldn't help but smile. These people, except Senku, were really like Stone Age people. Every new invention was a first for them. But Ajax and Senku were not done. Then they went ahead to set up the communication system. The control center was set up in a house. After a lot of thinking and celebrations, Senku agreed, Ajax, throw them. Ajax looked in the sky to focus on where he was supposed to throw them. But then he noticed something. A blinking light in the sky. Senku, why is that light blinking in the sky? Ajax asked. Senku focused on the sky. He also noticed the flickering lights. This space station should be in shreds by now. What could it be? Oh that, I know about that. It was some kinds of lines. I plotted them but couldn't read them. Chrome interjected. What? Where is the paper? Senku asked. Chrome ran towards his lab, Senku did it too. Ajax calmly went after them. Once there, Senko held a page with Japanese characters. Chrome started explaining how he found this. I paid close attention to the stars and notices a pattern in the light signal. I noticed that the light shines in different places each time. I then arranged the light signals the way I saw them and plotted out the points. The points, when put together, read something I don't know. Byakuya, I am here, that is what the signal said. This means, there is someone or something up there, waiting to be rescued. Senku exclaimed. No problem, Hats here will go up there, set up the satellites and bring back whatever is the originator of this signal. Ajax decided. Will he be okay? Senku asked. Sure, he can easily live in a vacuum. Don't forget who he is. Ajax boasted. Hey, alright, I will go and save whoever is stuck there. Hats heroically agreed. Meanwhile, Ajax talked to Senku. Now that we have this device working, where will we put it for your friend to pick it up? Somewhere near the base of Tsukasa. Senku planned. In fact, you don't even have to worry about this Tsukasa Empire anymore because I am here. Don't worry. He patted Senku's shoulder. You can see face reaction for food on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 652. Grandpa got OP. REI was an AI robot invented by Byakuya Ishigami, Senku's father. This was a project Byakuya had worked on for a long time and Senku had seen it too. It was present during the petrification event and made its debut to the astronaut crew soon after, revealing itself as version 37, a much more rounder and slicker version. It was later revealed that while REI had the brain power of 60 smartphone boards and was filled with useful scientific knowledge, it lacked common sense protocols and human biology information, such as average human lifespans. REI was pivotal in returning the astronauts to Earth, providing the necessary scientific data and doing all the necessary calculations and simulations in order for the Soyuz module to land safely in an appropriate position. Before they all left REI, Byakuya, with a sorrowful expression, told REI that it is his friend and he will one day return for it. Byakuya's promise was actually a lie. The astronauts needed all of the station's fuel to go back down on Earth, and the International Space Station would, on its own, burn into the Earth's atmosphere in about a year from the current date. Byakuya knew all that and never intended to come back for REI. The promise was intended for the little robot to pass on in peace. REI instead took Byakuya's promise literally and took it upon itself to maintain and keep the ISS in orbit until Byakuya's return. To that end, it modified itself to first fix the solar panels by attaching itself to the space station's arms. When it found out that the astronauts used all of the station's fuel, it found a way to modify the food they left behind into fossil fuel to return the ISS back into its original orbit. And when that ran out, it modified the station's engine to be hydrogen-powered. At some point, REI discovers that there was something wrong with its brain. Of the 60 smartphone boards inside it, 12 had ceased functioning. This was because the high-energy particles coming out of the sun can burn delicate circuitry. Not to be one to give up, it used the station's computer circuits to upgrade its brain with the capabilities of 1000 SP, smartphone points, to match up to its upgraded functionality. 20 years after the petrification event. I wonder how Byakuya is doing. REI wondered. For the next few years, REI kept on fixing the ISS and also itself by going out for resource hunting. He found all the remaining satellites and used them. 42 years after the petrification event, REI realized that Byakuya must not know it was still okay and in space, so it decided to make a light signal to show Byakuya where it was in order to him to return. Unfortunately, it was too late. The first light signal REI broadcasted was the last thing Byakuya ever saw. Realizing his little robot friend was still waiting for him aboard the ISS in space, Byakuya cried as he lay down dying alone in the river, unable to tell anybody that his little robot friend was still alive. Meanwhile, REI, not knowing that Byakuya had just died because it lacked knowledge of human biology, decided to show the light signal whenever it passes over the place Byakuya landed, but only once a year because of the high energy cost it had. 200 years after the petrification event, REI noted how much greener the Earth looked. It then witnesses Mount Fuji erupting, turning a huge part of the formerly green land grey. At the same time, it witnesses an asteroid hit the Earth. The asteroid landed in Rome and turned the city into a 25 km crater. It also caused severe damage to the ISS and REI was having a really tough time with the repairs. The asteroid impact had a severe ecological impact too, turning the entirety of Europe grey and ushering in a new ice age. REI hoped Byakuya was okay and that he kept himself warm as he lighted up the signal once more. Time flew by for the Earth and the ISS. The robot witnessed numerous Mount Fuji eruptions and wondered if it could stop them. It witnessed Byakuya's island growing larger due to an earthquake and it replaced the solar panels of the ISS for the 50th time. REI wondered when would Byakuya return as it continued fixing the space station. 3,200 years after the petrification, REI discovered that a meteor was heading towards Earth, set to strike Japan in 500 years. The meteor was 40 kilometers in diameter and weighed 300 trillion tons. Its destructive power was calculated to be 200,000 times more than the last one. Should it hit the Earth, not only would Japan get wiped out, but all of Earth's oceans would evaporate and all life on Earth bigger than 1 centimeter would go extinct. The entirety of the Earth would become grey. REI, now branding itself an Ishigami, as the surname of Byakuya, decided to go crafting to prevent the meteor impact in order to protect Byakuya and the rest of humanity so that they may return. It created a space factory that manufactured 4,000 hydrogen bombs which, 350 years later, got simultaneously launched towards the meteor. As the missiles hit the meteor, the explosions became visible on Earth, and Senku, in his petrified state, also saw it but couldn't understand its meaning. The operation was successful and the meteor impact was averted, but in doing so, REI sacrificed a big part of the ISS and a huge chunk of its gathered resources. It could no longer fix or upgrade itself and it was in a really bad and beat up shape. REI still saved the light signal though and was still determined to keep lighting it, despite the energy cost it had. 3,572 years after the petrification, REI gathered up whatever scarce resources it found around Earth's orbit and constructed a giant robot, which, in actuality, was a 3D printer. Knowing that its end was near and that it would soon cease to function, REI constructed a set of instructions, made out of physical disks, set to last millions of years, which would guide the 3D printer into rebuilding both the ISS and REI directly in space, so that Byakuya could return to it after the original REI and the ISS are gone. As the memory of people faded due to memory damage by solar radiation, REI set the 3D printer into motion. As it laid down, about to cease function, it wondered how many years humans live and if the fact that the Earth was now green holds any significance. It wondered if Byakuya would return for it tomorrow. It decided it was best not to know these things because waiting for it was a reason to stay alive. It then recalled its very first memory, that of Senku commenting on how sad and lonely Byakuya must be to make a robot girl model. REI wondered if Byakuya was lonely and if that's a bad thing. Its final thought was that there was still meaning in a lifetime of waiting. 3,718 years after the petrification event, on the very day Senku was revived, the reconstruction of the ISS was complete and REI was reactivated inside a new body. The new body resembled that of the robot girl REI-01 model Byakuya had in his office, and was much more humanoid in appearance. The newly rebuilt ISS now resembled a space city more than a space station. Still being beholden to Byakuya's promise, REI got back to sending the light signal. Back on Earth, Senku saw the light coming from the ISS. The thought passes through his mind that it might be the International Space Station, but he immediately dismissed it. Chrome, on the other hand, notices it and also wrote it down, but left it to it. The little robot, now a very intelligent humanoid AI, kept on waiting. Wondering if Byakuya also misses her as she missed him. Her only wish now was to stay alive until the time comes she meets her maker again. It was again the time of the day when the space station passes over the location of the island. REI decides to send the light signal as always, once a year. However, she suddenly sees something coming up from the surface of the planet. Is Byakuya coming for me? She couldn't help but get a little excited. An emotion, new to herself. She excitedly went to the entrance she had specifically made so Byakuya or other humans could enter. She didn't know much about human biology, but she knew that this thing was very important in ISS. Knock knock. Hats knocked. But no one opened the door. So, he opened it himself and went in. He had already set the satellites before coming here. But once he entered, he was left in shock. Not just him, REI was left in shock too. REI only knew what humans looked like, not cats. So for REI, Hats was a possible threat. While Hats quickly sensed that this nude girl was actually a machine, just human-like. But, she was giving expressions of a human. Hats knew a lot of androids in Fihame so this was not surprising to him. Hey, little girl. I am Hats. Have you been showing that light signal? Hats asked kindly. REI nodded, are you from down there? What are you? Haha, yes, I am from there. We saw the light so I decided to come and check up on you. Why didn't you yourself come down to Heart? He asked. Because Byakuya Ishigami told me he would come back here. She replied. Hats raised his eyebrow, quickly guessing what had transpired. What? You've been waiting here for 3,700 years? Child, humans can only live up to 120 years maximum. REI was shocked and saddened. Her shoulders fell in disappointment. Then, he is dead. I'm afraid so, yes. But, Byakuya and other astronauts were able to start a family there. There is a whole village of their descendants. There is also the son of Byakuya, Senku, alive. I think you do not know about what happened on Earth. Let me show you. You also seem to be lacking in biological knowledge, Hats deduced. He used magic and materialized a USB drive with all valuable knowledge. Here, scan this. You will know everything. Hats gave it to her. Rei was innocent and didn't know how cruel people can be. She simply stuck the USB drive in her arm, without checking it externally first. Immediately, Rei found out about the petrification, life of the Akia, what happened to humanity, human nature, and also the biology. But she saw a problem. Why are you not in this information? There is no mention of a talking cat. She asked. Kid, I am not a simple cat. You can say that I am an alien. I just came here to sightsee. I will leave soon. Now, do you want to come with me to Earth? He asked. Rei looked around at the new ISS. What about this place? Don't worry, I will send someone to maintain it. Hats assured her. He also notified an android in Fihame to come here to ISS. Okay, how will we go down? We need to make a rocket. Rei asked as she didn't see any aircraft. Kid, we will fly. Hats quickly grabbed her and dragged her out. You also need some clothes. He muttered and materialized some clothes on her. Rei was internally a bit excited about finally going to the planet she had been seeing for so long. Though there was still some sadness lingering, but the prospect of meeting Senku again made the sorrow lessen a little. Fihame. Olivia had just found a letter in Ajax's room after she called for him multiple times. Mom, Grandma, don't worry about me. Thea and Hats are going out for an adventure. We will return soon. These were the words in the letter. But, after looking for him in the Dragon Ball world, they realized that by going out he meant going to another universe. But they had no idea where he went. Just at that time, Alexander arrived. Special planet. Alexander had drowned himself in his physical training this time. He had too many powers and ways to fight, and that was a bad thing according to him. He didn't need 100 different types of energy laser beams. He needed one powerful laser with the strength of 100 of his attacks. So, he worked to combine his attacks and powers into one and proceeded to train them to the max level so they would become instincts. This way he won't have to think while fighting. His power level as compared to God kept on increasing by seconds. From 70% it reached 80 just by mastering omniscience. Then, with more training, his power level reached 85%. Now, he was possibly only below God in terms of power. He didn't think about Zulrich though. That would only be found out when he fights him. But, he had decided he was going to at least get to 90% before he starts a full-scale attack from his side and take back the whole Omniverse region currently ruled by Zulrich. I wonder how much time has passed. He though and took out a watch he had set up. It showed how much time passed in Fihame. To his shock, 5 days had passed there. This meant that Alexander had been training for 7.2 billion years. I didn't even feel it. I guess I'm getting too old now. Well, I am missing my family too. He immediately went out. Pop. Alexander heard Olivia getting worried about Ajax and Thea. Don't worry, they are fine, Alexander assured her. She looked back. She noticed a change in aura and body of Alexander. He looked like God. She couldn't pinpoint it, but Alexander seemed different. How do you know that? Olivia inquired. Alexander went ahead and hugged his wife. Then he took a long breath. I know everything Oli. Past, present, future. Ajax is just having fun, Thea is also enjoying. Moreover, Hats is there. As soon as she hugged him, she felt he had gotten thinner. How long did you spend there to get so thin? 7.2 billion years. What? Did I get more handsome? He asked jokingly. She lightly punched him. Thea and other kids were missing you so badly. But, I guess you had a very bountiful time on that planet. Yes, Oli. It helped me a lot. Now, let's go out and meet everyone. He said and walked with Olivia. His hand was on her waist, but it was slowly falling down. Olivia quickly slapped it. Hey, did your training make you a pervert? He chuckled. Hee, oh no, I was just appreciating my beautiful wife. Let's go. I'm hungry, for food of course. A/N, I really liked the whole story of Rei, the robot, so I added it. It single-handedly saved the whole Earth while waiting for its friend's return. Rei will probably go to heaven someday. Anyway, Alexander's already and powered up for DC Arc. You can see Rei on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 653. Hitler? Hats came back with Rei. The first person she talked to was Senku. Senku also recognized her, but he did not know that this was the same robot his father was making. However, it all became clear when she told him and others everything about herself. Since her creation to right now. She told them how she stayed alive, how she kept the ISS updated and also how she saved Earth from destruction. Just from this, everyone grew to respect REI. But probably the one who respected REI the most was Senku. He understood the crazy task required to make so many hydrogen bombs and save the Earth while being in space and low on resources. Senku chuckled, thinking what his father would have thought if he were to know that his creation saved the Earth. He then decided to welcome REI to his kingdom of science. Well, father made you, he made me too, biologically. So we're practically family. Welcome to the kingdom of science. Senku welcomed her. REI was happy and shook Senku's hand. Now that she had all the knowledge about biology, she knew how fragile humans were, so she delicately shook everyone's hand. Ajax also jumped in. REI, come with me to Fihame later. Uncle Alfred can upgrade your body and mind to extreme levels. You will be basically like humans then. You will also be able to eat and taste. Really? I always wanted to know what food tasted like. REI responded. Till now, all the food left by astronauts was just used as fuel by her. After that, with the addition of crazy smart REI, things became easier. REI was much better when it came to electrical and computational work. They soon set up the mobile connection and started the phones. It was winter anyway, so all of the people in the village were sure that Tsukasa wouldn't attack them. Senku also sent a phone to his friend, Oki. Despite Ajax telling Senku to call Oki back to the village and that there was no need for infiltration anymore, but Oki didn't listen. Senku believed Ajax, but he had no idea how he could make someone understand that God was with him. Anyway, after mobile phones and there being plenty of electricity, Senku and Ajax decided to start putting the permanent foundation of the Kingdom of Science. First, they were going to increase the standard of living of everyone and also focus on teaching kids. REI happily agreed to teach the children. To increase the standard of living of everyone, they needed 5 basic things. 1. Nutritious food. 2. Medical care and hygiene. 3. Education. 4. Job. 5. Security. Ajax talked to Senku about these. As long as we have all this, no matter how big your kingdom gets, people will be happy. But, currently, we are at a point at which there is a lack of brain talent. Admit it, you and REI alone cannot bring back humanity to its feet. We need talented people for this. So, what I want you to do is tell me where I can find such people. Tell me if you know their faces or names. I will bring their stone and we will depetrify them. Senku quickly gave some names of the scientists he knew about and some who worked with his father. Then he told him some names of teachers from his school that were actually good. Ajax used Oxio to bring them magically. Many of them were shattered and were missing pieces. These could not be repaired. Ajax couldn't magically produce the missing parts. What would happen if we revived them with a missing limb? Ajax asked. I don't know. Most likely they won't have the limb. But I don't know if there will be wounds. Senku said. Let's try. I can heal them very quickly. Then, we will give them cyberware. Making them is not hard with the help of REI. Ajax advised. Senku did not reject this idea. These were scientists they were talking about. These scientists were important as they were masters in different fields. Senku couldn't work alone on all subjects. So, they tried the method. As Ajax said, upon depetrification, the missing limb turned into a bloody wound. Ajax quickly used magic to seal the wound and heal it. Slowly, Senku had revived 15 scientists of his choice. All these also had families that needed to be revived, however, most of them were destroyed completely because of too many natural disasters. These 15 scientists were not all Senku's first choice either. Many of these were revived because the favorite one's body was destroyed completely. The whole winter season, everything improved immensely. Electricity, mobile, food processing, cloth processing, all kinds of things were being made there. With time, winter was near its end run and Oki had texted that Tsukasa was planning to attack due to the constant improving might of Kingdom of Science. That's it, Senku. We are going to go and have a talk there. By we, I meant you and me only. REI is, although superpowered now, should remain here to safeguard the village. I'm gonna beat this Tsukasa in his own game. Ajax decided. Sigh. Senku hated this. He was a man of science, he loved making stuff. These armed conflicts were just a distraction and a waste of time, but, these things needed to be addressed as the opponent was coming for his life. Okay, let's go. Senku nodded. So, they wore some warm clothes and headed out. Many people from the village wanted to come but were denied. However, Thea, Suka, Gen Asagiri and Kahaku still secretly followed them. They were caught by Ajax, but he brought them along. Along the way, Senko told him about the Tsukasa Empire. The Tsukasa Empire was based on the philosophy of anarcho-primitivism, a political ideology that advocates a return to non-civilized ways of life through deindustrialization, abolition of the division of labor or specialization and abandonment of technologies. He plans on destroying statues of old people too. So he's an extremist. Well, I have experience in dealing with them. He also thinks he is very strong physically, so I think I'm going to be breaking his will and his body as well. Ajax said. After traveling a bit they arrived at what used to be Roppongi Hill's Mori Tower. Sometime in the past the tower collapsed and formed a weird-looking hill with caves. Ting! As soon as they appeared, an arrow shot out of nowhere and touched Ajax. It just clanked and fell down. Only cowards attack from shadows. Are you a coward? Ajax shouted. Hundreds of birds from nearby trees flew away. Tsukasa's people were probably depetrifying birds all this time. Ajax's loud words reached every person's ears around the vicinity. Soon, Tsukasa came out. He was a very tall and muscular young man with wild, brown hair. Followed by another man with silver hair. Ha, did you come to surrender, Senko Ishigami? Tsukasa questioned proudly. Nope, this guy wants to fight you. That's all. Senko bluntly said in a relaxed manner. Tsukasa made an angry face, I told you before. This stone world is a paradise left untouched by corruption. We can revive the innocent, young people. We can live together in nature, which doesn't belong to anyone else. This is an opportunity to cleanse humanity. Why do you not understand this simple thing? Why must you lust for the evil past of our world? Ajax shook his head in disappointment. Cleanse humanity? Are you serious? You sound like Hitler right now. I see that you have made friends. Ishigami, you will regret this decision. You will see your friend die. Tsukasa warned. Senko carelessly just poked his nose, sure, best of luck. You can see Tsukasa on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 654. No, it's Stone Age Hitler. Ajax was not at all worried about this Stone Age Hitler. He walked forward to fight him. Come on, I will teach you a lesson about life today, Ajax announced. Tsukasa was on fire, he threw his robe away and went ahead to fight. I hate beating kids, but what needs to be done will be done. He dashed forward. He faked a punch but instead threw a kick at Ajax. Ajax was easily dodging him again and again, making Tsukasa dance around the whole area. You want to be the king of the world, right? Be honest now, what's your true motivation? You are just masking it under the guise of for a paradise, right? Ajax provoked him. Tsukasa increased his speed of kicks and punches. Shut up, kid. You know nothing. Ajax continued dodging, I know a lot. Tell me, suppose you successfully made your empire. How will you control the population? You know, being Stone Age people is hard. Without technology, you can't farm a high amount of food. You will have to focus on hunting. But tell me, what would happen to women then? Because of course, they are not meant to be physically as strong as men. Will you make them your plaything? Slaves who would clean, wash and satisfy? Tell me, when your population starts to be more than what you can keep, will you kill people? Kill babies? Of course, Tsukasa had no answers to this. In the true Stone Age society in the past, women were still strong enough to also go on hunts. But all the people who were petrified were modern people. These men and women had no strength to be hunters. Ajax looked at him in disgust. Tsukasa, your peanut-sized brain is dumber than I thought. Do you think that mankind only progressed in scientific ways to reach their status before this debacle? No, they also went through a sociological revolution. Men and women were made to be equal. They didn't have to be anybody's slave. Now, everyone that is petrified is also a person from that modern era. Ha, you might just get your throat slit and sleep someday by one of your slave women if you went with your way. Without science, humans are no better than animals. Stronger will rule, the weaker will be ruled. Today, you sit in that seat, tomorrow someone might come, punch you in the face and take that seat and then destroy your whole empire. Shut up, stop dancing like a coward and fight me. Tsukasa was enraged. Fine. Ajax didn't take a step back this time when Tsukasa tried to punch him. He caught Tsukasa's hand tightly. Enough to cause him a lot of pain. Bam. Ajax punched his face with the other hand and broke his nose. Is this the hand you used to destroy the stones of the elderly? Tell me, how did you know which one was an evil controlling man in his past life? That is what you think of them, right? According to you, my grandpa who spent his life helping the poor and needy, also deserves to die. Tsukasa had no answers. Okay, let me answer that for you then. You wanted to kill all elders because you did not need them. They would be a burden for you. I don't know, maybe you had a traumatic life where you were scarred by some adult. Maybe something bad happened in your life. But that does not give you a license to kill everyone. Ajax scolded him. Tsukasa glared at him. If you recreate that world again, it will be just like what it was. Even worse maybe. I am trying to keep this word from that. I don't want greed to take over our planet again. Tsukasa argued. He tried to get up and punch Ajax. Bam. Crunch. Ajax broke Tsukasa's elbow. Good luck healing that without science, Stone Age Hitler. Ajax left him to cry in pain. He looked around at everyone. If any of you wants, you can challenge me. Otherwise, I will consider the Tsukasa Empire lost and absorbed into the kingdom of science. All the people Tsukasa had revived were warriors. So, of course, they would not back down without a fight. All of them came forward and were brutally beaten by Ajax. He did not break anything though, just some flesh wounds and swollen places that can be healed. But he defeated them with such ease that it broke their will to fight him. He then went to a huge boulder to the side. A show of power was needed to make these people truly submit and loyal. I know what Tsukasa wants. He wants a world that is fair, kind, and lacks evil. A world where people live happily without the danger of being exploited. I assure you, that is exactly what I want. No religious fanaticism, no greediness. I want to create a technocracy. A world that only believes in science and only wants to improve itself. The sky is the limit when it comes to science, so if we are successful, humanity will be on a path of continuous evolution. We just have to make sure it is all peaceful. Ajax announced. But he was not done yet. And if anybody tries to come in and try to become a dictator, I will punish them. With that, he punched the huge boulder behind him and destroyed it into pieces. Boom! Debris fell all around, on all the members of just submitted Tsukasa Empire. Everyone's face showed shock there. They had never thought that a person could be this strong. This was a monster. Tsukasa was nothing. At the end, who doesn't like working for someone strong, who can provide you with the security of life? So, all of them surrendered and vowed to serve the kingdom of science. Tsukasa, on the other hand, had his eyes opened after seeing the demonstration of power. Indeed, if a person so strong leads the world, no matter what path, it can be made a paradise. Of course, changing Tsukasa's thoughts was not so easy. This happened because of the one and only, Thea. She was currently adoring and admiring Ajax. Big brother is so cool, she thought to herself as her eyes sparkled. In return, this feeling was felt by everyone. So, Ajax went ahead and gave Tsukasa a drink. Drink it, it can heal your wounds very fast. Don't underestimate science. Tsukasa stayed silent. He didn't want to speak after such humiliation. It would take him some time to return to normal. Senku. Oki ran to them and hugged Senku tightly. Calm down, Senku got annoyed. Senku. Another shout came. But this was from somewhere else. It was Chrome who had come to them running. Senku, look. Chrome had a page in his hand. What is it? Senku asked. This signal was caught by REI. It came from our planet, she said. Chrome explained. Senku read it and was left in shock. His hands trembled reading it. It read, whoever receives this message. Greetings from the United States. A/N, we return to Alexander's side tomorrow. You can see Tsukasa on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 655. Technocracy. Everyone returned to the village and continued innovating. The Tsukasa Empire was taken over. But Senku was thinking about something else. It was unbelievable for Senku that someone on the other side of the ocean was not just alive but also had the means to send such long-distance messages. He himself was able to set up such a big communication system because of Ajax. If he were to do it alone, it would have been a very short-ranged version. We should go there, Ajax advised. Why take such a risk? Chrome asked. Because we need to expand our kingdom of science around the world as soon as possible. If we wait, then it is possible that large-scale settlements will start thriving, then they will declare themselves countries and that will divide the world again. Ajax explained. Ajax's concerns were real and were able to move Senku to agree that going to America was a priority now. Even Tsukasa agreed that if they wanted to make a good society then staying united was important. Okay then, let's make a ship. Senku excitedly announced. But Ajax stopped him, actually, my grandpa has a lot of warships. He made them a very long time ago, but now he has his own space warship fleet, so he does not use the old ones. They even come with an artificially made crew that doesn't need to eat or sleep. Senku and everyone else who knew what a warship was were left speechless. How many ships do you have? Senku inquired. I think there were 1,000. How many do you want? Ajax asked nonchalantly. All of them, Oki shouted quickly. Senku denied it almost immediately. No, we don't need all of them. We are not here trying to start a world war or anything. Also, we don't have enough space to keep them. Ajax, 5 would be fine. If you can you get us 50 more trade ships? Sure, I'll be back soon. Ajax vanished from the spot. Everyone knew about Ajax not being ordinary by now. Many when heard that he was the literal grandson of God, realized that their resistance was futile from the start. After Ajax's disappearance, Senku started organizing a team of people who would be coming with him. Rei was, of course, staying because someone with a decent scientific brain was needed here. He also did not trust the new scientists he had revived. All of them had too much brain, and that meant they might develop some bad idea. He trusted Rei and really treated her like his sister. She had gotten even more human-like due to the upgrade she got from Fahim by Alfred. Now she could eat, drink, dance and smile like a normal person. She was also extremely strong. Soon after, Ajax returned. But this time there was someone else with him. An adult. A huge adult. Senku, this is my uncle, Uncle Dobby. He is the god of nature and elves. Ajax introduced. Uncle Dobby. Thea saw Dobby and ran to hug him quickly. Dobby smiled and made her fly into his arms. She hugged him tightly. Uncle, I had so much fun here. My friend, Suka is so funny. Oh really, where is this friend of yours? Dobby asked warmly. There, Suka, come here, Thea shouted cutely. Dobby looked at the girl with a watermelon shell on her head. He also made her fly into his arms. Hello, Suka. I see you have problems with your eyes. I shall heal you then. He patted Suka's head. In an instant, she started seeing blurry images through the glasses fitted on her helmet. Dobby pulled her helmet off. Look around now. Suka was absolutely adorable without her helmet. Her innocence was visible from her face. She looked around herself in wonder and shock. I can see, normally. Dobby caressed her head, of course, little one. You really are as Thea said. Suka exclaimed. Dobby was amused. What did she say? She said that you look big and scary, but you are very kind and sweet. Suka revealed. Thea acted embarrassed. Hehe, I wasn't lying. See. Dobby let the two sit on his shoulders. Okay then, I have the ships. Let's go. Yes. Ajax was pumped for the adventure. Many others were just shocked by the abilities of Dobby. They traveled and reached the American continent. There, they found a group of pre-petrification Americans brought together by Dr. Zeno, who used to be NASA's scientist. Similar to Senku, Zeno was brilliant when it comes to science. But, his thinking was totally different. Zeno had already told everyone before petrifying that if he was sent back to the Stone Age, then he would rule as a dictator over all those he saw as beneath him. So, a conflict was inevitable. Zeno was much more dangerous than Tsukasa because Zeno had the brain to invent things that could threaten the kingdom of science. So, after defeating him and his followers, they were made to sign a magical contract that made them unable to use their science to harm the world or its people in any way. After this was done, a large-scale exploration was conducted by Senku and Ajax. They did not find any more colonies or villages at all. So, they made it an expansion of the kingdom of science. This meant that the whole North American continent was now theirs. South America was still being explored though. After this, they returned to Japan. But on their way, near Japan, they found an island, inhabited by people. They seemed as if they were tribals. A kingdom by the name Petrification Kingdom was there. So, Ajax and Senku infiltrated it to find the truth. It turned out, the people here were also descendants of astronauts. They set up the kingdom here, but later the original ruler of this place was overthrown by someone who had a petrification device. Looking for more info, they found out that at some point a few centuries prior to the current events, several of these devices fell from the sky above Treasure Island, whose inhabitants began abusing its power. They also learned that the original petrification of the whole world took place from somewhere in South America. For 20 years, it had been under Ibera's reign of terror. He abused the petrification weapon to petrify anyone who defies him in the slightest. Later, after the Kingdom of Science exposed Ibera's crimes by Ajax and Senku's work, the rightful heir Soyuz, who was living in Ishigami village, took his place as the kingdom's next ruler. It also became part of the Kingdom of Science. After this, no bigger problems arose. They eventually found a pyramid made of petrification devices in South America. But it was still unknown if it was used to petrify the world because these small devices did not have such ranges. Dobby helped Senku, and the rest develop at a very fast pace and keep things linear. The most important thing was connectivity across the world. Without it, any one part could rebel and become a headache. Unity was very important for a successful technocracy. Slowly, planes, ships and trains were introduced as the population was increased. But it was only increased by the speed at which they were able to sustain it and also make people accustomed to living in the new world with no borders. Eventually, Senku was able to create the technocracy. With Rei by his side, he was unchallenged in any way. Dobby placed many charms around the world to make sure it stays united and for a reasonable time, no threat from space comes to them. After this, Thea said goodbye to Sukka. Thea gave Sukka a device, pressing that would make Thea aware that her friend wanted to meet her. They would play then. Ajax said his bye to Senku. Senku was very thankful for all the help. Ajax also gave him a special phone that could connect to him. If any crazy problems come that you can't solve, call me. You are my friend. Okay, now I must go. Take care. Ajax waved. Hats had only been gaining weight all this time. He also left for Fihame with them. After they were gone, a few years later, Senku created a rocket and went to the new space station in space. It indeed looked like a huge beautiful city. This was the start of the space era. You can see Sukka and Ibara on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 656, 656. You got pranked. As soon as they returned, they were scolded by Olivia and Natasha. Of course, Thea wasn't scolded. She instead ran to see her favorite person, her grandpa. She was at this point closer to him than Medusa and Loki. Alexander had Zulrich's daughter, Erika, in his arms and was playing with her. She was just a few months old. Yay! She made noises while Alexander tickled her softly. Grandpa! Thea came running and climbed onto his lap and sat beside Erika. Alexander wrapped his other arm around her. So, did my Thea miss me? Yes, very much. But I also had so much fun. She started telling him everything from the start. Alexander also patiently listened, even though he knew everything. This was a curse with omniscience. You know everything. There are not many people who could really surprise him. After that, they had dinner. There, Alexander told everyone about the progress. Dobby, we will soon be leaving this world. All universes are already at 90%. I have been holding on from going all this time. Recently I found I could do this. Alexander revealed. How long do you think before we have to jump into the war? Dobby inquired. Alexander smiled. We are already at war, Dobby. Saitama is already taking over Zulrich's territory now. Sigh. So it's all coming to an end, ha. Olivia spoke. Yes, after all this, I'm going to retire and spend time with my family, Alexander replied. Why, we will play every day then. Thea exclaimed, making everyone chuckle. Alexander went out to meet the Grand Priest. He was a very high-ranking person after all. Alexander had a talk with him about the future of this multiverse and advised some steps that would ensure these gods of destruction and Supreme Kai will stay in line. After that, he returned to Earth to meet his Z-warriors. All of them used to stay at the lookout so he went there. But, to Alexander's surprise, he found a ruckus going on there. I'm telling you, Hats. That Korin is fake. There is a guy on the other side. Ajax talked to Hats. Stop bothering me. I am busy. Hats argued. Come on. You know that's not true. Give me your phone and I will prove it to you. Ajax claimed. Really? Okay, do it then. If your claim turns out to be false, I will take tax from you. Hats said. Sure, Ajax shrugged. He immediately called on the phone number Hats was chatting with. Soon, everyone started hearing rings. Oh, my Korin is nearby. Hats exclaimed excitedly. Ajax meanwhile looked for the origin of the sound. He looked around and soon found a phone hidden inside a jar. It was ringing. Hats, I found the phone, Ajax shouted. Hats excitedly came to him and tried to take the phone. But Ajax defended it. No, let me see who owns it. After that, Ajax opened the gallery of the phone. There, he found lots of selfies. When he saw whose phone it was, Ajax immediately fell to the ground and started laughing while beating the floor. Wahahaha, oh, ahahaha, my stomach hurts. Hats, you got fooled. You got fooled big time. Oh man, ha ha ha. Everyone was confused by the overreaction. They could not understand, who could it be to make it sound so funny. Immediately, Krillin picked up the phone and looked. He too had the same reaction and rolled on the floor, laughing. Hats, being frustrated, decided to check it himself. He picked it up slowly and looked. There was a sudden silence as everyone looked at his face. Hats seemed frozen. Crack. Suddenly, the phone cracked under his paw. Then he looked at one person there and roared, "Popo, you bastard! I will kill you!" Wahahaha. X10. Alexander and the rest also started laughing loudly, making Hats angrier. He immediately teleported beside Popo and grabbed his neck. "Why did you do it?" Popo seemed not scared or shocked. "I was told to do it. By the great divine dragon god, Ragnarok." Hats let Popo go. His eyes turned fiery red. "That lizard! I will take all his gold away. By the way, I already knew it was a guy on the other side, I was also fooling around." Poof, he vanished. Alexander decided to deal with this later. He needed to talk to the Z fighters before. "Goku, Vegeta, you two have been training for a while now. I have talked to Saitama to come here and train with you later. I want you two to go all out and maybe, you can help me in the future. Of course, I will help you with everything to get stronger. I will be leaving for a long time now, I have some duties I must address," Alexander announced. "You got it, old man." Goku cheerfully agreed. "We will do our best, sir." Vegeta formally replied. "Haha, okay." Then Alexander went to Gohan. "Gohan, you have the power to be the strongest. Even more so than these two, because they lack a brain. You, on the other hand, have everything. So, all the best." He cheered him on and ruffled his hair. After that, it was time for him to leave. He didn't need to meet Zeno as Zeno could come to him anytime. Whis also had found a new candidate for God of Destruction, so there was no worry there either. The candidate was none other than cheerful and good, Majin Buu. He was controllable, so Whis only needed to feed him and Buu would follow his instructions. Fihame. Alexander quickly headed to find Hats and Ragnarok. They were not there. So he went to Drachium. There, he found the two. Hats was, after all, the god of chaos, he could do anything. What Alexander found made him laugh too much. Hats had eaten more than half of Ragnarok's gold mountain. Hats had also gotten too fat now, like a pufferfish. "Hee, say goodbye to your gold. You dared to prank me." Ragnarok angrily punched Hats' huge belly, but to no avail. "Hats, this is cheating. For a prank, you can only reply with a prank. This is stealing. No, this is a live prank. I don't go behind others' back like you, you scheming old lizard." Hats retorted. "Fine, I will do a C-section then. I will have my gold one way or another." Ragnarok angrily took out his sword. "Ha ha ha, good luck." Hats laughed and vanished. Poof. Where did he go? Ragnarok immediately looked for him everywhere in the solar system. He was nowhere. Alexander chuckled, he knew where Hats was, he is outside, in some strange world. "You know? Where is he, Alex?" Ragnarok asked. But Alexander shrugged his shoulders, "I will not get between your fights. You started it, so you it yourself. I'm leaving, I have some work to do. Come on, I will pay you in gold." Ragnarok negotiated. "Haha, I don't take bribes." Alexander ignored. Ragnarok clenched his teeth, "Damn it, I will find him sooner than later." In some random universe. Hats fell on the ground like a huge football. "Meow da fucker. I ate too much. But it was worth it, hee hee, now, where am I?" He looked around, and only saw a jungle. In the air, he could feel some kind of energy. So he knew that there was magic or something in this world. You can see Popo on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 657, 657. Tickle Monster. A/N, this world was requested a lot, so here you go. Alexander had decided to head to the next world as his work was done here. So, he let himself be taken away by the falling light beam from the sky. After a few seconds, he finally felt the ground under his feet. He was somewhere secluded and nothing was around him. It seemed to be a desert land. He already knew that he was in human worlds. But, there were some dark and secret elements too. Alexander already knew what was going to happen. So, he directly flew to the nearest city, which was Los Angeles. There, he landed directly on a busy street. But, for some reason, people didn't notice him. Only one person did and immediately spoke something in his wireless. Alexander was doing all this on purpose. He simply sat on a bench on the side and waited. After 15 minutes, lots of armored vehicles appeared and surrounded him. Tens of armed men got out of them and aimed their guns at him. All of them were wearing similar gear with only 3 letters written on their chest SCP. After that, a man in a similar gear came to him with handcuffs. "We need you to come with us," he said. Alexander got up and patted his robes clean. "Lead the way." The man was a bit shocked. It was very rare that they come across a cooperative entity. But putting cuffs was a standard procedure. Alexander also didn't refuse. What was a handcuff for him? It must be hard, working 18 hours a day, right? Kelly must miss you a lot, Alexander said and walked to the truck. The SCP operative was shocked. How did this stranger know his daughter's name? Alexander was then brought to a big building and put inside a room. Then another man came with a file and a pen. "May I know your name?" he asked. "Alexander Maxim Universe," he answered. "How did you land in the crowd without being noticed?" the man asked. Alexander entertained him. "It is one of my powers. I also knew you people were there. I am omniscient, so I know everything every time. I am the son of God, the one who created everything. The Omniverse, you, me. I came to this world for work." "Haha, sure." The man laughed it off. He knew what Jesus looked like and Alexander wasn't like that. "So why did you want to come here?" he asked. "To eradicate evil. Remove all dangerous and non-earthly entities from the earth and return everything to normal. You see, millions of years ago, a door to other dimensions opened on this planet. That was the cause of all this trouble till now. All the weird beings you see are not a part of this universe," Alexander explained. "But, what about the humans who have special powers?" the man asked. "Evolution. The beings who came from other dimensions, some looked like humans. They reproduced with early humans and passed on their genes. Sometimes those genes become dominant again, resulting in a new SCP. He briefed. The man wrote everything in his notebook and got up. "I will come back soon. We will provide you with food, so don't worry." Once the man was gone, Alexander also got up. He crossed the door as if made of air and walked through the long lobby. But soon, on his way, he saw a small, orange-colored jelly-like creature. It had candies stuck on its body and was minding its own business. The second it saw Alexander, it ran to him and climbed on. Then it rubbed itself on him while producing a calming coffee smell. Alexander also patted it. He already knew what this thing was. It was SCP-999, who appears to be a large gelatinous mass of orange slime, with a consistency similar to that of peanut butter. It shows great affection towards people. It has been shown to slither towards the nearest person and leap upon them, hugging them with a pair of pseudopods, while nuzzling the person's face with a third one, all while emitting high-pitched gurgling and cooing noises. It also releases pleasant smells depending on the person. People have experienced the smell of chocolate, fresh laundry, bacon, roses, and Play-Doh. It is also known as the Tickle Monster, and was deemed as a safe class SCP under the SCP Foundation's containment. It was known for its adorable appearance and friendly attitude. When physically interacting with it, the person or creature will begin to feel a tingling, almost tickle-like feeling, and will experience a state of euphoria. It was one of the most friendly SCPs in the Foundation. SCP-999 also had a major interest in people that were unhappy or hurt in any way. People that have depression, after interacting with it, got cured of their problems, obtaining a positive view on life. He was in some way like Thea. Thea was also able to make people's mood happy. "Haha, okay, little one. Calm down now. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Why don't we go and meet someone new? He is a very nice person," Alexander asked. The Tickle Monster nodded and giggled uncontrollably. Alexander took it to another room that had a revolving door. Alexander directly entered it, surprising the guards, but they didn't move for some reason. "Ha ha ha, welcome, Alex. Come, eat a burger with me." An old man welcomed him. Alexander happily took a seat. Tickle Monster, though, went to give the man a hug first. Alexander knew who this was. SCP-343, a safe class SCP known as God. He was a male, seemingly raceless, humanoid in appearance with apparent omnipotence. He was discovered walking the streets of Prague and detained after a staff member witnessed him disappear from the streets and reappear on a rooftop. Of course, containing a being who made you and could change everything with his will was impossible. So he was detained willingly in his chamber. But, the SCP Foundation still refused to believe that he was God. However, they didn't have any proof to refute his claim either. "You finally came. I knew you would come here, so I decided to make this place my home till then," God said. Alexander knew that this was not really the big old God, his adopted father. Instead, this was a weaker iteration of him, responsible for this universe and its timelines. Alexander was actually stronger than this God. So Zulrich messed up with this realm a long time ago and left behind the abomination of all these SCP? That man is a headache. Alexander spoke. Correct. And you are going to solve the mess? God replied. But suddenly, the alarm sounded and everything went on lockdown. Alarms? I guess that was for me, Alexander muttered. Immediately, soldiers started running around the facility, looking for Alexander. It took them 10 minutes to guess that because he claimed to be the son of God, then he might be with the man claiming to be the god. Eventually, they were right as they found Alexander in God's room and also found Tickle Monster still hugging Alexander as if he was a human-sized candy. How did you leave the cell? The guard asked. You guess, Alexander replied as he got up. You can see SCP soldiers, SCP-999 and God SCP on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 658, 658. Dead cat? Don't walk towards me, please follow the protocols or I will be forced to shoot. The guard threatened. Soon, many more came behind him to support him. Alexander waved his hand. Immediately, everyone's guns turned into colorful Nerf guns. Everyone, put your guns down. If I had come to destroy you, this planet would already be missing by now. Now, I need to go and meet your administrator. I have a deal for him. Please step aside now. Everyone quietly stepped aside. If he was as strong as to wrap reality then maybe he might turn them into rats or something. Alexander already knew where the office of administrator was. He found this administrator person to be very interesting. The administrator was a mysterious figure in the SCP Foundation, often believed to be the only person with authority above the O5 Council and having deep involvement with the formation of the Foundation in general. Exactly who or what the administrator was unknown, very unclear, and often contradictory, with those claiming to be the administrator varying in appearance and even species drastically. Further adding to the confusion, the administrator was also likely not a singular person holding the same position and there was at least one clearly fake administrator, and, even further, there was at least one person who calls themselves the administrator in every reality that the Foundation has access to, and every single one has the same role in the creation and leadership of the Foundation. So, Alexander knew that this person was a multidimensional being. But, what troubled him was that he was not able to read about this administrator. He could see him and where he was in his past, but not his future. This clearly meant that the person had some omniscience powers. Alexander reached the office and entered. As soon as he went in, a man in a white suit quickly grabbed his arm. Damn it, why did it take you so long? I have been stuck in this dimension for so many years. That Scarlet King has been after me this whole time. I'm shocked I'm even alive. Alexander patted the poor man's shoulder. Yes, the administrator was actually an angel. He was working here before Zulrich's thugs came and left behind the Scarlet King. He had been trying to lessen the damage all this time so he made SCP. But it wasn't saving his own life. Okay, easy now. I am here. I will deal with this Scarlet King. I will also send you back to heaven. Have a long rest there, okay? Alexander asked. Sniff. How much did the Scarlet King break his will that he's crying? Alexander wondered. This Scarlet King was a person from Zulrich's camp it seemed. The Scarlet King was born with the planting of the Tree of Knowledge, called Kara at the time. He was the smallest of his siblings, but the only one aware, and it brought him great pain. He decided that existence itself is painful and that he'd have no part in it, as well as destroying existence itself. He started by consuming his siblings and growing stronger on their essence. He vowed to destroy the tree, the creator, and creation, and consumed or subjugated all the other gods, naming himself King of the Darkness below. He declared war on creation itself, one which will not end until the very end of everything. He took Sana, one of the gods he subjugated, forcibly as his wife and sired 7 daughters on her. Sana died after birthing them, and the king took his 7 daughters as his new brides, sealing them so they would not die as their mother had. Other gods and older beings agreed to follow him as well. So, he was an incest degenerate demon. He was proposed to be the SCP-1 many times and was considered the biggest threat to existence itself. Even the cute little Tickle Monster was the offspring of the Scarlet King, although forcibly created. Tickle Monster's mother was forced to become pregnant and bear the physical manifestation of the Scarlet King's children. But instead of a monster, they got the cutest and the most nicest being ever. Tickle Monster was so nice that he even healed his mother and helped her to get back to her family and resume a normal life after the trauma. In fact, many in SCP believed that Tickle Monster could overthrow the Scarlet King not by force, but with light and love and laughter that can brighten the blackest of hearts. He was their biggest weapon against some of the most powerful hostile entities known to exist. But they wouldn't need him anymore because Alexander was going to purify everything. He had checked the world purity already and it was at 30%. Not because the earth was corrupt, but because so many demonic beings existed there. You prepare to dismantle this organization, I will deal with the Scarlet King and all the other dangerous entities, Alexander ordered the angel and vanished from the spot. He appeared in the domain of Scarlet King. He didn't hide his presence at all and actively tried to gain attention. Soon, a voice came. Who dares to enter my realm? I will key. The Scarlet King couldn't complete his words as the world started collapsing around him. A Category 5 sinner gets erased from space and time. That's your punishment? Alexander announced. Soon, the collapsing space touched Scarlet King and he finally started feeling pain. Who are you? He asked. The one who will kill your master soon, Alexander replied. Tisk. I should have never gotten involved with you monsters. These were the last words of Scarlet King. Alexander them came back to Earth. But he stayed in the space. Then he took the whole planet under his mental influence and read all the sins. He destroyed all the dark creatures or true sinners. Then, the entities like the tickle monsters were all transported to a planet in Alexander's solar system. The likes of SCP-053, also known as the young girl, were all transported. Then, he set up an invisible protection sphere around the planet, making it secure from any kind of demonic being. Sigh, job done, he muttered to himself and returned to the angel. The angel was relieved of his duties and was sent away to heaven. While another angel was sent to take its place. He had already brought the world's purity to 91%, so he didn't have to stay. There was no need for SCP anymore either. A certain planet in the Omniverse. My stomach hurts, damn it. I got gold poisoning, I think. Hats cried like a cat. He had already vomited all the gold into a secret realm he knew about. But his stomach was still hurting. He walked to find civilization and get some decent food to eat. But, he got too lazy and decided to sleep on the road. Nothing could hurt him anyway. Philo has wind affinity. I blow away all the enemies. My job is to draw the carriage? A cart came on the road that was being pulled by an unusually large bird who was also singing a song. Intense break. Master, look, on the road. There is something. The bird shouted. A dark-haired man and a raccoon-eared girl came out of the carriage and looked. They walked closer to have a better look. A cat. The man exclaimed. Is it dead? The raccoon girl asked. Can we cook it and eat it? The bird questioned. Snoring. The man's eye twitched. It's sleeping, what a strange fat cat. But the raccoon girl had stars in her eyes. She picked Hat's soft body and hugged it. Ah, he's so cute. We can't leave him here, right? Let's keep him with us until he wakes up. Sigh. Whatever, let's go. The man sighed and got back into the carriage. They continued their journey then. A/N, many of you might be wondering why I haven't started the DC arc yet? Well, the answer is that all these universe arcs I am writing now were being asked for a long time on web novel. I just want everyone to be happy by the time I finish this. Also, I have no plans to send Alexander to other big universes during the DC arc, so this is the only time left. There will be a Pokemon 2 chapter arcade after this and that will be final. Thank you for reading. You can see the Scarlet King and Bird pulling a card on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 659, 659. I am Hats, God of Chaos. Ah, he's so cute. Raphtalia caressed sleeping Hat's head. But, look at his smile. It's scary. Melty had opposite thoughts. Calm down, you. We are reaching the border. I hope we don't meet any fools now. Naofumi said. They eventually took a direct approach and went straight to the border gate. But, as they neared it they heard a loud blowhorn sound. The doors of the border castle opened and a few soldiers came out. Behind them was a blonde man with a spear. He was Moto Yazuki Tamura, the spear hero and possibly the dumbest man alive in the entirety of the human race. He demonstrates high levels of self-delusion and willful ignorance, if not plain idiocy. He only hears what he wants to hear and ignores whatever might upset him. Moto Yazu was one of the 4 legendary heroes summoned from another world. He was summoned along with the 3 other legendary heroes in Melromark. Like 2 of the other heroes, Moto Yazu pretends that he doesn't care about being summoned to another world. Moto Yazu doesn't particularly think much of the other heroes and rather invests his time in chasing and flirting with women. Naofumi went to talk to Moto Yazu, but the brainless man attacked Naofumi, calling him out for enslaving Raphtalia and Philo with his slave shield. He also believed that Naofumi killed the other 2 heroes, but at this point, it was unknown if he truly cared for them or just wanted to feel superior by acting as the face of justice. He did not listen to anything Naofumi had to say. Soon, his Motoyasu's unofficial master, the first princess of Melromark, Malti came. She was the root of all the problems. She accused Naofumi and erected a lightning prison around them. Then, they all started fighting. But still, even when Motoyazu had everything he needed to become strong all this time, he lost to Naofumi, who was denied everything. But soon, they noticed a problem. All the soldiers had gone away from there. Then suddenly, Philo shouted. Master, the shield. Bring out that dark shield. And place a bunch of stuff above us or else we're done for. Hurry up, now. She insisted. Naofumi took her advice and placed the dark shield around them. More shields, Philo said. Naofumi did as asked. Airstrike shield, second shield. Just then, out of nowhere, a golden light fell directly from the sky on them. It was like a nuclear explosion, pulverizing everything around in a large radius, even destroying the border castle and a big amount of the wall. All of them inside were scared, except Naofumi because only he had the power to save everyone. Soon, the shields broke down, so he used his own to save everyone. Slowly, the attack dissipated. It was so strong that now all of them were inside a pit, around them were molten rocks, looking like lava. They were confused about what happened when suddenly, claps sounded on the cliff. My, how wonderful! You took the high-class multi-caster ritual magic, judgment head-on and remained standing? I'd expect nothing less from the shield devil. The man said as he kept on clapping, trying to make himself look badass. The man was none other than the Pope of the Church of the Three Heroes. All were shocked at why this man was doing this. He seemed nice and amiable to most of them. Pope proceeded to give a speech and claimed he would purify them in the name of God. Which God? Nobody knew. Malti tried to stop him, telling him she was to be the next queen. However, the Pope simply said that she would also die and he would tell Naofumi did it. The man was being framed for stuff he didn't do from day one of his arrival. But, suddenly Raphtalia exclaimed loudly, Wah! Naofumi, we forgot that cat in the cart. We brought him to his death. If we had left him there. They realized it too late though. The huge explosion was able to turn rocks into lava, what was a cat for it? Even ashes probably didn't remain. But they were mistaken. All of them were mistaken. Hats was already in a bad mood because of Ragnarok. Then he got gold poisoning and now his beauty sleep was disturbed. Even an ordinary man would get angry for this, he was the god of chaos. Just because he lived with Alexander and called Olivia grandma and loved everyone there didn't mean he forgot his true nature of being chaos god. Anger was supposed to be one of his strengths. Look. There. It's alive. Philo shouted in her human form. Everyone turned and saw Hat's body as the distance from them on one of the rocks that were nearly molten. Hats opened his eyes slowly. His face had the scariest smile he had ever shown. Like a zombie, he got up and looked around. Which bastard spoiled my sleep? He asked. Shocking everyone. He looked at Raphtalia and Philo, but he ignored them. Then he looked at Naofumi and Motoyazu, these two seemed the most powerful here. What is that? It looks hideous. Demon. I will destroy you. Motoyazu shouted and ran towards Hats with his spear out. The man was seeking his own death. On top of that, he called Hats ugly. For this, Olivia would have scolded him to death. Hats was not ugly for the people of Fihame. Ting. Hats stopped the attack with his little paw and it made the sound as if the spear clashed with metal. Do you even know whom you are messing with? Don't anger me more or I will destroy this planet and remake it without humans. Hats coldly said and disintegrated the spear into nothingness. The spear hero lost his legendary spear. You. What did you do to my spear? I will kill you. Motoyazu went into a foolish rage. Then Hats flew in the air and lifted Motoyazu by his hair. It was a consequence of your own actions, mortal. You disgust me. Motoyazu screamed in pain as Hats swung him by his blonde hair, then Hats motioned to throw him towards the wall of the cliff. Rib. Motoyazu's hair gave up. They came out of his scalp and his body flew and collided with the cliff wall. His head was bleeding with very small patches of hair left here and there. Then Hats looked at Naofumi, you have something to say. Naofumi shook his head. He had seen Hats' level. It just showed? 8. This actually scared him a little. Also, he liked seeing Motoyazu punished a bit, who told him to charge ahead. For this country, righteous order. Shield devil as well as this new devil, all shall die. The Pope was still at it. He fired a shot from the fake legendary sword of the sword hero. It directly touched Hat's back. Nothing happened. It didn't even move him. But High Eyes were colder. He directly flew to the Pope. He saw there were lots of people standing behind him, praying. What is this? A weapon that drains their power? Pathetic. Hats mocked. Then he proceeded to snatch the weapon and destroy it into ashes. I am Hats, god of chaos. You want to kill me? Even a trillion of you won't be a match for my single nail. Now see what God's true punishment looks like. Hats raised his hand towards the sky. Then suddenly a giant meteor appeared, falling towards them. Then, suddenly the meteor divided itself into small pieces and followed every single person trying to run from there. The Pope was shocked. He was also a coward. He prostrated, Chaos God, please forgive this fool's sin. I'm but a mortal. Didn't you call yourself the apostle of God? Good then, this God demands you start shouting all your devilish schemes. Do not stop for even a single moment, or else, that meteor will fall on you, destroying your head like a watermelon under a carriage wheel. Hats said. Meanwhile, all the followers of Pope and Church of Three Heroes were being killed by the falling meteorites. Their bodies were being turned into meat paste. They screamed, but only the door to hell awaited them. You can see the Spear Hero and Pope on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 660, 660. Punishment. What the hell did we pick up from the road? Naofumi questioned himself. What is he? Raphtalia questioned. I don't know. But I am inclined to believe that he really is who he says. God of Chaos. Naofumi said. Huh? What kind of god is that? Philo asked. But no one knew the answer anyway. Hat's stomach growled in hunger. So he looked back at Raphtalia. Maybe he felt like trusting the demi-humans more because they were half animals. Girl, do you have food? He asked. Raphtalia was flustered. What? We don't. They destroyed the cart. It was all inside it. Where was the cart? He inquired. She silently pointed in a direction. Hats went there and used his reality manipulation power to assemble the destroyed carriage. Soon, it was back in shape with all its bags. He looked through some of them and just found some buns and dried fish. You people call this food? Anyway, I will eat fish for an appetizer. While everyone was busy making heads or tails of the situation, loud footsteps sounded. Soon, an army of armored men surrounded them, leading them was a woman with purple hair. She was Myrelia Q. Melromark, Queen of Melromark. She holds the true power behind the throne and was generally a just ruler. She was known for her diplomatic and negotiating skills. She came here to fight the church because she found out about their deeds. But, no fighting was needed anymore as Hats had already done it. It was also revealed that the other two heroes were still alive and Motoyazu was proven to be even dumber than the dumbest being alive. She talked to the shield hero and her little daughter and found out that a god was present there and he was hungry. She was shocked but stayed level-headed. She respectfully went to the grumpy Hats, who was cursing and eating the dried fish. Chaos God, I am the Queen of Melromark, I invite you to visit my palace. You can have a grand feast there. She offered. Who names their kingdom Melromark? But, if you give me food, I don't care. Child, I am not an unreasonable being. As long as you treat me kindly, I will treat you decently. Might even bless you with something. But for now, I am hungry and I am angry. Let's go. Hats said in length. It seems hunger also makes his mouth move more. The queen quickly sent her fastest messenger to inform the palace to organize a feast quickly. They had lots of tasty food all the time but right now they wanted to impress. To hell with heroes, Hats just slapped one of them like nothing. This was a true ally to seek. Please, come with me to my carriage. It will take us a day to get to the palace. Queen said. What? 1 day? 24 hours? 1330 minutes? Not acceptable. We will go there with the portal. Follow me. Hats shouted. He looked into the queen's head for an image of the palace and opened the portal. He quickly jumped to the other side. Everyone else, too, followed, except some soldiers who needed to do the cleaning of the battlefield. They arrived at the royal palace immediately. Hats was respectfully taken to the dining hall and was given lots of food. He started devouring them immediately. Finally, the taste of gold has vanished. This food is not very tasty but still better than nothing. Anyway, who is the king? Why did that boy in the church attack me? Hats asked. I am the queen and the ruling monarch with the ruling power. My husband is a useless man, that's all. She replied. Haha, female empowerment? Nice. Hats chuckled. Then, the queen proceeded to tell him everything from the start. How Malti framed Naofumi for rape, then her father also joined to destroy the image of him. All because Shield Hero was a god for demi-humans. It was not Shield Hero's mistake anyway, who told the stupid king to summon all the heroes. Hats understood the whole bigger plot. The legendary heroes were traditionally summoned by the most powerful countries. The hero summoning was supposed to be performed in Phobali, the strongest country in the world that was at the industrialization phase already. Whichever country succeeds in summoning them gets a big lead on the other countries. However, the 4 legendary heroes did not respond to the summons. As a result of an investigation, it was found out that a holy relic was required to summon the 4 legendary heroes, and Melromark unexpectedly summoned them. All because Malti convinced her father to do it while the queen was away. It was to be noted that Shield Hero was a godly figure to many countries, including Fobali, so, the treatment Naofumi was getting, was making other countries more hostile towards Melromark. All because of the dumb father-daughter duo. The condition for forgiveness Fobali King had kept was to marry Malti, the first daughter and the fake rape accuser of Shield Hero. Getting married to the king was akin to a death sentence. The man had already killed 9,999 women before. She was to be the 10,000th. The queen tried to buy some time by sending an exact replica doll of Malti. The toy was found in a very bad condition. The hair had been pulled out, the eyes were out of their sockets, both arms had been cut off, and the legs had been cleanly sheared off, as well as many more tortures. These showed the inept sadism of the pig king. Upon having such a sentence, most commit suicide on the spot. It seemed that his favorites were kept alive for as long as 3 months through magic, Yggdrasil medicine, and other things. Apparently, he wouldn't permit them to die. The king of Fobali's motto was toys that have gone through enough pain that they wished they were dead feel much better. The queen tried to avoid fulfilling the promise to Fobali King by keeping Malti in one of the heroes, Motoyasu's party, but Malti lost all means of help by her own actions. Ironically, it was Malti's doing that led to these events, as she persuaded her father to summon the heroes against the international agreement, and also because she betrayed all the heroes and led the rebellion against her own mother. It was a classic reenactment of dropping an axe on your own foot. But Hats already knew why this king was savage. Have you ever thought about why the ruling people of Fobali are so cruel? The queen nodded. I did, but never found the answer. According to you, Fobali has had a long tradition of marrying the 4 summoned heroes and their children into their family. Because of that, they're known worldwide as the bloodline of heroes. That is exactly the problem. Do you know who these so-called heroes are that you all summon and pray to? Hats asked. The queen shook her head. So, Hats continued. With a few exceptions, all of them are Neets. Neets are basically the male versions of your daughter Malti, but even worse. They come from a world that has no powers, there are no wars too, and is technologically so advanced that as long as you have money, you don't even have to move and food will come to you. You don't have to horse ride, you can fly in metal flying carriages. These Neets are people who gave up on society and stay at home locked inside, leeching on parents' money, eating, dreaming about fucking beautiful women while themselves looking like pigs. The reason for the largely terrible personalities of the Fobri's current king, some of the nobles and some of the relatives of the royal family, is because a majority of the legendary heroes summoned to the world to combat the waves, were all introverted highly perverted Neets, that upon continuously breeding together with other heroes and descendants with similar mindsets to their ancestors, eventually created truly horrible progeny. About the reason behind their industrial advancement unlike any other kingdom, I think at some point, a smart and intelligent hero came and passed on the knowledge. Hats explained in full detail. The queen was very much shocked. What? Then, no wonder the spear hero acts in such perverted ways. Also, it is most likely that these heroes thought that this world is a game where they are the protagonist, you all are game characters with no value, and that they are invincible. That's the mentality most Neets would have. Hats poured more salt on the wounds. This was a confrontation with reality. Chaos God, please help this world. I'm afraid the damage is far too great for anyone to repair. The queen requested with a lower head. There was no shame in lowering yourself in front of a god. Hats chuckled, I am still hungry, keep the food coming and your problems will be solved one by one. He was the god of chaos, after all, his appetite was monstrous too. Yes. The queen happily accepted the deal. After all this, Hats was carefully picked by the queen in her arms and taken to the throne room. He was given a seat on her lap as she was ordered to scratch his back. But the queen was also amazing as she never stopped her act of being tough. Soon, her husband, the king, and her daughter Malti were brought in cuffs. A trial was to be held. Malti was given a slave crest, after which she was forced to confess to everything. But, what angered Hats was the fact that this horny bastard, Motoyasu, still refused to believe that she lied about everything. He was constantly questioning the queen. So, Hats raised his hand, making everything go silent. Spear hero, why do you insist on taking Malti's side, even after her confession? Hats asked. Motoyasu had his head wrapped in bandages right now because of beating earlier. Because I know she is not lying. I know her, believe her. The queen is being mind-controlled by that Naofumi's shield, he said. Hats sent an air slap on his face, that made a loud sound and made him fall to the floor. Look how pathetic you are. Just because she's a girl, you are ready to believe anything. Even when the truth is right in front of you. You are too horny, and every second girl you see you want to impregnate her. I know what is your problem, You have far too much testosterone, as compared to brain cells. Then let's deal with that. Did you talk about mind control? Now I will show you what true mind control is. Know this, you brought this upon yourself. You were supposed to be a hero, keeper of justice. Yet, you assisted the villains in their schemes. You are as guilty as they are. Hats announced, frightening Motoyasu. Hats waved his paw and a sword appeared in Motoyasu's hand. Take your clothes off and use that sword to chop your dick off, right now. Silence ensued. A loud fear-filled scream came as Motoyasu found himself not in control of his body. You can see the bitch and the king on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 661. Hats, the king. Nobody moved for a few seconds. It was a very harsh punishment but nobody said anything because it was a deserving one. Then suddenly, Motoyasu's hand moved and he started to undress. His body moved on its own. I sent a command to your brain that you can't override. Hats said. Motoyasu started crying and begging. Sorry. I am sorry. Please forgive me. Please. He cried, but Hats closed his eyes and enjoyed the scratch. People were nervous as they watched Motoyasu strip completely. Then, he picked up the sword. But, just then, he peed in front of everyone due to being scared. Don't do this. Please. Don't. I don't have time for your crap. You think this world is a game, right? So don't worry, you will respawn after dying. Hats said, mocking the sword and bow heroes on the side. Motoyasu cried loudly. Sigh. All right, stop crying. I won't be able to face my grandma if I act so cruel. But this doesn't mean you are free to go. Motoyasu Kitamura, I am sending you back to your world. But from now on, you will have a -100 luck in your life. You will never amount to anything. Try to commit suicide, it will fail. Try to commit a crime, it will fail. Try to die, you can't. Marry a woman, she will turn out to be a man. Hats announced, much to the relief of many people there. They didn't want to see him really cut his dick. A light fell on Motoyasu and he was transported away, back to his world. Still naked and crying. After that, Hats looked at the rest of the heroes, he sent the sword and bow heroes back too, with the punishment of never being able to play a video game and win. Never be able to forget the feeling of being powerful, and then finding themselves to be normal humans. Making them regret their actions. Then the trial continued. The Pope was also brought in. As Hats had told him, he was still shouting all his sins, because the meteor was still in the sky, inching down whenever he stopped. It didn't take much asking him about his sins as he had already confessed to the whole kingdom in his way. He revealed that Malti was planning to overthrow her mother and kill her sister, who was made the crown princess. He also told about colluding with the king to hurt Shield Hero. Why are we even asking them? The world knows their true color. No matter who they were before, they cannot be forgiven for their current actions. Also, your daughter Malti is actually a shard of the demon goddess who is responsible for the wave of calamity. Malti is her will. Hats explained. He had already felt something was weird about this girl. A/N, this detail about Malti is from manga. The light novel could be different, but it hasn't reached that part yet. Which? Demon. People started shouting at her. The reason they didn't do the same with Hats was because Hats had already announced in the mind of every person that he was the god of chaos. Hats waved his hand and erased her existence. After all this, Hats flew up to the middle of the room, this Malti and the dumb king aside. There is a bigger problem in this world. I know the reason why all these waves of calamity happen. I will now deal with it. The world will see me do it too. It won't be for free, though I will take the toll later. Hats' announcement was sensational. Too sensational. If he really did it, then there would be no need for heroes. But Hats' next words made people's jaws drop. Hats looked up and shouted, "Come down or I will destroy this world." What the hell? Are we being saved? Did we just turn into hostages? People questioned themselves. I will count to 10. If you do not come here, I will destroy this whole universe, along with you. Hats threatened again. People couldn't understand who he was talking to. I think we have reached 3. Hats remembered he needed to count. 5. 6. 8. I'm here. I'm here. Don't you even know how to count? A voice came suddenly and a woman, looking similar to Malti, materialized in front of Hats. Medea was an evil entity with a god complex that enjoys the suffering she inflicts on other living beings. Being the one behind Malti and the wave's existence, she rarely manifests physically, letting her fragments to do their job of destroying worlds and draining their energy to empower her even further. Just like Malti, she enjoys manipulating others for her own amusement. She's also unusually bloodthirsty compared to other gods like her, as she'd rather drag out the suffering and despair of the worlds she manifests in, while being fully capable of instantly destroying them and sucking them dry. Medea was a human from another world, a world that became advanced enough to make its people truly immortal and allow them to travel to other worlds. She, like a few other humans in her situation, was driven mad by her newfound power, becoming the unhinged monster she was now. You call yourself a goddess, yet I don't feel any divinity from you. Neither you are a demon, because I can't feel that either. So, all that's left is that you are just a very powerful, twisted and perverted person. Your sins are probably in category 4. So, bye-bye. Hats pointed his paw at her and burned her away permanently. Then, Hats even traveled to the world she came from. It was truly a very advanced world, with the planet looking more like one single city. He created an invisible field around it that would ban them from traveling to other dimensions or worlds because they might have become immortal. They were yet to learn how to be responsible with their immortality. After that, he returned to eat to his heart's content. A feast for him was organized after all. The heroes had gone back, the world knew the calamity was over. Many churches based on the heroes lost credibility immediately. However, only Shield Hero remained now. Hat stayed there and kept on eating and having simple fun. He even killed the full royal family of Phobri, except the kids, because they were yet to learn about their perverted lifestyle. He even declared that slavery was banned from now on, and whoever does it will be dealt with. Shield Hero decided to stay in this world and live a normal life. He was not a hero anymore though. Hats was the unofficial ruler of the world. Alexander had arrived in a new world. It looked fresh as the air didn't feel too polluted. He knew what kind of world this was. He also remembered some bits about it from his previous life. People seemed to catch various animals in balls and make them fight for badges and honor. Wahahaha. Alex, let's fly around here. Ragnarok came. He was in a happy mood for a reason. He had found where Hats had hidden the gold. Although Hats had vomited it and he had to clean it, it was still his gold. Sure, we can always fly, Alexander replied. No. Not this way. You turn into your animagus, while I turn into a smaller dragon. Let's race around this planet. Ragnarok suggested. Alexander's animagus was a great lion with wings. He had not used this ability in a while now. He turned to his animagus form and tried to see any changes. Except for the increase in his size, not much had changed. Let's go. Ragnarok flew. A/N, sorry, guys. Only one chapter today and tomorrow. I caught a cold and might get tested for COVID. I'm feeling too tired to write more. We'll resume to normal uploads from tomorrow. 662. Some thieves. Alexander flew at full speed and easily passed Ragnarok. Haha, you are slow, old lizard. Is that so? Then look at this. Ragnarok blew fire from his legs and picked up speed. Not so easy. Alexander also picked speed. On the ground below, there were a lot of people, some normal, some Pokemon trainers. Many experienced a weird shadow eclipsing them for split seconds. They looked at the sky and saw 2 Pokemon they had never seen before. Are they the legendary Pokemon? People wondered. Nobody knew the answer and people didn't really bother to run after them. They just hoped that these 2 don't make any problems for them. Soon, Ragnarok and Alexander landed on the ground, with Alexander winning the whole race. But they didn't see the people near them. Then suddenly, a red and white ball came flying and bumped into Alexander's lion head. The ball opened and some kind of light came from it. It tried to do something to Alexander but he couldn't feel anything from it. The ball fell back on the ground. I told you it won't work. Look at them, they look so scary and strong. A voice came from behind the bushes. Alexander just blew air towards it and the bushes were thrown away. There, he saw 3 people. A blue-haired man, a red-haired woman and a talking cat. What should we do now, Jessie? James asked scaredly. But Jessie had stars in her eyes. Look at them. If we can catch even one of them, then the boss would be so happy. We already have got the Pikachu. With this, we will be rewarded. Hey, we might just die before we get that far. Can't you see them? They are way above our league. Wait, why do I feel so windy? Oh no. Meowth was speaking, but suddenly they realized that they were not in cover anymore. Alexander looked down at them, Jessie, James and Meowth. So you 3 are criminals. Team Rocket ha! Team Rocket was a criminal organization. Their main objective was to obtain powerful and rare Pokemon to help their criminal syndicate in the hopes of someday taking over the world. They obtain these Pokemon by regular capture, or more often, theft. In addition to this, they also perform inhumane experiments on Pokemon to further enhance their power. The 3 were terrified of seeing Alexander talking to them. So you 3 are thieves? Steal these cute little puppies and even experiment on them? People like you deserve a special place in hell. Sign these documents now and renounce your villainous path. He threw 3 golden pages at them in pens. These were magical contracts, binding them to never be able to do anything bad again. The 3 were scared and they signed the letters without reading. Then, they ran away, not knowing that they can never commit a crime again. There, Alexander saw a little rat-like animal inside a cage. He opened it with his claw. Pikachu came out slowly, a little wary of Alexander. But animals had the ability to judge if someone was hostile and he didn't feel anything from Alexander or Ragnarok. Because to these two, Pikachu was just a little pup. Pika Pika. Pikachu spoke. Alexander chuckled and returned to his human form, followed by Ragnarok. Pikachu was a bit shocked. Hello, little one. No need to be afraid. This is my real form. Alexander explained. Pikachu was able to understand him. Pikachu slowly came to him and soon jumped onto his shoulder. Haha, good kid. Let's go and find your keeper. Pop. Grandpa, I sensed something too cute nearby. Thea came out of nowhere, along with Kome and Chappie. But Chappie looked a bit sad at the moment. Yes, Thea, look here. This is Pikachu. Pikachu, she is my granddaughter. Alexander introduced them. Thea quickly hugged Pikachu. Pikachu also didn't mind. He was generally a good boy with kids. Kome, meanwhile, was just escorting Thea, so he sat on Ragnarok's shoulder and talked. Grandpa Raggy, where are we? He asked. I don't know, kid. Some weird world where animals are made to fight each other. Ragnarok bluntly explained. That's bad, Kome exclaimed. On the other hand, Alexander lifted Chappie the puppy in his arms. He caressed his head and asked, what happened, child? Where did Dad go? Chappie inquired. Hats had not come back yet and it was getting lonely for Chappie. After all, Chappie usually spent most of his time with Hats. Don't worry, kid. Hats went to do some important work. He will be back soon. Why don't you play with Thea and Pikachu? There are also many more animals like them. They are called Pokemon and are intelligent. He suggested. Okay. Chappie licked Alexander's face and jumped down. They continued to walk in a direction. Thea, Pikachu, Kome, and Chappie continued to talk to each other as if they understood the words. Alexander's omniscience had told him all he needed to know about what was going to happen and what this world was. Bulbasaur. A cute voice came. Alexander brought everyone to a small pond where a lot of Bulbasaur were bathing. The cute little frog-like friendly creatures were all that Thea needed. They all got to play with them. Alexander and Ragnarok were more like senior beasts in their eyes, so they just respected them while accepting that they wouldn't harm them. Alexander intently looked at all of them. Ragnarok saw Alexander's face and had a thought. Ah, I know that face. I know what you are thinking. You are thinking of making your own planet with all these Pokemon, right? Ragnarok asked. Alexander chuckled. You are giving Olivia a tough competition in reading me. Well, I am indeed thinking that. There are so many varieties. I want some of them to start a new life in my solar system. They can live there in peace. Well, your planets, your wish. Ragnarok shrugged. He he he. Stop, he he. Thea giggled as a Bulbasaur licked her face. Grandpa, can we bring them with us? She asked. He just nodded. Ragnarok though, his eyes were twitching. Both grandfather and granddaughter are like each other. They spent some time there. Alexander talked to the leader of these Bulbasaur. It was an evolved Bulbasaur. It was called Venusaur. Surprisingly, he accepted Alexander's proposal and agreed to migrate. Alexander opened a portal for them and sent them to his new planet in the pocket dimension, named as Pokheim. When Alexander and the rest decided to move ahead, a group of kids appeared. Pikachu, where are you? The kids shouted. They were a cap-wearing kid, a kid with closed eyes and an orange-haired girl. Come, Ash, Brock and Misty. Alexander welcomed them. Pika Pika. Pikachu ran to Ash and jumped into his arms. Both of them hugged each other. The 3 kids came to Alexander and spoke politely. That was until they saw Kome. Chappie looked like a simple dog, so only Misty fawned over him. But Ash and Brock saw Kome. What Pokemon is that? Ash asked and took out his Pokédex. He scanned Kome with it. But all he saw was error 404, not found. His heart jumped in joy, thinking that it was a new Pokemon. But Alexander knew everything already, so he spoke and spoiled his happiness. No, he's not a Pokemon. His name is Kome, he's an alien. Yup, I am Lucky 7 Kome, Kome shouted. Ash and Brock were in shock. This, he spoke, like Meowth. Of course I can speak. Kome is very smart, you know. Kome said. Alexander waved his hand and a few chairs materialized. Come, heave seats. Now all three were shocked. They looked at the chairs that came from thin air and then Alexander. The three asked at the same time, what? Who are you? You can see the Team Rocket, Pikachu, Bulbasaur, and the trio on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 663, 663. Tickles. I am Alexander, this is Ragnarok. Those are my kids, Kome, Thea, and Chappie. Kids, say hello. Alexander introduced. All three waved their little hands at the people. So, Ash Ketchum, you want to become a Pokemon Master, the greatest Pokemon trainer ever? Alexander asked. Yes, I will become the best Pokemon Master in the world. Ash excitedly jumped. Well, then you have my blessings. Alexander replied. He already knew that these were all good kids and took good care of their Pokemon. Unlike what he used to think before, that these Pokemon are being abused, now his mind was changed. Because he knows what these Pokemon were. These Pokemon were intelligent beings. They have the choice to be inside a Pokeball or not, they can totally kill their master if they want to. These Pokemon were beings that had the ability to evolve and to do that many times they have to push themselves. For this, they would even fight in the wild. While being taken inside the Pokeball, they would even try to gauge the strength of their new master. If they think it is not enough, they will reject you. So, Alexander could not find any fault in this world. The Pokemon tournaments were even a good way to let Pokemon exercise and evolve slowly. Though, there were still some bad seeds like in every society. They were focused on harming these creatures or stealing them. The world's purity was at 80% or so, it wasn't going to take him a lot of time to deal with it. I'm sure Olivia and others would really love being here. With these cute Pokemon, they will get some mental relaxation, Alexander thought. So, he called everyone out. Olivia, Dobby, Amy, her adopted daughter Erica, Golly, Rena, Hela, Medusa, Ajax, Leonidas, Natasha, Loki and everyone else came out. Ragnarok also came with his new student. Also, Iroh and Buddha also came. Come, my beautiful wife. Let's set up a nice camp here and enjoy a little time. We will soon be entering the end game, and things will become very serious then. Alexander said. Really? I can't imagine you settling down. Let's see what you will do then. Olivia replied. Have some faith in me, Oli. Anyway, bring me my little granddaughter. Where is Erica? He asked. Amy quickly came and handed her daughter to him. Alexander made funny faces to make the little girl laugh. Look at that face, how can she be related to that guy? Alexander questioned. You don't even know what he looks like, Oliva said. Well, as long as we know that his heart is so dark, then he can't really be a good person. He could have just changed his face to look pretty, it's not that hard. Alexander argued. Can't argue with that. Let's just hope that, like in most stories, good wins over the bad. I don't want to see your ass kicked. Olivia joked. Alexander proudly puffed out his chest, your husband has gotten very much stronger, Oli. I will not lose to anyone now. Yeah, we'll see. A distance from them, Buddha was currently surrounded by various Pokemon. Some were just climbing over him, some were being caressed by his hand and some were sitting near him. A Chansey was sitting beside him. Rockruff was trying to climb him, but failing to do it. It was like a dog, so it had struck a good friendship with Chappie. There was also a timid deerling, who was sleeping beside him with its head on Buddha's lap. Then there was an Eevee, getting its head patted. Buddha just smiled constantly while the Pokemon basked in his kindred presence. Ragnarok meanwhile, was talking to two dragon-type Pokemon. One was Dragonite, who was being lectured on becoming a bit less selfless, and the other was Charizard, who was asking Ragnarok for a good fight. Dobby, on the other hand, was meeting some plant-based Pokemon. They were all talking in some plant language that normal folks couldn't understand. They spent a day there while Alexander cleaned the criminals of the world too. All the bad secret organizations were removed. The world's purity immediately jumped to 97%. After that, he traveled the world and asked many alien colonies if they wanted to move on to his planet. Most of them agreed, as human incursion was increasing day by day in many of their territories. After a good relaxing day, it was time to continue the work. But before they could, someone returned. Pop. Yo, how are you, folks? Did you miss me? Hats appeared. He had soft silk robes on and a crown on his head. His fur looked shiny as if it was polished. Dad. Chappa saw Hats and ran to him and hugged him. Hats patted his head, good boy, let's have some fun later. We will play games. Chappa nodded. Then, Hats saw Olivia and had the same reaction as Chappa had. Grandma. He ran to her and jumped onto her lap. Olivia chuckled and caressed his fur. Hats, why do I feel you've gotten fatter? I can feel your increased weight. Have you been slacking on exercising? Hats purred and complained, Grandma, I was sick, you know. All because of that Raggy, he played with my little heart. I was so sad all this time, but I kept myself busy at work to forget this sadness. Alexander's got goosebumps listening to all this cringe. Does he always talk to you like that? Like a little spoiled young master? Olivia nodded, of course, he always comes to me to get spoiled, don't you? Of course, Grandma is the best prrrr. Hats melted. Alexander shook his head, this interaction was so bizarre. He got up and left, but he did hear Olivia talking to Hats. Hats, my boy, we will look for a cute little cat princess for you later. Don't be saddened by what happened. Olivia pampered him. Alexander felt disgusted and left. He went to find Thea. She was playing with her new best friend, SCP-999. Tickle Monster was now her best first because both of them shared so many similarities. They had powers similar to each other, and by staying together, they reciprocated and both of them stayed happy. What are my two little wizards doing? He asked. Grandpa, I and Tickly came up with a new technique. Can we try it on you? She asked. Alexander sat beside them, sure. The two then suddenly jumped and started really tickling him while using their power to intensify it. Alexander really started laughing. Ha 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 ha, ah, stop you two, haha. I will get a heart attack otherwise. Alexander said. But seeing they were not stopping, he made them fly up and then he started tickling them back. 664, 664. Endgame begins. Because of Alexander's omniscience, he already knew where he was going to go now. And this time, it was going to be a world he knew very well. But it was also a world from where Zulrich started his journey, and Alexander was sure that he must have already taken over the whole multiverse of this world. But Alexander needed to face it, today or tomorrow. So why not now? He kept his guard up and senses sharp and left the Pokemon world. Whoosh! Gotham City. A Norwegian mercenary founded Gotham City in 1635 and the British later took it over. To an extent, this mirrored the history of many American cities that changed hands over the course of time. During the American Revolutionary War, Gotham City was the site of a major battle and rumors held it to be the site of various occult rites. It was a dark and foreboding place rife with crime, grime, and corruption. GCPD tries to curb these crimes, but often they take help from a vigilante named Batman. However, for a few years now, the crimes, not just in Gotham City, but the whole world had increased by a lot. To the point that it seemed a demon had possessed Mother Earth. The vigilante cut one criminal, another would arise. It was an endless cycle and sadly, the bad guys were winning. People were now scared of going out at night, nightlife was non-existent as only criminals and unexplainable creatures of dark roamed through at those times. But, then, suddenly, one day people felt a wave of warmth coming from the sky. No matter if it was day or night, all felt it. Unlike the warmth of the sun, this warmed their hearts. This warmth brought new hope. Will tomorrow be better? Unknown to the people, these changes were happening because of some extra-dimensional traveler. Batcave. Sir, there seems to be some kind of anomaly happening near Jupiter. A kind of energy burst was detected there, it seems. Supernatural in nature. Alfred said while working on the computers. Behind him, Bruce Wayne was putting on the batsuit. What's supernatural about it? Bruce asked. Its origin. It doesn't have an origin. It appeared out of nowhere as if someone opened a door and entered. Alfred explained. Bruce stopped in his way, you mean? It's an alien. Nothing is certain, sir. We have no means to make sure. We should have sent better satellites before, but you stopped that project. Alfred reminded him. Alfred does this many times, this keeps Bruce from thinking he was perfect. Sigh. Then I guess we can't do anything. Okay, you keep an eye on this. I will go and catch some criminals. Bruce got into his Batmobile and left. Themyscira. Although Diana had left her home, it didn't mean her home ceased to exist. They were still the same and followed the gods more closely. Hippolyta, Queen of Themyscira, felt a presence in the sky never felt before. Guardians of the Universe, creators of the Green Lantern Corps, also saw this happening from their planet called Oa, which was at the center of the universe. Most of the supreme strong beings of the universe felt this change occurring and guessed what it could be. Alexander's arrival was widely felt, but the one who was most concerned with it was not a person of this universe. He was an angel turned dark angel who worked for Zulrich. He was the god of this realm and its timeline. Like most other angels turned dark angels, this was too, mind controlled by Zulrich to do his bid. He was the reason the world had turned darker. His name was Darien, a former warrior angel of heaven. He was one of the first beings to fight Zulrich and then be mind-controlled by him. He sensed Alexander and came quickly to kill him. No one was supposed to interfere with this realm. Alexander was near Jupiter when he saw a light coming towards him. Soon, he saw a man with black wings. "Let me guess, you work for Zulrich?" Alexander asked. "I am Darien, controller of this universe. You should leave or else you will face the fury of Zulrich directly." Darien threatened him. I understand. Do tell me, what happened to the god of this universe?" "The Presence was its name." Alexander inquired. "Dead, slain by Zulrich himself and erased subsequently," Darien replied. "Sigh. Why must there be so much violence, just for the ambitions of one single man?" Alexander sighed in sadness. Alexander was way stronger than this angel in front of him. Killing him was as easy as lifting his hand now. But he did not want to kill him. The reason was simple: he was not evil, he was just under the mind control of Zulrich, and now, Alexander had the perfect weapon to counter it. It was the bracelet that God gave him, that could resist Zulrich's power. But, Alexander had one chance to do this. If he did not do it right, then Zulrich will be notified by Darien. He took a long breath, closed his eyes. He used his omniscience to the fullest, seeing what would be the reaction of every possible action of his. Then, finally, he found one where Darien wouldn't be able to call Zulrich first. It was a tried and tested method, but it was also a bit shameful. So, Alexander told Ajax to do it. In return he would get a new game to play, which was nothing but Cyberpunk 2077 with 5 years of future updates. Ajax was ready. "Do it." As soon as Alexander's command came, a cloud of smoke appeared in front of Darien. Harem clone jutsu. Ajax turned into 10 different nude ladies. Alexander held his laughter and appeared right beside Darien while his mind was empty. He put the bracelet on his hand at lightning speed. The second he stepped back, Darien started struggling, as if he was having seizures. He held his head tightly with his hands. "It's got to hurt." After all, Zulrich's trick was a mental one. Darien screamed in pain. Alexander threw some healing potion on him to make him feel smooth. He also brought the strongest weapon of his, the cute little SCP-999, Tickle Monster. "Good, kid. Make that guy less sad," Alexander said. "Aya." He nodded and went to hug Darien. Soon, Darien was back to normal. His black wings had now turned back to white. But he had lost all his energy. Alexander went and supported him. "Easy, now, kid. It's all fine." He was breathing heavily. "Thanks. Godson. I was stuck in a mental prison. Calm down now, let's go to Earth, we will get you some good rest. Speak after that." Alexander helped him. "A/N, this is the beginning of the end, I guess. Currently, I am just 5-6 chapters away from ending the novel on Patreon. You can see Gotham City, Bruce, and Alfred, Guardians of the Universe and Themyscira on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 665. Bank job. Alexander brought Darien to Earth, to a nice hotel to be precise. It was in a random city that he chose to start with. The world's purity was at 60% and the universe's purity was at 60% too. His identity didn't matter at this point now because he was too powerful and could be whatever he wanted. "Grandpa, can I go out and see the city? It looks so weird outside. I'm 15 now, I can take care of myself," Ajax requested. "Only if you take hats with you," Alexander said. Ajax quickly agreed. He ran to Alexander, gave him a quick hug and ran away. He went into Fahim and dragged hats out. Cough. Darien was waking up. Alexander helped him. "Easy, son. How long were you trapped under his control?" "I don't know, I don't even remember what I was doing, it's all blurry and there's guilt for some reason. I remember, I was sent here from heaven to kill Zulrich but I was ambushed. He killed all the lesser angels that came with me and trapped me," Darien described. Alexander patted his shoulder and gave him some water from Fahim. It had healing properties. "It's all right, kid. Calm down. I will take that guy down soon. Why don't you go back up there and rest?" Alexander asked. But Darien sternly denied, "No, I will not back down. Not so easily. He killed my soldiers. For this, I must punish the evildoers." "Well, okay then. Stay here and recuperate while I go out and do my job. Here, take these senzu beans. They can help you heal." Alexander handed him a small pouch. These beans were not the same as from Dragon Ball World. Because they don't work on people of Alexander's caliber. So, he updates them a lot by adding some secret ingredients. Now, they can help angels too. Hats looked around at the dark aura of the city. Oh, I feel I'm going to like this world. It's so dark. Right? I felt weird about it too. Ajax exclaimed. Let's roam around and see what's going on in the city. Since we came here, I've been hearing loud police sirens from every side. Hats said. Cool, we shall be the keepers of justice here. Ajax cheered for himself. They went straight to a bar, the best place to find info about criminals. It was very lively there, but Ajax and Hats didn't know that almost all of them were criminals. Ha ha ha, did you read that? Yesterday, Batman was beaten. The thieves got away. A man laughed. Yeah, the bastard is so bad, he even led Superman to his death. His parents must be proud. Another man said. Ha ha ha, well, we don't know how bats feels. Do they even have feelings? The earlier man replied. Both started laughing. Hats and Ajax sat normally and kept on hearing everything. People were talking about superheroes, it seemed. Ajax had read some DC comics but just enough to know the names and not much else. Hats was more into manga though, so he did not read it. Let's head out, Ajax. It's boring here. They're nothing but some fools rambling. Hats scoffed. What did you say? Suddenly the two men stood up. Hats waved his hand and released a strong wind force, making the two stumble and fall. Ajax chuckled, drink less, folks. They left the pub and walked the streets. It was nighttime now. In a matter of an hour, the two saw a carjacking and mugging happening in front of their eyes. Damn, this place is worse than I thought. Police are always late to arrive at the scene. I don't understand, are the criminals too efficient or are the police too incompetent? Ajax wondered. Meow. They heard a cat noise from an alley. Hats followed it and Ajax was behind him. They arrived at an ongoing crime. A woman in a hot black suit with cat ears was robbing a guy. Then, she leapt onto the wall and climbed the building. Hats suddenly felt something happening inside his body. His heart was beating fast. Very fast. A sensation of tickle ran through his body. Ajax, you bastard, thanks for bringing me here. Take care now, see you later. I gotta follow my heart. I had a calling. Hats jumped to follow the cat girl. Ajax was left there alone. Come back, you horny cat. But Hats ran away. He turned around and just continued walking while cursing Hats. I'm gonna complain to Grandma, how could he? Bump. Ajax mistakenly bumped into someone. Knowing his strength, he was worried about the other party. He looked forward and saw a woman, in light clown makeup and a red and blue leather jacket and shorts. She had blonde hair but one side was dyed red and one side blue. She looked very pretty though. Hey, can't you see? You hurt this sad maiden, the woman yelled. Ajax quickly went forward to help her. Sorry, miss. I was not looking. My friend just abandoned me to chase after some girl, I was just thinking about that. The woman looked at him and blushed a little. Ajax was now 15 years old, but his growth had returned after some years of depression and was already 5.8 feet tall with a lean build. He usually wore a dark red leather jacket over a white t-shirt and black jeans. They amplified his look as he had dual-tone hair with one side red and one side white. Ajax put his hand forward and the woman held it, still with a blush and a bit flustered with his fabulous looks. Ah, it's fine. So we are a bit similar it seems. My bastard of a lover dumped me. He tried to kill me, even though I forgave him for it before once, he tried it again. She patted her clothes clean. Well, I am Harley Quinn, people usually call me crazy and I think I am crazy but I usually bash such people's heads before they can spread the word so I think I am not crazy. I am Ajax Maxim Universe, I am super strong and break things a lot, so people think I am clumsy but in reality, they're all accidents. Ajax introduced himself. He was used to be with Hats so he was a bit okay with talking to crazy people. Oh ho ho, you are just like me then? You even dress like me? Are you sure you are not some pervert follower of mine? She asked seductively as she licked her lips. Ajax was going through such things for the first time. No, I was not, miss. I usually wear such clothes. My hair is also genetic. She suddenly put her both arms around his neck and her face closer to his. Haha. I was just kidding, Ajax. Besides, I'd rather have a pervert as handsome as you than some fat creep. What do you say, you wanna do a job with me? It's at the bank. Ajax thought for a second. He had nothing to do anyway, so he agreed. Okay, miss. Let's do it. She suddenly left a peck on his cheek, leaving her lipstick mark. Awesome, let's go. Also, call me Harley. Ajax was taken aback by her openness. He touched the lipstick mark on his cheek and wiped it clean. Are all women in this world so forward? Come quick, Ajax. We don't want the bank to close. She shouted while cheerfully running in front of him. Stoob. Wait for me. Woman. I mean. Catwoman. Hats ran after the cat-like lady. His heart was pounding very fast. He wanted to talk to this woman, so agile, so cat-like. You can see the bar, Catwoman, and Harley on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 666. 666. Ready for a date. This Catwoman was Selina Kyle. Years of training had made her stealthy and agile as a world-class criminal, and her mastery of martial arts made her a formidable physical opponent. Although she began her career as a burglar, she had since then reformed and begun protecting Gotham City in her own style. Her history was also a painful one. She married at a young age to a wealthy man who beat her. When they divorced, he used his connections to try and ruin her in every way. The only loss he understood was material, so she broke in and stole all of his possessions. Believing that she deserved these things for the pain she'd been through, she became the cat for 2 years until she met Batman. She had just mugged a mugger to return the purse to an old lady. But, now she was being chased by a creepy cat with a creepy smile. And on top of that, it meowed as if it was speaking. Go away, stupid cat. She shouted back. No. You are my fated one. Hats shouted back. Catwoman abruptly stopped running. This was a clear sentence. This cat was really not normal. Hats came to her proudly with his chest out and walking on 2 feet. Hey there, beautiful. Where are you going? There was a long silence. Catwoman was trying to understand the situation she was in. A talking cat, who came out of nowhere, was trying to flirt with her. She didn't even know if she should get mad or be surprised. What are you? She asked back. I am, one and only, Hats, god of chaos of the entire Omniverse. Hats revealed. Sure, I created the universe then. Now be honest, which lab did you run out of? She asked, totally not believing in his self-declaration of his identity. I'm not lying, lady. Seriously, why do you not believe me? Because I look like a small cat? He asked with arms wide open. Catwoman seemed to be enjoying the talk, so she sat down on the roof. Exactly, you look like an ordinary cat who somehow got the ability to speak. Is that so? Okay then. Ask me to do something that will make you believe that I am not lying. Hats said confidently. Are you sure? Then destroy this planet. She demanded. I can easily do that. But, you would die then. Hats argued. Fair enough, then I want you to give me 100 bricks of gold. Right now. She wished. Hats chuckled, this one is too easy. Here you go. Snap. Hats snapped his fat fingers and all of a sudden, shining bright gold bricks appeared beside Catwoman. She was left speechless and shocked. She picked one of the bricks and checked them herself, by biting it, by scratching it. All of them were real. Are you really not lying? She asked in disbelief. Gods are real, she wondered. Absolutely, do you want to fly in the sky with me? Hats asked. I don't. Hats didn't let her speak. He made her hover nearby himself and soared to the sky. At first, Catwoman was hyperventilating a bit, but soon she started enjoying the scenery on the ground. All the lights of Gotham City were intoxicating. She turned to the strange cat flying beside her. He looked kinda pretty with the city lights making his fur shine. She couldn't help but think that Hats was not lying, maybe he really was some kind of a strange god. So, why did you follow me, Hats? She inquired politely. Hats rubbed his head, I found you very pretty and hoped to date you, so I followed you behind. I know it's creepy but I really wanted to talk. Haha, this is my first time being asked out by a cat, but I am single at the moment and I can't really deny my sugar kitty now as you've given me so much gold. She jokingly said. Yeah, just make sure you don't sell all of it in one place. Otherwise, the gold market will tank. Hats advised. I know what to do with this material, been in this business for a long time now. Seems the gods don't know much about mortal stuff. She asked. Well, I won't deny that. But I do know about gods who are very much involved with humans. He's probably around somewhere too, but you can ignore him, he's an old man who likes helping people a lot, it's kind of like his fetish. Hats said. Then he seems somewhat similar to someone I know. Anyway, I am Selina Kyle, just call me Selina. So, where do you want our date to happen? She inquired. Can you help me buy a nice house first? I don't have any place to live in the city. Hats asked. Smart boy. You are trying to find more opportunities to be with me instead of just a date. Well, I need to change my clothes first, can't roam around like this. What about you? Do you have some kind of a human form? She inquired. Hat's little love-struck heart panicked. He didn't really have a human form because he never needed it. He never thought he would like a human-ish girl. Of course, let's meet in an hour near the city hall. Hats assured. With that, he said goodbye and ran away to find Alexander. Alexander was currently on the road, driving his nice convertible car. He was going to an investors' summit as a big fat-pocketed investor. A lot of rich folks were going to come there. Pop. Old Maayan. Help me oh. Hats appeared out of nowhere. Alexander was expecting him, his omniscience was really a big natural spoiler to him. But he still acted with others like he didn't know. What happened, Hats? Alexander asked. I met a girl, I really like her. We will be going out later. I need a human form, or else I will be nothing but a joke. She will not be serious. Hats cried. Well, Hats my boy, here, eat this and also practice the technique I just sent to your brain. Alexander did his magic. Hats took in the information for a few seconds. Finally, he understood. Go to your grandma, she will give you some clothes and get you ready. Alexander nudged him. Hats was so happy, he hugged Alexander and before disappearing said, You're the best, Grandpa. Alexander chuckled. This was the first time Hats had called him this. Haha, of course, I am the best grandpa in the world. Faham. Grandma aaa. I got a date. Please help me get ready. I need to look the best in my human form. Hats requested. You have a human form? She inquired. Yes, Grandpa taught me. Hurry now. I don't have much time. Hats rushed. Olivia chuckled, okay, calm down. I'll get you some new clothes. Come with me. Amy. You can draw clothes for him. Soon, Hats had turned into his human cat self. Thea saw him and exclaimed. Wow! Uncle Hats is pretty. Hee, thanks, Thea. Hats was in a happy mood. Slowly, a full t-shirt was made for him, matching his purple hair and cat ears. Then, there was a black overcoat with a hint of gold here and there. Also, some jewelry was added by Rena and Golly. Look at my Hats. So cute. Olivia spoke proudly. She clicked a few pictures of him. Hee, thanks, Grandma. Hats blushed. Boz, all the best. Chappie also spoke. Well, Chappie was his adopted son, so Hats felt very nice hearing him. He caressed Chappie's head and decided to go out. Okay, everyone. It's time for me to go and face the challenge. Pop. I think you made him look too pretty. Hella, who was just seeing them from a distance while reading a book, spoke. Well, that's an advantage then. Amy shrugged. Check the paragraph comment to see Hats. You can see human form of Hats on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 667. Crazy girl. While Hats was getting ready, Ajax had followed Harley Quinn to a bank. As soon as they entered, Harley tied a cloth around his face quickly and herself wore a mask. God knows from where, she took out a gun. All right everyone. On the ground. Give me all your wallets. You. Open the safe. Ajax, honey, why don't you collect the cash? She sweetly asked. So it's a robbery. Well, don't mind me if I bring you on the right path now, Ajax internally thought. He acted along and collected money from all the people. Then proceeded to the locker. From there, they in total collected $600,000 in cash. The bag had gotten very heavy by now. Sweetie. Let's go. Harley Quinn cheered. But, Ajax suddenly stopped and looked at an old woman, laying on the floor in surrender. She was weeping silently. Ajax went to her, what happened, old lady? Why are you crying? We are not going to hurt you. Hey, Ajax, what are you doing? The police will be here soon, Harley warned. Just hear her out. If the police come, I will take care of them. He confidently said. He helped the old lady get up. What's the matter, Grandma? Please don't take the money. I need it urgently. My daughter is in the hospital. She needs immediate surgery, if I don't bring money on time they won't operate on her. She cried. Ajax was taken aback, but not Harley Quinn. But then Ajax whispered something in her ears. Then, he grabbed Harley's hand and dashed. Outside, they entered an alley. Soon, the same old lady came there. Ajax took out thick stacks of $100 bills from the money bag. They were a few tens of thousands of dollars. He put them in another bag and handed it to her. Go quickly now. The old lady hurriedly left. Ajax saw her leave. But suddenly, he felt Harley's arm around his shoulder, her breasts touching his back and right arm. He would be lying if he said he didn't feel anything. He was a man and was obviously attracted to beautiful women, and Harley was very high in the hotness ranking. But, for now, he wanted to help her first. He only knew bits and pieces about her from the comic, so to know her past, he needed her to tell him herself. My man, Ajax. Why did you give her the money? She just hustled you. Pretty sure she's gonna go somewhere and buy some crack. Harley guessed. No, you are wrong, Harley. She really is going to the hospital. Why don't we bet? He asked. Okay, what do I get if I win? She inquired. You will get whatever you want. Money? Weapons? Power? Anything. He offered. And what do you want in return? She asked. But then she suddenly jumped onto his arms. Don't tell me, you want this young maiden's ripe body? Well, I won't mind giving it to you, as long as you kill Joker and Batman for me. She said, turning a bit serious when she said Joker. Ajax also playfully held her chin in his hand and brought himself closer. Don't say that because I might just do it. Harley kept on looking straight into Ajax's deep blue eyes. Then suddenly she felt her heartbeat getting faster. Ajax also stepped back just then. Harley, I don't get close to people before knowing them. So, even if it's your ripe body, I won't touch it before we have a good long date. That's what you have to do if you lose. He said. What? AJ, aren't we already on a date? She asked. What are you saying? This is not a date, at least not for me, mine will be different. He clarified. Oh Ajax, don't say it like that. Now I feel like purposely losing to see what you call a date. She excitedly exclaimed. Haha, only time will tell. Let's go and see what that old lady is doing. Ajax said. Both of them sneakily headed to the hospital. In fact, Ajax had cast a simple notice me not charm on them. Their dresses and looks were too noticeable otherwise. Also, seeing Harley act sneaky when she could be seen so easily was funny. Soon, they arrived at the hospital and followed the woman to the third floor. There, she went directly to the operation center and paid the money. Then she sat in the hallway, waiting for the operation to be done successfully. Ajax heard that she was a bit late and the chances of survival had gone down. He felt responsible. Damn it, you won, but I guess the money was well spent. Harley cursed. Weren't you looking forward to losing? He asked back. Of course, I'm interested in the date but still, I don't like losing. It's usually the other guys losing and crying after I crack open their skulls. She replied. Ajax shook his head, you stay here. I'll be back in a minute. He didn't allow her to say anything. He simply went into the operation room while making himself invisible and healed the daughter of the old lady so she wouldn't die in the operation. When he returned, Harley was looking at him with narrow eyes, as if she was having some kind of suspicion. Ajax, you know, I just realized, how little I know about you. Who are you? How could an innocent maiden like me hang around with a stranger? First of all, I am handsome and second, the date is where we can get to know each other. Now, why don't we meet tomorrow, right at the front of this hotel? Wear something nice, I will too. See you tomorrow, Harley, take care. He said and waved goodbye. Harley saw him leave slowly and disappear from her eyes. She suddenly felt saddened for some reason. Oh no, depression strikes again. Ajax, wait for me. She ran to him. Ajax already knew this was going to happen. He had already felt that this girl was not mentally stable. To correct her, her worldview needed to be corrected. Ajax looked back, what happened? Afraid of the dark? No, I'm not afraid of anything. Okay, maybe a little bit of the bats but that's all. Where do you live? Can I come with you? She inquired. Ajax stood with his arms crossed, Miss Harley, we haven't even been on our first date. You are really very fast. Hee, nice try, bad boy. You ain't getting to see this fine sculpture before I feel comfortable. Understand? She said authoritatively. Ajax chuckled because she was already wearing negligible clothes. A tight t-shirt under a jacket. Then there were the ultra-short shorts and leggings. Well, I can already see most of it. Correct, as you said, most of it. The real stuff is still locked behind doors. You need to find the key on your own. She said and made the action of locking a door and swallowing the key. You're crazy, Ajax commented and started walking. Boy, you don't even know the 1%er yet. She retorted. Fine fine, follow me if you want to find a place to rest. He said. 668, 668. Happy Hats. Selina Kyle waited for Hats in front of the city hall. She was wearing a simple red top, black leather jacket and denim jeans. She had already dealt with the gold and was now interested in knowing more about Hats. She waited for 5 minutes when suddenly someone's hand touched her shoulder. Her first instinct was to throw the person away over her shoulder, but she restrained because she heard the familiar voice. "Sorry to keep you waiting," the voice said. Selina turned around and finally saw the person. It was too different from an ordinary human but utterly attractive at the same time. Purple hair, cat-like yellow eyes, tall height and a good smile. However, the best part she found was the cat ears. She found them to be really cute. Hats felt weird as this was his first human transformation. He felt too conscious of his looks. Selina, on the other hand, Hats found to be looking as attractive as before. She still had that cat-like charm in her that he was attracted to. "Ah, just to be clear. This is not my true form. My cat form was the true form. I even know a dragon who in human form looks like an ordinary old man, but when he transforms into his dragon god form, he can be many times bigger than this planet," Hats explained. "Well, I can't find any faults. You look amazing. Come, I will show you some places you can buy to live in. By the way, who is this dragon god you talked about? Is he strong?" she asked while she wrapped her arm around his arm and walked with him. "Haha, I think we are equal, but I might be better in magic use. But, by far the strongest is my grandpa. He is a supreme being. Did you know, this world was taken over by a fallen angel? That was why there was an increase in crimes around the world. My grandpa dealt with it," Hats revealed. Well, what about you? Tell me, what do you do?" she asked. "I am the god of chaos. I rule the dark space between the worlds and also responsible for balance by keeping chaos and creation in check. It's a big job, but now it's very easy," Hats said. "And you rule the Omniverse, you said?" she inquired. "Of course. Anyway, tell me about yourself. How did you become so cat-like?" Hats asked. "Well, it's not all sunshine. I've accepted my past by now. There was a time when I was married. A young girl, who just looked very pretty. So, finding a rich suitor was not a problem. But, the young me who was hoping for a restful life was thrown into a viper's pit. He abused me, beat me, violated me for years. When we finally divorced, he used all connections possible to ruin my life so that I have no social standing, so that nobody gives me a job, so that I would return to him, sobbing, weeping, to be treated like an animal again. But I rejected it. I robbed his valuables and came to this city to start a new life. But, even here, life was not easy. I needed money, and for that, I started stealing. I wanted to fall in love and live again, but for that money was needed. But Batman caught me. Since then I have become significantly better though." She told mostly everything to Hats. Hats held her hand. "I was once a powerless little kitty too. I was ostracized because of my smile. Humans of that era tried to kill me because they saw me as a bad omen. Thankfully I was saved. But, I still have hatred for humans who harm others and abuse animals. Selina, tell me. Do you want revenge on that man? The one who scarred you for life?" Hats asked. His yellow eyes showed the confidence Selina had never seen before. Not even in Batman. Batman was a calculative person. He rarely went by feelings. But, Hats was different. He let his feelings influence his mind too. "Of course I do. I dream of strangling him with my own arms. But, I don't want to be a criminal again. If I kill him, I'm sure people will be after me," she said. "Don't worry, leave everything to me. All that matters is, are you ready for revenge?" Hats inquired. "Yes," Selina finally answered with confidence. Hats caught her and they flew away. They came to another city, half the country away. This time, he was able to hold Selina by her waist. Hats was happy. Soon, they came across a huge mansion. They quietly infiltrated and found the man. To their shock, they saw another woman being tied to chains there. She was beaten and bruised, and nearly looked lifeless. "That is another me," Selina sorrowfully said. Her eyes shined with a glint of anger. She looked at the man sleeping on the bed. Selina took out a dagger this time. Using nails would make people suspect her. Though she did not know what Hats was going to do to handle it. "Wake up, pig," Selina shouted. The man jolted up, he looked around left and right to make sense. Then he saw Selina. A creepy smile grew on his face. "Oh, Selina, my prized possession. You finally came back to me. Don't worry, I will accept you with open arms. Come, sleep with him." He couldn't complete his words. Hats had cut his arms. "Try touching her and I will skin you alive 1,000 times." Selena was shocked by Hat's speed. She didn't even see him move. To her, he was always standing there. She then again looked at the man, screaming now. You took away my youth from me. I hope you rot in hell. She cursed and finally sent her dagger through his abdomen. Then she took it out and let him bleed to death slowly. Hats, meanwhile, teleported every innocent away from the mansion. Selena, are you done? He asked. Yes, I can finally rest, knowing that he won't be coming after me anymore. She took a sigh of relief. Good, Hats teleported outside the mansion with her. They were at a good distance from the place. How are you going to deal with the evidence? Selena inquired. Hats just smirked, just watch. He lifted his finger towards the sky. Then, 1 minute later, a red fireball was seen dropping from the sky. As it got closer, they realized it was a meteor. Boom! With a loud noise, it fell on the mansion, destroying everything, from the body, bone to metal into nothingness. Selena's jaw was hung open. This, did you? Haha, isn't this the best way to destroy evidence? Hat sarcastically said. I guess it is. She also chuckled. Then, the two returned to Gotham City. Hats asked to buy a villa with a quiet area. So, he spent $15 million buying it. It was an expense not even registerable as an expense to Hats. So, my duty is over, Hats. Let's meet tomorrow. Selena said at the new villa's gates. Wait, I was planning to go to the investors' meet for Gotham City. My old man invited me there. It is an official event, would you like to be my partner for there? Hats asked. Selena smiled widely, you aren't letting me go, are you now? I don't have a dress to go there. Let's go shopping. Buy whatever dress you want, Hats suggested. No, I have perfect clothes at home. How about this, you lend me one of your new cars to go back and we will meet at the venue in an hour? She asked. Deal. Hats agreed. Soon, she was gone and it was just Hats left alone. Poof. He suddenly returned to his cat form and rolled on the floor. Yes. Nicey. Meow wahaha. He was just so happy that he didn't see his surroundings. While rolling, he saw two people standing on the side from the corner of his eye. Both were smiling smugly at him. Haha. Hats, you finally found a real date. Dobby spoke. Yes, my Hats is doing good. Olivia cheered for him. What are you doing here? Hats asked back. Alex told me you will need official clothes so here it goes. Olivia showed him a nice western suit. Boz, that lady was so pretty. Can I call her mom? Chappie asked. Hats blushed a little, no, at least not yet. Meanwhile, Alexander was meeting the two richest folks of this city. Bruce Wayne and Lex Luthor. Though Bruce Wayne was yet to arrive. You can see Selena in normal clothes on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 669. In the presence of God. Alexander was in a big party hall organized by Wayne Enterprises. It was done to invite investment into the city so that slowly the crime can be ridden from the city. Because the cause for so much crime was joblessness, if people had money in their pockets, they'd rather spend time at home eating a pizza than on streets busting open someone's skull. That's where Alexander came in. He was a rich man with a pocket so fat that everyone wanted to please him. Lex Luthor was one of the people crying for Alexander's investment in his new project based in the nuclear fusion reactor for creating energy. Lex was in jail not long ago, but, as always, the rich don't get punished too much in a capitalist society. Tell me, weren't you in prison not long ago? Also, you are the Lex Corp. Without you, there can be no company. You also often get winded up in lawsuits and even get jailed. That makes investing in your company a very dangerous thing. One dumb decision could destroy your stocks. So tell me now, why should I invest in your company? Alexander asked. The bald man in front of him kept smiling as if he was expecting this question. But even he had to agree, what Alexander said was true. He already knew about Bruce Wayne's alter ego and he was impressed how Bruce had kept himself away from the company. This way, even if something were to happen to him, it did not affect the company's value. But in his case, just the last time when he went to jail for releasing Doomsday, his company's stocks got crushed and his wealth decreased by a lot. His company was too volatile. Mr. Universe, let me assure you, the things that happened in the past were all due to mishap happenings in the midst of science projects. But this time, I want to create a power source for the future. So that the air can be cleaner in Gotham City. The cost of electricity will also become negligible if we are successful. Lex persuaded him. Boy, You think I am a layman in science so I'll believe everything, Alexander thought. In reality, Lex did think Alexander was not a man of science. He couldn't find too much info on him either, all he knew was that Alexander was a big businessman with wealth in tens of billions but the exact amount was unknown because it was all private assets. Well, show me a full plan for the reactor, then I will think about investing. Till then, I will be investing in some infrastructure of this city. You guys are lacking in public safety and health. I mean, come on, Metropolis is so close to here and that city is everything that Gotham City could be, though I am heavily invested in rebuilding that city at the moment. Those damn aliens really destroyed everything. Alexander said, indirectly cursing himself as he was also an alien. May I know how much you are thinking of investing? Lex asked. Billions, anyway, I'll go and enjoy the party now. Alexander ignored him and went to the side. There was the CEO of Wayne Enterprise, Lucius Fox, who looked like Morgan Freeman. From Alexander's knowledge, this man knew about Batman's identity because he was also his armorer. Mr. Universe, Gotham City welcomes you. It may not be in the best possible state but we are trying to make it better. Lucius Fox said while extending his hand. Sure, the city needs a lot of work. First, it needs to start with the police and justice department. I am very disappointed with their incompetence to punish criminals. Each time it's the same story. Some criminal breaks out of a prison or asylum, causes mayhem, gets caught again and then repeats it. You know, there is a limit to how much love and compassion you can show to a mad dog, but if he keeps on biting, he should be put down. Alexander said. Lucius Fox sipped on the champagne and replied, Do you believe in God, Mr. Universe? Alexander nearly coughed, Yes, I do. Then, aren't we all creation of God? What gives us the right to decide if one gets to live or die? He said. It was one of the dumbest things Alexander had heard. That's where the problem comes from. When religion clouds one's judgment. Compassion is only given to those who understand it. Let's say, police catches a murderer, they put him in prison but he runs away. He kills a few more people, he gets caught again and then runs again. He kills more people. Now, tell me, aren't the deaths of so many people now not just on the hands of that criminal, but also the police and the judicial system that let them down so many times? What gave that man the right to kill people? Is he a god? Alexander asked back and continued. There is a reason cataclysmic events happen around the world every few years. That is God's way of punishing mortals. Even he has a bottom line that must not be crossed. He has left the governing of the world to humans, now humans need to choose which people they want to keep. Honestly, the government spends more on these criminals than normal people. If that money was given to someone's healthcare that would have been more appreciative. But who am I to decide? Anyway, where is Bruce Wayne? I thought he'd be here. Alexander changed the topic. He should be here. Fox didn't really know. Bruce was a playboy, he was probably somewhere having fun. Old man. Suddenly someone greeted Alexander. He turned around and saw Hats in his new human form. He wore a formal party suit now. Ha ha ha, boy, you look good. Your grandma must have fawned over you. Alexander laughed. Hats blushed, yeah, she took a lot of pictures. So, where is your date? Alexander inquired. She said she'd meet me here. Hats replied. Whoa. Suddenly there was a movement in the crow. Everyone looked in one direction. Alexander and Hats looked and saw a very beautiful woman coming in. She saw Hats and directly passed the crowd to reach him. A few young men tried to talk to her but they were brutally ignored. Wahaha. Hats, I approve of your choice. Alexander laughed. Meanwhile, Hats was flustered. She looked otherworldly. A perfect woman, wild like a cat and so beautiful that anyone would get jealous. Hello, Hats, you look handsome in this suit. She reached him and gave him a hug in front of everyone, making many men feel heartbroken. Look who's talking. I think many men had an orgasm just by your mere presence here. Hats jokingly replied. Haha. I can say the same about you. Look at all the women stealing a sight of you secretly. I bet they are all wet. She replied. Well, we too can ignore everyone then. Hats cheesily said. She held onto his arm and asked, Aren't you going to introduce me to him? Hats looked at Alexander. Oh, this is my grandpa. Alexander shook her hand. Pleasure to meet you, child. As soon as their hands touched, Selena felt her body freshen up as if all energy was back and the years of underlying injuries were healed. Hats, is he the same grandpa you were telling me about? She inquired. Hats nodded but also put a finger on his lips to tell her not to reveal it to others. In that instant, Selena's mind went blank. This person, he is, a supreme being? He, can destroy the universe easily. Why does he look so, human? These were the questions any normal human would ask as if they knew who Alexander was and then saw him for the first time. He looked like some ordinary old man, just high on steroids. How should I greet a god? She whispered to Hats. Haha, no need for that, Selena. Just treat him like an old man. He loves being called grandpa. He has lots of grandkids in his realm. He is also prone to random adoption. He would adopt any lonely kid or animal he sees, Hats explained. Selena nodded. That was exactly what she expected God to be like. You can see Lex and Selena on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 670. Virgin Boy is happy. After that, Alexander just talked to people around there. Hats and Celine also stayed nearby, talking and enjoying the evening. Once the two were together, neither any woman nor any man had the guts to approach them because they knew they couldn't really compete with them. Door opens. Soon, a drunk man with two women, one on his left and one on his right came in the hall. Everyone quickly recognized the man. It was Bruce Wayne, the playboy. Hey! Selena scoffed seeing him. Don't mind me, everyone. Just your normal Bruce Wayne here. Bruce shouted. It was a shame for the Wayne family. But he was rich so everyone ignored him. All except Alexander. Alexander went to him and spoke, Young man, you look drunk enough, you sure you shouldn't be at home instead of a party? Ha, no. I can drink a lot more. I just had the appetizer, it's time for the main course. Bruce said. Is that so? Why don't we have a drinking competition then? The loser has to pay $10 million to a children's healthcare charity. Alexander proposed, shocking many people there. Now that the matter involved money in the name of charity, Bruce had no way of refusing. Haha, don't regret it later, old man. Bruce confidently said, and with the aid of two girls, he was helped to sit. Alexander took another chair facing Bruce. Waiter, bring us 10 bottles of whiskey. You two girls, care to help us pour glasses? Alexander asked Bruce's companion. The two quickly agreed. They were hanging out with Bruce for fun and help in their career anyway. Alexander also seemed influential, so there was no need to say no. The two held bottles in their hands and poured them glasses. The rules are simple, one to give up or pass out first loses, Alexander said. You got it, old man. Let's start. Bruce affirmed. He was already drunk though. People surrounded them to watch the show. First glass was poured and quickly downed by the two. People usually stay cheerful at the beginning of such competitions. Second glass came. Soon, the sixth glass came. This time, Bruce made some vomiting-like face. But just then he saw Selena standing at the side. Oh, you're here too? Hats asked her, you know him? Yeah, he's my ex. Very irritating guy. He was good at the start but then it was all downhill. She replied. Hats looked back at Bruce with scornful eyes, I can see why. But then he suddenly shouted, Grandpa! Drown him, dot. Alexander seemed unaffected by drinking so much, but Bruce was slowly losing it. The glasses kept on refilling. After the 10th glass, Bruce was at his limit. But was still forcing himself as losing was something he was repulsive to. Quit it, son, your liver might give up otherwise, Alexander advised. It was funny because he was an old man. I can keep on going, just... He couldn't even finish speaking as his head fell on the table and he passed out. Haha, I guess that will be 10 million to charity. I also announce 100 million from me to charity. For various orphanages in Gotham City. Alexander announced loudly, gathering loud clapping from the crowd. After that, he signed many investment deals, some construction, some in companies, he even invested in Wayne Enterprises' new project. It was for some kind of a new engine. Lex Luthor couldn't get any because he needed to come up with a detailed plan. After that, there was also a ball. Hats and Selena danced together. Alexander, meanwhile, admired the couple. Soon, James Gordon, the commissioner of the Gotham City, came and sat in front of him. Hello, Mr. Universe, I am James Gordon, I know, the mayor mentioned you. So you've been taking help from the Batman? Can't say much about the general public, but if I were them I'd be very disappointed in you. The police need help to do their job. Alexander bluntly said. He had been to Marvel World and its police were far much better. Because there, superheroes were only needed in times of an attack from a supervillain. But here, even if it's a bank robbery, Batman was needed, and yet, the crime never goes down. You are very critical of us. Where did you live before coming here? I just wanted to know who we are competing with. Gordon asked. Man, every city is better than here. I saw carjacking 2 times on my way. One even tried to rob me. Why not just shoot them? You gotta throw some termite repellent when they start eating the furniture. Alexander said. That is the job of the court. We don't have permission to shoot either. Gordon replied. So you are saying that if given a chance, you are okay with shooting the criminals? Gordon nodded. That is the only way to save this city. Citizen to criminal ratio needs to be small in order for a good city to exist. Good, then I will be watching how you deal with them. Take care. Alexander said his goodbye and left. Next, he was going to go and meet some friends from space who had recently arrived on Earth. Hats and Selena, though, left after the ball. Such official events were good only for a short time. They went to the city harbor in their over-the-top get-up. They wanted some ice cream. You should have told me you didn't know how to dance. If I was not careful, my feet would have been swollen by now. Selena said jokingly. Hat, it was my first time. Hats shrugged. You know, if I didn't know you, I could have never imagined that you would have another form. By the way, how did you hide your ears? She inquired. I didn't. Only you and Grandpa were able to see them. I used magic to make everyone else perceive me without them. Hats revealed. So, you changed their minds. She deduced. No, not that. It's more of environmental magic. You cast it on an item and it makes an illusion. Hats explained. But their moment was spoiled by 5 goons who were just sitting nearby. Ho ho, what do we have here? Rich folks walking among us poor at night? Hats just shook his head in disappointment. These folks didn't know what was good for their health. She's quite pretty. Hey, boy. Don't folks up there talk about the distribution of wealth. Why don't you share her with us? The man, probably the group's leader, talked. Hat stopped in his footsteps. He looked behind at the 5 men. Whoosh. Pests. He suddenly appeared in front of them. Then, like throwing garbage, he threw all of them towards the sea, with enough force that they'd fall a kilometer away. They'd have to swim all the way back. He then walked back to Selena and stretched his arm out. She held it and they walked away with smiles on their faces. Gotham City Park. There was a dense region of trees and a lake in the center of the park. It was a dark night and some weird noises were coming from inside there. Chik chik. It was none other than the Archangel Douglas. Hey, such incompetent gardeners. These shrubs look so ugly. He was engrossed in his work. Cutting shrubs with his scissors. Who are you? What are you doing here? Suddenly a feminine voice came from behind him. Douglas wasn't shocked though. He kept on cutting, can't you see? I am tidying up the shrubs. I said stop it. She shouted. Douglas stopped and looked back. It was a pretty, greenish-skinned woman with red hair. She seemed to be controlling the plants around her. What is it, pretty lady? I'm just making them look more beautiful. I have a lot of experience in it. Douglas clarified. You are hurting them. She shouted. What? Really? I didn't know they could feel it. Douglas immediately felt bad. No need apologizing, I will just kill you. She angrily spoke. Then, all of a sudden, she came close to Douglas's face and kissed his lips. It was one of her abilities. She had a lethal toxin in her lips and was able to literally kill with a kiss. But she noticed that Douglas' face had a blush instead of pain. She immediately separated her lips. Why aren't you dead? She asked in shock. But Douglas was still smiling and blushing like a teenage girl. This was expected as he was a virgin man. Ah, that was magical. Thank you, lady. He said, making her go crazy in shock and anger. You can see Bruce and Poison Ivy on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 671. Wannabe gods. Alexander went to a desert where this alien had landed. The man was wearing a green and black colored dress and had a green mask on his eyes. He was also wearing a ring that was projecting a greenish bubble around him, helping him float in the air. Alexander arrived there via teleportation, and it alerted the man. So, why did the Green Lantern Corps send you for me? Alexander asked straightforwardly. The man in front of Alexander was Harold Hal Jordan. In the past, a dying alien named Sir who had been a member of the Green Lantern Corps crash-landed his ship in the Californian desert. Selecting a replacement officer for his position as a Green Lantern, the Green Lantern Power Ring chose Hal Jordan for his ability to overcome great fear. The ring and its abilities were explained to him, and he inherited the mantle of Green Lantern. Acting as a galactic police officer, it was his job to serve and protect all life in the space sector 2814. The universe was divided into 3,600 sectors. Hal had received the command from the Guardians to bring a newly arrived being to them for talking. He was warned that this person was immensely strong and that even if all the Green Lanterns and Guardians came to fight him together they wouldn't be able to beat him. From this, he knew he needed to tread carefully. "Hello, I am Hal. I was told that you would know why I came here." He asked. "Yes, your Guardians want to talk to me. Let's go," Alexander stated. Hal was surprised at how easy it was. He wasn't going to complain. But, the next moment, Alexander opened a portal. "Let's go. Your means of traveling is slow," Alexander said. They crossed the path and came upon a few blue, big-headed bald aliens. The Guardians of the Universe were people evolved on the planet Multiverse, and were possibly the first intelligent life forms in the universe. At that time they were tall grayish-blue humanoids with black hair. At some point, they came into contact with symbiote beings that existed on Multiverse, and became immortal, super-intelligent and gained inherent god-like abilities. They became scientists and thinkers, experimenting with the worlds around them. In a pivotal moment, billions of years ago, a Maltesian named Krona used time-bending technology to observe the beginning of the universe, despite the legends regarding it, telling them not to do it. However, a cosmic lightning bolt hit the machine, causing an explosion. This experiment unleashed evil across the universe and created the multiverse and the evil antimatter universe. It was later revealed that the same experiment flooded the beginning of the universe with entropy, causing it to be born old. Feeling responsible for Krona's actions, the Maltesians relocated to the planet Oa at the center of the universe and became the Guardians of the Universe. Their goal was simple: combat evil and create an orderly universe. They acted quickly on that goal. During this period they also changed to their current appearance. "Hello, everyone. You've got a nice place here. Where are we?" "Universal Center," Alexander asked as he looked around the large hall. "Welcome, unknown being. We would like to know about you. How are you so powerful?" they asked him. All of these blue aliens spoke in a monotonous tone. "I am Alexander Maxim Universe, I am from a higher dimension that rules all of the Omniverse," Alexander explained. "What do you mean rule? We have no monarch," one of them argued. "Well, my father created the Omniverse. But, he does not rule you like a king because he does not need to. He only watches over his creation," Alexander answered. Suddenly Hal exclaimed, "Wait, you are the son of that god then?" "Yes," Alexander nodded. "Creator of the Omniverse, you say? Then, what is your purpose?" they asked. "Well, for starters. Do you know that not long ago your universe was already taken over by a higher dimensional evil being?" Alexander asked. All of them looked at each other's faces. Then they answered. "We did know something was not right but we did not know what. I guessed that much. I have dealt with this problem for now. You are all the Guardians of the Universe, right? Tell me, why is the purity still at 60%? Ah, you don't know what it means. Well, what it means is, I divide worlds with how crime-ridden they are, how many sinners they are. Anything above 80 is decent. Above 90 is good. But yours has 60%. Tell me, why have you not killed all the sinners?" Alexander asked. His authoritative tone may have made the blue people angry. As one of them shouted back at Alexander. "We are immortal. We are the Guardians of the Universe. We can do whatever we like." "That was the worst possible answer you could have given me. Now, I advise you all to not meddle in my work. If you do, I will see you as an accomplice of sinners too." After sternly warning them, Alexander returned to Earth. He was already too above than these wannabe gods acting as the justice warriors of the universe. It was time to meet Batman. On Douglas' side, he had utterly shocked the nature-loving women. She was Poison Ivy, as told by herself. She tried to kill Douglas in many ways but all failed. Even her kiss failed and it was the ultimate weapon. She knew that she was very beautiful and men would lust over her, so she was never shy using her body to control men, use them for her gains and then dispose of them. Just a single touch from her could drive men crazy due to the pheromones she was able to spread. However, none of them seemed to work on the bloke in front of her, who seemingly enjoyed the kiss from her and now was acting shy. She was shocked. "What are you? How are you not affected by me?" she asked. I am affected by you, lady, by your beauty," Douglas replied cheesily. Who the hell are you?" she inquired. "Oh yes, sorry. I am Archangel Douglas. Nice to meet you, Poison Ivy." Douglas greeted. "Archangel? You mean like the ones who work for God?" she asked back. Her anger lessened a bit because she was interested now. "Absolutely. I work for God," Douglas affirmed. "Hey, stop fooling around. There is no God. If there was God, why is the world so evil? Why are there so many crimes?" she asked back. "You see, that is where the whole problem arises. It was God's work to make you, not rule you. He even sent so many demigods down to give humanity a path to follow, only for some of them to be hunted or killed by humans. He is not responsible for the evil as he didn't make it. He made humans, humans became evil on their own. Also, God does not just rule this single planet. He rules the entire omniverse where an infinite number of species live. You can't expect him to babysit everyone. Douglas lectured. Poison Ivy stayed silent for a while. What could a simple, powerless girl do against the physically stronger and deceiving men? Douglas turned serious. He realized that maybe she was talking about herself. I understand your frustration. But, it's not your fault. It's the people sitting in the powerful positions who don't do enough to change the state of the world it is in right now. Then, who can change it? She asked. I bet the old man is going to have a field trip soon. I can take you to Superior. He is a high god. He can help you with anything. Any problem can be solved as long as it's not evil. Douglas suggested. How powerful is he? Can he help stop humans from harming plants? She asked back. He can, but he won't. Stopping humans from doing this would be tampering with their minds. But, he can give you a whole planet with only plants. Or, maybe he can heal you if you want. He said. I don't need help from you all. All men are the same. You all can go to hell for all I care. She suddenly started shouting. Her mood swings were too sudden. Sigh. Well, I would ask you to tell me what happened to you. But I doubt you would tell me. Anyway, sorry for cutting your plants. I will fix them. Douglas used his powers and made the plants he had cut to return to their previous state. This feat of his surprised her a bit. But Douglas was already leaving. She bit her lip and shouted to stop him. Wait, can you fix all plants? You can see Green Lantern and Guardians on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 672. Let's drink some tea. Douglas stopped as he felt that she needed some kind of help. Yes, I can fix most of the things. Even if it is broken bones. Then, can you repair the greenhouse in this park? It had a lot of flowers growing there but some college students trashed the place. Now it's all in ruins. I am hunting the students responsible but I can't fix the damage. She asked. She sounded as if it physically hurt her. Sure, lead me to it. Douglas immediately agreed. He followed Poison Ivy and soon came to a large greenhouse. When he entered he saw all the plants were stomped and many flower pots were shattered. What kind of animals entered here? He wondered. The worst kind, humans. Poison Ivy said. Hee, nice. Well, I will fix it then. Douglas started waving his hand around. Things started to fly around and stuff got fixed. The plants returned to their better state. Flowers again showed their color. Yes, that's it. Poison Ivy cheered in happiness and touched the flowers. But Douglas didn't stop there, he even created a few lights and a table and chair for himself. Then he went and sat down and brought out some food from Fihaim. I'm hungry now. You wanna eat? He asked. Are you really not afraid that I might attack you? She asked in wonder. Why would I be afraid of you? You look more like a beautiful flower than a monster. Though it's a different case if you have some kind of secret transformation that turns you into a scary monster, Douglas japed. At least this brought a smile to her face. She also sat down. Douglas passed on her a sandwich. Don't worry, unlike you I don't release toxins and also, I don't need toxins to do anything. Why are you being so nice to me? I just tried to kill you. She asked. Tell me, would a lion worry about an ant trying to bite its nail? I didn't feel any threat from you, so there is no need to be angry. In fact, that was my first kiss. We angels aren't really allowed to do that kind of stuff, you know, snoo, in heaven, Douglas explained. She then finally took a bit and it was delicious. Why wouldn't it be? Olivia made it. So, why did you come here among us mortals? She asked normally. War. There is a war going on in the heavens. If the other side wins, all will be lost. This planet, this universe, past, future, all other universes. Douglas said. It startled her. She was not expecting anything so serious. What about you? What's your story? Douglas asked back. Poison Ivy sighed and started speaking as she was now in a good mood. I lived in a decently wealthy family. I always wanted to be a botanist. Well, not always, sometimes I wanted to be a rock and roll star, and sometimes I wanted to be a movie star or a model. But in the end, botany it was. I later studied advanced botanical biochemistry at a university under Dr. Jason Woodrow. I was a timid, shy girl, and I was easily seduced by my professor. So foolish I was to trust that man. Woodrow injected me with poisons and toxins as an experiment, causing my transformation. I nearly died twice as a result of those poisonings, driving me insane. Later Woodrow fled from the authorities, leaving me in the hospital for 6 months. I was enraged at the betrayal. I was used by him, mentally, physically and spiritually. I suffered from violent mood swings since then, being sweet one moment and evil the next. Later, my boyfriend had a car accident after mysteriously suffering from a massive fungal overgrowth. It was the last straw that broke me. I dropped out of school and left Seattle, eventually settling in Gotham City. Since then, I wanted to defend those who are defenseless from the cruelty of humanity. And I saw them as plants, nature. They don't have a voice and often end up abused. Those who usually tear down nature for the greed of humanity are typically males if you pay attention. That is why you hate all men? Douglas asked. Yes, I'd rather have all of them killed. She replied. Douglas then suddenly put his hand on hers. Man was a noob when it came to reading the atmosphere. Poison Ivy was shocked when he did that. A man touched her, it was an offense akin to trying to kill her. I feel your pain, Ivy. But don't lose hope just yet. Didn't I tell you, the old man is here. It's kind of his job to fix broken worlds with broken society. He is also a big nature lover. You should meet him. He advised. Where does he live? She asked directly. She would like to meet him if he was really as strong as Douglas said. Oh, don't worry, I will take you to him. Come with me. Douglas said. He cheerfully went closer to her, picked her in his arms in a princess carry and flew up. Ivy was so taken aback by the suddenness and the balls of this man that she forgot to protest. And when her senses came back, they were already in the air. She was a person who loved to stick to the ground, so this was not very appreciative. Afraid of falling, she held Douglas tightly. How can you be so thick-skinned? Why did you pick me like that? She questioned angrily. What? Can you fly? Do you want me to let you go? Douglas asked with genuine curiosity. No, no, don't let me go, don't let me go. She quickly refused, making her grip on him tighter. Alexander returned to Earth. He headed straight to the Wayne Manor. He rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Soon, an old man with a partially bald head came. He was in a butler suit. Yes. How is Bruce? I bet he is not good after all the drinking at the party. That's what he gets for competing with me. Let's go, I need to talk to him. Alexander said, barging into the house. Alfred did ascertain that the man knew Bruce, but there was a problem. Sir, Master Bruce is not at home currently. Ha, I know. He's in his Batcave. Let's go there then. Alexander replied calmly. Alfred's jaw hung open. Wait, how did you? Kid, I know everything, Alexander shrugged. Kid? Me? Alfred was confused now. Alexander went inside the building. He went to open the secret door which was located in the main study, behind a grandfather clock. Alfred was being more and more shocked every moment now. It was as if Alexander was walking around his own home. Then, he went down through the stairs and reached an elevator. Soon, he came down to the open Batcave. Alfred, who was it? Bruce's heavy voice came. He was in his batsuit but without the mask. Master, he. Alfred spoke. But Bruce turned around before and saw Alexander. Haha, kid. You are very quick to get rid of your hangover. Alexander jokingly said and just roamed around the Batcave with his hand being on his waist, like an old man taking a stroll through the park. The Batcave was beautiful. With all the lights, an underground waterfall and the beautiful Batmobile parked on a platform. I see you have been utilizing your money perfectly. Alexander commended him. Bang! All of a sudden, Batman fired a taser shot from his weird gun. It got caught on Alexander's clothes. But he was unharmed. He plucked the cylindrical object from his chest and threw it to the side. Come on, Bruce. Is this how you treat your guests? Isn't this welcome too, electrifying? Haha. Alfred chuckled. Who are you? Batman asked, still pointing his gun. Alexander Maxim Universe, it really is my name. My dear parents gave me that. Alexander answered. How did you know about this place and me? Batman asked further. Alexander shrugged his shoulders, not very hard, any man with common sense can know. A vigilante, roaming around in a city in super high-tech cars and stuff. Not many people can afford that. Lex is known criminal so he wouldn't do it. That leaves a few others, but only you stand out because of how little public presence you have. All you have is your notoriety of being a playboy. That's it. Alfred nodded. This was indeed right. Anyone with half a brain could deduce this. But in a city like Gotham, people saw the rich as criminals and never expected one of them to be a vigilante. Alexander continued, but I had some other means of finding out. Zip. Alexander disappeared from his place and appeared just behind Batman. He pressed 2 fingers at his back, making it feel like a gun. You need better security, kid. He advised. Bruce suddenly felt the sensation of a gun disappear. He quickly turned around, but saw Alexander calmly sitting on the chair facing the large surveillance computer. What are you? Batman asked with a serious expression. Ha, so many people have been asking me this question these days. Come, sit. This old man is not gonna bite you. You too, Alfred. Let's drink some tea. Alexander invited them. I will bring some. Alfred turned around to bring it. No need, I have it. The next moment, a tea kettle and a few glasses appeared in the air near Alexander. A/N, okay folks, this novel has ended on Patreon. Only 1 or 2 chapters of the epilogue are remaining. It will end here in 15 days' time too. I will be uploading my new FIC here in a few days. Thanks for all your support and kind words that made me keep on writing more. You can see Poison Ivy, Wayne Manor, Alfred, Batcave, and Batman on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal 673. A plant lover's wish. Alfred and Bruce each had a cup of tea. Drink it, I can guarantee that you have never tasted something so good in your life. Alexander bragged confidently. Alfred was less reserved, he took a sip and it opened his eyes wide. Master Bruce, try it. It is indeed my first time drinking such good tea. He said. Bruce also took a sip and had the same reaction. It seemed so magical. Who are you? How do you have such powers? To be honest, Batman had seen many people with all kinds of powers. He had already formed his Justice League with all kinds of powerful superheroes. He did it after what happened with Superman. He realized that Superman was the best weapon to fight otherworldly threats. But he was dead now and he felt responsible. So, he found all the powerful people possible. By now, he had Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Flash, Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter, Zatanna and Shazam, Captain Marvel. He was now in the midst of creating the watchtower in the orbit, but he still needed to work out the technology and the materials required. Well, I find it normal for a man from the upper realm to have such powers, Alexander replied. Upper realm? Where is that? Some other dimension? Bruce asked. No, I meant to say the heaven. You do know that gods are real, right? Alexander asked. Yes, Diana told me about them. Zeus is her father after all. Bruce replied in an all-knowing voice. Alexander shook his head. No, you are partially correct. I am not talking about this universe's gods. The gods here are all at most multiverse-level beings. Whom I am talking about are the omniversal gods. You do know what omniverse means, right? Means all the multiverses that exist beyond the boundary of yours. I am the son of the creator of the omniverse. He revealed. Cough. Alfred choked on the tea. What? You mean, your father created everything? Yes, that's right. Now, he cannot travel to different dimensions because his powerful existence can destroy the worlds. So, I do the job of traveling and removing the sinners and purifying the worlds. That's what my job is here. Alexander explained. But how did you know the way to my base then? I haven't met you before. Bruce inquired. I am omniscient. I know things before they happen. I know everything, boy. Alexander nonchalantly replied and continued. Anyway, I came here to ask you some things. Are you a fool? His words were sharp and shocking. What do you mean? Bruce asked with an urge to punch the old man. What is wrong with you? Why don't you kill serial killers and murderers? Alexander asked. You must be asking about the Joker. I do not have the authority to kill people. All I can do is stop them. Passing the judgment is the court's job. Bruce defended himself. But you have no problem with Joker killing 100 people in one of his suicidal explosions. As long as you catch him and put him behind bars it will all be fine. Alexander questioned in a mocking tone. It is not I who lets him escape, Bruce defended himself. No, don't give me that. You don't kill because you want people to see Batman as someone noble. You don't care about people at all. If you did, you would have put a full stop to the Joker's story. You call yourself a vigilante but your work seems to not be helping people at all. In fact, instead of helping, the villains are targeting you and in doing so they are causing more destruction and death. Take my advice kid, stop wasting your money. Alexander advised. Bruce stayed silent and heard Alexander's next words, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Your actions are as good as doing nothing. Soon, I will be changing this status quo. I came to this world to clean it of its sins and it cannot be done without cleaning the sinners. Good luck with your future endeavors. But if you change your mind, do come to me. Alexander got up and vanished from the spot, leaving Bruce and Alfred alone to ponder on what Alexander said. Alexander went out and headed back to the hotel where he was staying. Darian was still staying there. Old man, suddenly Douglas came, in his arm was a green lady. Poison Ivy? Where the hell did he find her, he wondered. What are you doing here? He asked. Old man, I was just cutting some brushes when she appeared. She is a very mistreated girl and needs help. So I recommended her to come to you. Douglas explained quickly. Alexander looked at Poison Ivy. She was also staring at him. By standing in front of him, she felt like she was standing in direct sunlight. It was soothing to her. She nodded silently. Yes, this is God. He nodded, okay, what is the problem? I can help you with anything you need. Alexander obviously knew her story and sympathized with her to some extent. Though her eco-terrorism tendencies were not appreciated. I want humans to stop harming plants and trees. She wished. Alexander frowned. He heard this wish from a mile away. Of course, she would want something like this. She hated men and probably all humans. Though it was unknown if she was friends with Harley Quinn or not. He knew that Ajax was with Harley and really hoped that he would be able to correct her life path. Come, let's sit somewhere and eat, Alexander invited them. The two followed them to a very big hotel. But as soon as they entered they were stopped. A man in a butler suit stopped them. Sir, I don't think I can let you come inside. Her color will scare the guests. He said. Alexander rolled his eyes. Seriously? She will scare them? Look at her, she looks like a pretty wildflower. All right then, you made me do this. He took out a checkbook from his pocket and wrote the name of the hotel and handed it to the guy without writing an amount. Give this to the owner of this hotel, tell him to fill whatever amount he wants, I am buying this place. From now on, this place is prohibited from discriminating. Now, show me the VIP room, Alexander ordered. His overbearingness made the butler sweat. Please follow me. He stuttered. Soon, they had a nice dining room with a nice view. But Poison Ivy had some questions. Why did you act like that? You are a god, you could have simply changed his mind or something else. Why act like a human? Alexander smiled and replied like a parent teaching a child, Pamela, I was once a human too. Though because of my deeds, I was granted divinity and then it took me billions of years to become as powerful as I am today. But, I still like to act humanly whenever I can because that keeps me from becoming a proud narcissist. Wait, how do you know my name? She questioned. Haha, I know many all things, child. Now, let's order something first, I need to see what the food tastes like in my new hotel. He said and started selecting some dishes from the menu. Soon, a lot of food arrived. Douglas didn't act reserved and started eating. Seeing him, Poison Ivy also ate some. Alexander then started answering to her wish. Stopping humans from cutting trees is certainly possible. But, that is not the answer to the problem. It will only make humanity weaker and they will start fighting. Trees and other natural resources are very important for development. But, what can be done is that they are forced to care for the environment while doing any kind of construction. They can be ordered to plant 5 trees for each one they cut down. The best way to keep nature and humans happy is coexistence. Hey, I thought about all this and tried this coexistence way. But they never heard me, in fact, they labeled me a terrorist. So, I became one. She debated. I know, that is wholly on the greediness of humans. But, I can make laws to force them and bring them in line. I can make all people in the world protest against all these companies that exploit nature and force them into submission. Alexander suggested. This was something he did in every world before leaving. For prolonged human survival and happiness, a healthy earth was as important as a healthy body. Well, then I will wait for what changes you bring. She said and got up to leave. Child, till then, do not commit any crimes. Do know that I am a god and my job is to punish sinners. He warned as kindly as possible. She was soon gone. But Alexander looked at Douglas who was still hogging food. Man, you are really a strange man. What did I do now? Douglas asked with his mouth full of noodles. Go after her. Keep an eye on her and don't let her commit any crimes. He ordered. Cough. Oh yes yes. I will go. He dashed out. 674, 674. Iroh got a job. Alexander waited and the next day and appeared near the mayor of Gotham City's office. Right now, the mayor was Armand Krall, a hardline politician who wanted to deal with the criminals violently, rather than letting them waste tax money in prison. Alexander had signed many big investment deals not long ago, so he was welcomed by the mayor respectfully. A perk Alexander got after investing $100 billion in the city's infrastructure that mainly involved schools and hospitals. "Welcome, Mr. Universe. You should have told me, we could have met somewhere nicer than this office," Krall said. Although his office wasn't anything less than a five-star hotel's room, but at least the man was somewhat honest and wanted to rid the city of crimes. "So, what can I do for you?" he asked. Alexander started, "Mr. Krall, I was reading today's newspaper. I must say, crime is one of the tourist attractions of the city. Why doesn't the police deal with violent criminals with guns?" Sigh. "I have talked about this with Gordon many times before but nothing has come out of it," Krall displeasingly answered. "But Gordon told me yesterday that he was ready to use force if he was given the orders," Alexander argued. Krall scoffed, "He's lying. I had this talk with him many times. But he always refused to use hard force. His leniency against using lethal force disgusts me. He talks about so-called principles while fighting against people who follow none. Even that Batman is better, at least he saved my life once. I appreciate him not killing people because he has no right, but even after all his work, the police do nothing, and that brings all the progress down to zero." Alexander nodded. Gotham City was not just a city suffering from criminals, but also pointless principles and self-righteous men. Alexander himself was like this once. He used to think if the killing was the only option. But then he realized that the worst sinners were like cancer, if you don't remove them, they will spread to other parts. "I understand your problem, Mayor Krall, and I have a solution for you," Alexander stated, winning Krall's undivided attention. Krall looked at him with hope. "Don't stop now, Mr. Universe." "Haha, well, do you remember reading in your history books about how America got rid of gunslingers and criminal gangs at the end of the Wild West era? Bounty. Now, we should start putting on bounties against all these big criminals like Joker and Penguin. We will make a ranking system which can tell how dangerous the target is for the bounty taker. Then, just put dead or alive on it. Even let the police participate in it," Alexander suggested. "But wouldn't that create more lawless people?" Krall asked. "No, not if we correctly supervise everything. We will give bounty hunter licenses to people. They will have to pass a test for it though, to show their physical and mental capabilities. Only then can they hunt and get the reward. I will also lobby for changes punishment laws and make death punishment common for high-level criminals like Joker or Bane," he suggested. "Gordon is not going to like this," Krall muttered. "Doesn't matter. He is not the mayor. You are. In fact, fire him. I suggest one of my helpers. She is a hardliner like you and hates criminals just as much. Her name is Hela. She is already the assistant commissioner. But she is staying silent all this time because Gordon might take actions against her," Alexander suggested. Krall nodded, "Your ideas are much appreciated, Mr. Universe. I will seriously check your recommended candidate. I will also start this bounty system. But for all this to work, we need the change of the laws from the state senate. Don't worry about that. You will get positive feedback in a few days. Until then, you arrange everything else," Alexander assured him and left the office. Once out, he took out the phone and called Hela. "Child, you got the job. Now catch some criminals and appear in front of the media. Break their arms or legs to show how serious you are." "Okay Grandpa," Hela hung up. She likes these small plays. Alexander then headed to Washington, D.C. He needed to have a talk with the president as the real god. Though he did not know the name of the president in the DC universe because it was never mentioned in the comics. Soon, he found out it was Barack Obama. So, he went in as any god would. In white robes, shining light on his body and a wide kind smile. Only visible to him. Obama was in a meeting with the vice president and some other people. When Alexander entered his office by crossing the walls, Obama's jaw was left wide open. He pointed his hand to behind his guests. Everyone turned around and saw nothing. "Who are you?" Obama asked. "Who are you talking to, sir?" the chief of staff asked. Alexander smiled. "Child, they cannot see me. Only you can." Gulp. Obama looked at the guests. "Let's continue our discussion later." They nodded and left him alone. So, Alexander came and took a seat. He started, "I reckon you have guessed who I am." He nodded, "I can't think of anyone other than God. I know people with various abilities exist in the world but you have that otherworldly air around you." "Haha, you flatter me, child." Alexander chuckled. "What is the reason for visiting me personally?" "I am just a simple man." He asked. "Haha, a man? Yes. A simple man? No. Child, I came here to absolve the world of its sins. But I will not do it with my own hands. You all need to learn to do it yourself. Alexander stated. What are the orders? He asked. He's being too compliant. Never thought he was a religious man. Well, I have suggested some changes to the Gotham City mayor. I want to start a bounty hunting program where registered people can catch criminals for bounty. Crimes have gone up by a lot since so many super-powered villains started appearing. You cannot let them rule civilization. You need to sign some executive orders. Sure, your actions will be frowned upon at the start because that is what they all do. Some so-called human rights organizations will come after you because they care about criminals' life more than normal people. But, in 1 month, I can guarantee that the country's crime rate will decrease by 70%. You can promise that too. After that, all you have to do is publicize it and all voices will calm down. He suggested. Obama remained silent for a while. But he was not going to say no to this blessing. If he can bring crimes down by that much then it will all be worth it. He nodded, it will be done. Good, next I will be expanding a team of superheroes called Justice League who will be responsible for fighting the supervillains like Zod. But remember, they will not be political tools that you can send to Iraq or Syria to make a mess. You need to sign a paper with them. That will be all for peace. Alexander ordered him. Eventually, Obama agreed to everything. Alexander doubted that the man might even sell his soul at this point. Alexander then left his office and returned to Gotham City, to his hotel room. Darian was there. But when he entered, he heard multiple people talking. Soon, he saw who the guests were. It was Lucifer and his annoying assistant. My sexy old Maan. I missed you. Sigh. In front of a large gated government building in Gotham City, a man stood. He had long white hair and a beard. He was wearing traditional Chinese robes and also had a tea kettle in one hand. Read the name of the building, Maxim Asylum? I think this is the place. Alex did tell me to be the mental health counselor for this mental institution. Yes, Alexander had told the wise old man to go to Maxim Asylum and bring as many minor criminals to the right path as possible. Iro was going to have a good time, spreading some tea love and singing his on-the-spot made-up songs. Iro looked at the slimy creature on his shoulder, haha, yes, we are going in, Tiki. It was none other than the greatest depression repellent, Tickle Monster, SCP-999. XXX. A/N, today is a sad and happy day. I just ended the Grandpa Universe FIC on Patreon and I feel empty. It was really fun to write this FIC, but I had gotten so used to writing it that it had become a daily schedule for me. Sigh, I wish I had such grandpa. Thank you for reading and supporting this FIC. I will release my next FIC here in 1-2 days. I will keep on uploading Grandpa Universe chapters here according to the schedule. Once again, thanks for reading. Take care. You can see Obama and Maxim Asylum on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 675. Bane. Iro directly went in and showed the guard at the reception office his papers. Soon, the warden of Maxim Asylum came and showed him around while telling him about the inmates he was supported to heal. The most challenging one is Joker because he himself seems like a psychiatric. He would get inside your mind and brainwash you to become his follower. That is what he did with the last counselor. The warden warned. Haha, do not worry about me. Getting into my head is harder than one can imagine. Right, Tiki? He asked the little orange slime. Oh. It made a noise. See, he agrees, Iro said. What is that thing? Warden inquired. He was told not to do anything stupid with this counselor, so he was a bit scared of offending him but still asked about the strange creature. Oh, this is a creature I found by mistake. He has the ability to make people happy and depression go away. Why don't you try? Tiki, give him a dose. Iro instructed. Tiki jumped on the warden and hugged his head while making noise. Soon, the warden started laughing and the dark circles from under his eyes vanished. You were telling the truth. I really feel so good now. Oh ho ho. He laughed. Iro then took Tiki back. He lacked an understanding of how much he should make people laugh before it becomes less of a joy and more of a punishment. Thank you, now my mood is much better. Thank you, little guy. The warden was sounding much better now. Okay, this is your first patient. His name is Bane. Here is his file. Warren said, showing him to the door. Iro took the file and read about this Bane. Born in a prison on a remote Caribbean island, Bane grew up in the horrendous and violent confines of the Santa Prisca prison, Penadura, and was imprisoned since he was a child for his father's crimes. Bane's father was a revolutionary mercenary who opposed the Santa Prisca government but was eventually caught and sentenced to life in prison. The man died before his sentence was complete, however, he left his next of kin to be imprisoned instead. At the age of 8, Bane had committed his first murder with the use of a knife that he kept inside of his teddy bear, Osito, whom he viewed as his one true friend. Despite his violent surroundings, Bane trained his body and mind to perfection, read any book that he could get his hands on, toned his body in the prison's gym, and even received a classical education from some of the prison inmates, including a Jesuit priest. Due to the cultural and geographical location of the prison, Bane learned a variety of languages, including English, Latin, Portuguese, and Spanish. Before long, Bane came to have complete control over the prison population and became its self-proclaimed ruler. However, Bane would be plagued by intense nightmares that were centered around a city guarded by a dark and shadowy creature that resembled a bat. The Jesuit priest told him that he dreamed of Gotham, that his father had the same dreams before he died, claimed that their people's destinies would be fulfilled in that place, and how refugees from Santa Prisca helped build Gotham City 300 years ago. Seeking to achieve his own sense of peace and conquer other territories and their population, Bane lusted to escape from the confines of the prison. Bane's ambitions would be set in motion when the prison owners and doctors sought to use him and recognized his position as the prison's leader among the inmate population to test out military experiments that primarily dealt with the chemical compound known as venom, which could increase an individual's muscle mass, stamina, durability, and adrenal levels to inhuman levels. Bane was then strapped to a storage unit that pumped the drug throughout his system and, much to the success of the experiment, the venom was perfectly assimilated into his body. However, Bane used this to his advantage and violently slaughtered his captors, built up an army of mercenaries from within the prison and escaped with his army in tow. Determined to build a criminal empire, he sought out Batman and broke the Dark Knight's spine. But Batman recovered and managed to beat Bane, by cutting off his precious venom supply. After that, he was sent to Arkham Asylum. Iroh closed the file and sighed, only if someone had given the child a hug and brought him to a warm home, all this chaos could have been avoided. With that, he opened the door and got in. Bane sat by the table, reading a book. He was not wearing any masks at the moment but he was said to still be extremely strong. Bane didn't even look at him and kept on reading. Iroh went ahead and sat on the other side of the table. He took out 2 teacups and poured some. Ah, this is nice. He enjoyed his tea. He also gave Tiki a big lollipop. He didn't talk to Bane at all. Soon, an hour passed and Iroh was just humming some song and Tiki was wobbling hearing him. Finally, Bane shut his book and looked at him. Who are you? I'm Iroh, a simple old man. They sent me here as a counselor. Iroh answered. I need no counselor. Bane scoffed. I know, but there is nothing bad about wanting to share a cup of tea, right? Iroh poured him 1 cup and passed it. Bane looked down at the cup. It was warm and steam was coming. The sweet and refreshing fragrance reached his nose soon. He felt as if he was sitting in a garden on a fine spring morning. Calm breeze flew by him, bringing the smell of mud, grass, and nature to him. This was the effect of Iroh's new tea. It would automatically smell and taste like what the consumer wanted the most. Bane picked up the cup and took a sip. The feelings of freshness intensified and his mood refreshed. Forgetting all the grudges and hatred, he felt free. Iroh started speaking in a calm and elderly voice. I was once a murdering maniac, fighting for stupid things such as honor. But later I realized there was no honor in murdering people. In fact, I realized it too late because that same fight for honor took my son away from me. Then, this tea came into my life. It was just a hobby initially, but soon it became my escape from all the madness in the world. I now know, real honor is in helping others and of course, sharing a cup of tea. Another rambling old fool. This world does not run on kindness. Bane spoke. I know, but it will now. Also, someone has to start from somewhere. And when strong people like you do it, it becomes all the more meaningful. Tell me, have you ever helped someone? Iroh asked. Bane nodded. I did help many kids from the prison get away from the life I led. Then try to remember. Did you feel more accomplished after helping them or did you feel better after hurting someone? Iroh asked, putting Bane in self-reflecting mode. Bane knew what the right answer was. Of course, he felt better after helping those kids. Knowing that someone is living their life now because of you was better than knowing that someone's family was crying by the dead body of a person you killed. What are you trying to say with all this? He asked. What I am trying to make you realize is that there is nothing in being a sinner while there is a lot to gain from being a good man. There is too much darkness in this universe, more than you can even imagine, so, why be a small dot of darkness when you can be a shining bright star of hope for the hopeless? Iroh said. Then, he suddenly put his index finger's tip on Bane's forehead's center. In a moment of spiritual revelation, Bane found himself seeing the vastness of the universe and its powers. There were gods, beings who could destroy reality itself. Then, it all zoomed into him, so small, so meaningless as compared to all that. His ambitions, so meaningless to the grand scheme of the universe. He felt it, he felt he had wasted all his life on the quest to build a criminal empire, but that only brought him to another prison rather than freedom. He had all the power needed to make a real difference for the good in this world, but he chose this insignificant path. Maybe the dreams about Batman he used to get in the pits were so he could join him, instead of fighting him. He compared himself to Batman. The world knew his name, the symbol of justice for some. What was he? A goon beaten by the Dark Knight. People didn't even know his name and considered him so small and insignificant that his life would have no impact on theirs. He then imagined if he had chosen the path of goodness, he could have become a symbol of justice too. But, earlier, he was thirsty for revenge, after losing he wanted nothing. But now, he again felt that thirst, only this time it was for opposite ideals. Sib. Where do I start? Bane asked with a change in his voice. And that was mission successful for Iroh. 676, 676. Change of heart. Alexander was able to get many laws passed. The people in the opposition, of course, screeched at the president, calling him fascist or whatnot. It was crazy how people were so easy to call each other Nazis just for having a different opinion. By doing this, they were in fact making real Nazis look less evil. Nazis were murderers, exploiters, and sometimes rapists. Even then, not all German soldiers at that time were real Nazis. Most of them saw it as a job opportunity, it was either being a soldier or starving. The real staunch Nazis believing in the so-called Aryan race were the people of Gestapo, SS, and Hitler's inner circle. Alexander sighed. These new generations of kids using such words were because they were not taught real history in school. Instead, they were taught a washed-down version, to not hurt their weak feelings. Back in his days, he was taught all about Nazis and why they were bad and should not be idolized, but now, so many people idolize Hitler. The only thing worthy of idolizing in that one-ball man was his ability to speak and sway people. Rest, he was a demon in human skin. But, all things aside, he was in front of two people and he didn't want to see one of them. It was Lucifer and Deadpool. Hello, why are you two here? Alexander asked, having already zipped the mouth of Deadpool with a real zipper. Not much, I just came here to get some souls with me. He is my assistant now. You seem pretty relaxed about facing Zulruk. Lucifer said. What's there to worry about? Today or tomorrow, we are meant to fight. I can only prepare myself. Alexander shrugged. Well, maybe I can help you then. That Zulruk tried to take over Hell a long time ago. He was not so strong back then. So, I pretty much beat him to a pulp before he was saved by his overzealous followers. Zulruk might be nothing, but he is a very persistent survivor. He is like cockroaches, that can even survive a nuke. Lucifer trashed Zulruk. So, back then I was able to cut his arm. He was probably able to regrow it. But the arm he left is valuable. Because it is from a time when he was not this strong. By now, he has been mutated to a point that his original biological makeup has vanished. But this arm has that. His original DNA. Lucifer explained. Alexander thought for a while about how he could use it. I will have to think about what to do with it though. Sure, do whatever you want. As long as you kill that guy. I don't like people taking over my territory. Lucifer said and handed him the hand. Alexander took the glass cylinder in which the hand was flowing in some gel-like liquid. Alexander sent it directly to Alfred the AI in Fihame. Deadpool started jumping. Alexander unzipped his mouth. What? Quick question. If there is an infinite number of universes, then if I write some fiction, chances are that also exists somewhere. Deadpool asked. Alexander and Lucifer nodded. Sweet. So if I write about a whole world where all humans look like my sexy old man and there is only one person to whom they are attracted to and that being me, will this be possible? Deadpool asked. Sigh. Lucifer, take him with you. I might end up doing something to him otherwise, Alexander warned. Lucifer looked at Deadpool. I told you not to mess with him. Well, anyway, what do I care for? Let's go. We need to go to this world with too many humans acting like gods against sentient robots. Detroit is a major center of such a thing there. Ah, good old Detroit, never disappointing me. Let's go and gut some folks. Deadpool readied his katana. Alexander looked at Darien after they were gone. How are you? Do you still have a headache? No, not anymore. But I think if I take this band off of my wrist I will again fall under Zulruk's control. He said. Then you need to wear it until I deal with him. Okay, you can do your work now. I will go and fix this planet. Alexander left him alone. It was the next day and the date Ajax was going to have with Harley was happening. She had not gone to her own home for some reason, so Ajax just let her sleep in another room in a hotel he rented. He was going to go back to Fahim in normal circumstances, but now he didn't. He waited for Harley to get ready. But, when she came out, she had the same clothes, just cleaner. What? Don't judge me like that. I only have these clothes, also I like them more than any other dress. She said. Okay, I'm not judging. Anyway, let's go. I know a nice place for us to eat. But, before that, we need to do some work. I want to do something with the money we robbed yesterday. Just follow my lead. Ajax said. Whoa, I am excited. Show me what you got, boy. She jumped around him. Their first stop was an orphanage. When they arrived, the kids hoarded around Harley, thinking she was a real clown. Big sis. Show us tricks. Hee hee, okay. She didn't deny surprisingly and started showing some easy magic tricks. Then one kid asked Ajax if he knew magic. Ajax nodded. You, check your pocket. The child he pointed to confusedly put his hand in the pocket. As he brought his hand out, he had a bar of chocolate in his hand. A cute toothy smile appeared on his face. Everyone. Check your pockets. Ajax announced. All the kids put one hand in their pockets and took out chocolate bars. All of them turned happy and started dancing around. Check your other pockets, Ajax added. In hope, all of them checked their other pockets and again took out a chocolate bar. They were too happy. Ajax smiled, he looked like a smaller version of Alexander right now. Nice trick, Ajax. Where is my chocolate bar? I don't have a pocket, should I take it out of yours? She seductively said near his ear. It was unknown which chocolate she was talking about though. The bar or the cylinder? Cough. No. Here you go. Ajax simply rotated his hand and magically it appeared. Whoa, how are you doing all this? She asked. Magic, learned from my grandpa. He cryptically replied. Oh really? Then why don't I show you some other magic? Like maybe, how to make the chocolate bigger? She asked. Sigh. Damn, woman. You're too thirsty. Ajax sighed and turned around and headed to the warden. She followed him behind. Soon, they were in the office. Ajax took out $50,000 and gave it to her. These are donations from Harleen Frances Quinzel. Please make a receipt for it. The warden quickly got to work. Not many such charitable people were in Gotham City anymore. But recently there was indeed a crazy old man spending money on orphanages like crazy. Just recently she received a truckload of supplies like clothes, books, and toys. And now this. She looked at the clown-like lady with admiration. Thank you, miss. This money will greatly help their future. So they don't end up becoming one of the no-name thugs when they grow up. Harley Quinn was still in shock. Someone was thanking her? For charity? What the hell? I did. She tried to speak but stopped when Ajax's hand fell on hers. She looked at him in a questioning gaze. Ajax just warmly smiled, hoping that she won't start swinging her bat after seeing his charm. What he was trying to do was reignite the goodness in her. Reignite the sense of social responsibility in her. After they received the receipt, they said goodbye to the little kids and went to another location. Why are you doing all this? I'm sure you know what kind of person I am, right? She asked. She seemed out of character asking this. This is my date, you lost yesterday so you must travel wherever I take you. He argued. She pouted, hey, this maiden never breaks promises so you are lucky. Okay, where to now? Now, we are going to a children's hospital, Ajax decided. Harley Quinn suddenly stepped back and crossed her arms around her breast. No, I won't let you donate my organs. Ajax laughed, haha. I wasn't going to. Come with me. Soon, they came to the hospital. They immediately went to the billing section. Hello, my friend here would like to make a donation in the name of the medical expenses of children here. Especially for those from poor families. The billing clerk was taken aback but she called the supervisor quickly. He quickly made a list of all kids going through expensive treatments, who didn't have insurance and also had poor parents. The bill came to about 2 million. That was more than they stole but it was no problem. Good, we will pay for them. Make the receipt in the name of Harleen Frances Quinzel. He demanded. Sure, sir. They busied themselves. This time Harley didn't protest. After that, Ajax dragged her to a few more locations. They gave money to a lot of needy people. Some animal shelters, to some families going bankrupt, to some homeless families with genuine problems. They traveled the whole day all over the city. To Harley's shock, he was also giving each of them a small gift pack and she didn't know what it contained. By now, if going by the receipts, she had given $50 million to charity. It was night now and one final thing was left. I am tired now. Pick me up. She threw tantrums. Ajax picked her on his back. Super strength was his speciality. She was lighter than a feather to him. They soon came to an empty dock. There was nothing, no vehicle, no people. I have a surprise for you, Harley. Close your eyes. No cheating too, wait, I will tie a cloth. Ajax said. Ooh. I love surprises. She was overjoyed. Son, Ajax brought out a big hot air balloon from Fihame. He brought her in and made the balloon go higher than most buildings in Gotham City. But he kept it stationary at that height. Harley felt the cool breeze touch her face. Ooh, where are we? Ajax made her turn towards the city. It was drowning in lights and looked very beautiful. Whoa, so pretty. But, is this the surprise? She asked, not looking much shocked and pleased. Ajax smiled and shook his head, no. Just keep on looking towards the city. A few seconds later, Ajax snapped his finger and suddenly the whole Gotham City went dark. Ajax didn't really cut the electricity but instead, it was just an illusion for them. As good as real. Whoa ah! She exclaimed. Boom! Suddenly, a firework flew up over the city and burst into 1,000 sparkles. That was just a start. Soon, out of various parts of the city, fireworks came up. In no time, the whole sky was covered with them. The lights shined in Harley's eyes. Ajax stood beside her and looked at her happy and excited face, it made her look prettier. He then started speaking. Harley, do you see a pattern with these fireworks? She was not dumb. It took her a few seconds to realize it. They are all the places we visited today. In fact, these fireworks were shot by all the people you, Harleen Francis Quinzel, helped today. All of them are thanking you with their happy faces. Look at this light, Harley. This is happiness, hope and light. Then look at the dark parts of the city. Those represent darkness, pain, despair, hatred, and crime. Which would you rather prefer? He asked. This. She replied. Then there is light in you, Harley. Do you want to hear the happy giggles and shouting of all the kids of the orphanage and kids hospital and the people? They are watching the sky right now. Suddenly, all kinds of children's voices came to her ears. Yai. Whoa, so pretty. Yes, they remind me of the colorful sister we saw today. Yes, she was pretty. I will marry her, you just see. No. I will. Stupid, Big Sis already had that handsome big brother. But. Soon, the voices of adults came. She is a godsend. We can finally live in a house again. She is an angel. Harleen, thank you, child. This old man can finally eat a good meal and sleep in a warm bed. The voices gave blessings, kids spoke nonsense but their words were so cute that anybody's heart would melt. The fireworks were still going strong. Then, finally, a big one came, it somehow managed to create a face of Harley and then there was a text, saying thank you. Ajax smiled after seeing that. But when he looked back at Harley's face, his heart skipped a beat. She stood there silently, with a big warm smile on her face. But her eyes were flooded with tears as they slid down and fell down from her cheeks. Her mascara had become so smudgy that her eyes looked like panda eyes now. She kept on staring at the fireworks and hearing various voices as they warmed her heart. Then she suddenly turned her face to Ajax, her eyes still tearing up, but they looked so much prettier now. She stared into his eyes for a whole 30 seconds. Then she smiled widely and softly whispered, Harleen Francis Quinzel says thank you. You can see Gotham and Harley on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. /n, I will upload the next FIC in 2 days. 677, 677. To the top. After the dramatic event, Ajax waved his hand and immediately a table and 2 chairs appeared in the hot air balloon. Let's eat something, Harleen, Ajax said. She took a seat, while the city light brightly lit in the backdrop. She seemed less crazed now and had a genuine smile on her face. Click. She suddenly heard a camera shutter noise and looked at Ajax holding a camera. What was that for? Nothing, you look like a panda and this face is worth remembering, Ajax replied cheekily. Harley's eyes widened, God knows from where she took out a mirror and looked at her face. Oh no, I do look like a panda, a depressed panda at that. Haha, here, wipe it with this. Ajax gave her a pack of wet towels and then brought some food from Fihame. Soon, hot food was steaming in front of them. Harley Quinn had also gotten rid of her whole makeup. Now she looked like her original self and it was much prettier than with her face paint. You know, this style suits you better. I like it. He complimented. Thanks. I might just keep it like this from now on. She said. By the way, I've been noticing the strange things you are able to do. You are obviously not some simple con artist. Then how are you doing all this? Who are you? She asked with genuine curiosity. Ajax chuckled, I'm just a simple guy with extraordinary parents and ultra-extraordinary grandparents. You would simply not believe me even if I told you about myself. Try me, I've seen a lot of crazy stuff in my life. She insisted. Okay, don't call me a liar later. I am Ajax Maxim Universe. My grandpa is God. Not some simple Zeus or Odin, but a real God. Those who can decide the fate of entire universes. My dad is also a godly person but I don't know what he actually does. I am not a god, but I am extremely strong. Ajax explained. How strong do you mean by extremely strong? She inquired. I can easily destroy this planet by punching the ground, Ajax replied. Silence ensued. Harley had no idea what to think or say. Her jaw stayed open. I told you you won't believe me. Ajax shrugged. Cough. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just, a lot to digest. So I'm having dinner with a demigod or something? She asked. I don't know what defines a demigod. I'm strong, that's all I know. Ajax said. After that, they ate dinner. Then Ajax asked about her past. Harleen, tell me, you're certainly not a crazy girl. You do not seem to be a murdering maniac either, so why did you choose this path? Harley silently looked down at her food. Thinking about her past. Then she started speaking. I was a fool. A big fool. I'm sure I still am but at that point, I was at my peak. I was a psychiatric intern at Arkham Asylum. A model student, in addition to receiving high grades in college, I was also a dedicated gymnast, winning a scholarship to Gotham City University. While researching the lunatics at Arkham, I became fascinated with one particular inmate. So, being my dumber self, I ambitiously volunteered to analyze him. I pleaded with the doctors at Arkham for 3 months before I could treat him. But I was in for a show. He turned out to be a bigger psychiatric than I was. He sweet-talked a lot with me and the thin line separating us from a patient and doctor vanished. After he gained my sympathy during many sessions, he seduced me, causing me to fall madly in love with him. So, I made another bad decision. I helped him escape from the asylum more than once. But those actions caused that dumb Harleen to get suspected by the authorities, who revoked my license and placed me in my own cell. During an earthquake in Gotham City, I fled and became Harley Quinn, the sidekick of the clown prince of crime himself. My relationship with the Joker was that of twisted love affairs. The Joker was abusive and manipulative towards me, but, just as often, there was evidence of camaraderie, playfulness, and genuine affection towards me. But he would only use my body for intense sexual intercourse. I was the only person who managed to become intimate on such a long-term basis with the Joker, who, in turn, displayed occasional moments of confusion and discomfort which resulted in his attempts to kill me. One time, when the Joker felt discomfort with me being so close to me, he sent me off in a rocket. I survived and came back to him eventually, but then he did it again and that was the final straw. Now that I think of it, I realize that he never loved me. There is no word for love in his dictionary. I was just a tool he was using. A dumb girl so easily manipulated by his words. I feel sick of myself. Am I boring you with my rambling? She asked with saddened eyes. Ajax shook his head, no at all, in fact, I feel angry for you. On that guy, Batman too. Only if he had dealt with Joker permanently, you would have never met him. He then looked at Gotham cityscape. This whole city is a clusterfuck of wrong choices. It's about time someone spanked it to the right path. Then he looked at Harley directly in the eyes. She felt so compelled by him for some reason. Harleen, I will be honest with you. I don't want you to ever go back to that path again. So, it's time we redeem you of your sins. What do you say, want to come with me on an adventure to clean this city of crimes? He asked and extended his hand. She didn't think for a second and held it. But to her shock, Ajax pulled her closer. He grabbed her waist. Are you afraid of heights? He asked. No. She said. Good. Ajax didn't say anything and simply jumped out of the hot air balloon. Instantly both of them started falling down. What the? She exclaimed and breathed faster. But just as they were about to touch the ground, Ajax flew up. Ajax didn't have powers of flying, he was just flapping his feet with a precision and enough strength to fly. Harley was amazed. They went higher and higher. Soon, the whole city was in their view. Hey, it looks depressing even from this height. She scoffed. Haha, that is what we will change. Ajax laughed and again took a deep dive, making her shout as if she was on a roller coaster ride. While this was going on, Hats was trying to impress Catwoman. He was also having a date with her. But he was not emotional at all because Catwoman was already a decent person. In fact, they were having too much fun together. Are you sure you want to race me? Hats asked. Of course, as long as you don't cheat and just fly up, Selena replied. Both of them stood in front of the Wayne Tower. She was wearing her skin-tight Catwoman suit while Hats was wearing normal clothes but with an eye cover. He didn't really care about his identity being exposed anyway. Sure, I won't cheat, he assured. Cool, the loser has to pay for dinner, she said. They were both going to race who can climb to the top of the building faster. You can see Gotham and Harley on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. A/N, I will upload the next FIC in 2 days. 678, 678. Begone insects. A/N, the new FIC is up. It's called HP, Blood of the Dragon. Give some love and check it out. You can find it on my WN profile or search it. If you like it then give some smooth banana reviews. Thank you. As expected, Hats won. He was a natural cat after all. He looked back at still climbing Selena with a smug face. She soon reached the top. Hey, I didn't warm up before starting. Oh really? I'll let you do that the next time. For now, let's focus on the task at hand. We have a city to clean. Hats said dramatically. That we do. Ajax and Harley were also doing the same. They were going around, dismantling all the criminal hideouts. Harley had stopped wearing clown makeup and was now simply wearing her iconic clothes. She looked much better now and had a different, more energetic glow on her face. As if summer finally came to her depressing life. Harley, just copy me. I need you to master some martial arts. You can't always just use guns. What I am teaching you is called gunfu. It is a style of sophisticated close-quarters gunfight resembling a martial arts battle that combines firearms with hand-to-hand combat and traditional melee weapons in an approximately 50-50th ratio. Ajax said and showed her some tricks. Whoa, that's so cool, Ajax. I gotta learn all those moves. I'm gonna be like some gun ninja. She exclaimed like a child that found a new toy. Ajax spent some time and taught her a few moves. Then he brought a motorbike to ride with her. Hey, do you have an elastic band? I need to tie my hair, she asked. Ajax produced it with a flick of his hand. Then Harley proceeded to put it on her hair. Ajax looked at her the whole time, she was looking so much better than before. And now, while tying her hair like this, she looked hot. Cough, he distracted himself. After that, they headed out to find some criminals and put them in their place. The two were on a bike, riding through the street very fast. Harley sat behind Ajax. But she suddenly saw someone on another bike. It was an electric bike though. I, here, look. Harley shouted. It was none other than her best friend, Poison Ivy. Ajax looked and saw Douglas being the driver. Both of them seemed to have a chat just by the motion of their eyes. They soon parked at the side so the two girls could talk to each other. Ivy and Harley hugged each other tightly. The two had a history that Harley enthusiastically told Ajax. When Joker once tried to kill her by sending her off in a rocket, she crash-landed in Robinson Park in the center of Gotham and was found by Poison Ivy. When Harley regained consciousness, Ivy initially planned to kill her. But the prospect of her own death totally failed to move Harley, and Ivy got curious as to why. She convinced Harley to tell her story, and soon Ivy had a kinship with her. Considering her another cast-off, Ivy offered to help Harley take her revenge on both Batman and the Joker. Ivy took her back to her lair in a toxic waste dump and nursed her back to health. This included injecting Harley with a serum that Ivy had developed which had given Harley immunity to various assorted toxins and Ivy's own poisonous touch and also dramatically enhanced Harley's strength and speed. Ivy intended to give her new friend an edge on Batman and the Joker. Quinn and Ivy then teamed up and conducted a number of successful missions. Hot-blooded Harley, however, was angrier at the Joker than at Batman, and even initially worked with the Dark Knight to help bring down the Clown Prince of Crime. While Batman eliminated the villain's muscle, Quinn chased the Joker up a damaged building, intending to send him falling to his death. Before she could do so, however, the Joker apologized. Falling in love with him again, she forgave him on the spot. But then she was again betrayed by Joker and this time was found by Ajax. Ajax didn't know what to say. Her actions were totally dumb. She was asking for a betrayal at this point. Then Ajax looked at Poison Ivy and Douglas. She was very pretty. Green but still very pretty, obviously good for Douglas, who although acted stupidly sometimes was still a very handsome angel. So are you two dating or something? Ajax asked. Douglas had a plain face, didn't even deny, while Ivy's face turned red. No, absolutely no. Then she looked at Douglas' face, right. Then she looked at Ajax and Harley, what about you two? Harley looks so much better now, is this the magic of your boyfriend? Before Harley could say anything, Ajax spoke, I am just 15 years old, how can I date? This was an eye-opener for the two girls. Especially Harley. It was like an atom bomb blew in her brain. What the fuck? But you look so. She stuttered. I know, right? I look so tall and older for my age. He boasted. Are we not dating? Harley asked with a broken heart. Depends. Do you want to be called a pedo? Even though I believe you aren't, as I have attained puberty, but still, people won't understand that. Why not wait till I turn 18? Just 3 more years. Ajax suggested. But I'll be an old hag by then. She argued. You are just 25. Also, I can get you a pill that can keep you permanently young and problem solved. He said. There were stars in Harley's eyes. Yes, that's much better. She kissed on his cheek, leaving a lipstick mark. Hee, I think this much is allowed. Meanwhile, Ivy looked at Douglas with hopeful eyes. Can I also have that pill? Douglas nodded. Sure, I can even get you the elixir of life. I'm an archangel. I'm even close to getting omniscient, though not as good as the other big guys. She didn't kiss him though. Unlike Harley, she was a bit more restrained kind of person. She'd rather wait than act on her feelings. Sadly, the guy she liked was a virgin bloke who had zero understanding of female behavior. We should go on a double date, Harley suggested. But aren't we out here to hunt criminals? Ajax asked. Even better, it'll be a double date where we hunt criminals. So exotic! She exclaimed. Let's go then. That was the day when many criminals in Gotham City would regret not killing themselves in their mother's womb with the umbilical cord. Soon, they in hats too, did their work all across the Gotham City, cleaning it like never before. Alexander, being the rich guy, publicly praised them. Many newspapers also put articles on them, calling them the true heroes of Gotham. All of the couples were even named by the media and the public. Ajax and Harley were being called Mr. Red and Ms. Blue. Douglas and Ivy were being called Miss Nature and Mr. Nature Lover. Meanwhile, Hats was named Catman as he was with Catwoman and also had cat ears. In just 1 week, crime was eradicated from Gotham City, and not just that, incompetence was also eradicated from Gotham City Police Department with the demotion of Gordon from commissioner to additional commissioner. His place was taken over by Hela. She supported the new heroes of Gotham. They would catch the people who were left alive. The hero gang only kills those in higher category 3 or above. Hela then would make a case so good that these people would get the worst punishment. On Alexander's recommendation to reduce the dependence of prisons on taxes, prisons were told to set up an industry each. Each of them would produce something that would be sold in the market with the brand name New Gotham. After this, Alexander's new projects took over and new buildings started to be built. This needed a lot of people, so jobs were produced and many homeless were given a home. That was not all. These homeless were also being given the education to make sure they can earn a living even after all the construction projects ended. The mayor, Armand Krall, was on cloud 9 after all this. Batman soon found himself out of work as no criminals from Arkham Asylum escaped anymore. Not just that, Joker, Penguin were put on retrial again, this time they would get death punishment and that was an unofficial guarantee. Meanwhile, Alexander sent many of his people around the whole country to fight crime, whole cooperating with the local vigilante. This way, as promised, the country's crime rate dropped by 70% or as promised by the president to the public. Somewhere on an island. Ragnarok was a man who lived gold. If he could, he'd even have his bones made of gold, but he knew that would make him weak. But he also loved searching for gold. So, he went on a treasure hunt after he saw a map. He cut his way through a jungle like a normal adventurer and entered a cave system. It all seemed ordinary at the start, but soon he started seeing signs of organized architecture. He knew he was close to finding his gold. A lot of it. He continued to proceed. But soon he started hearing noises. The sound of a woman grunting. It seemed she was fighting. There was also the noise of something colliding with metal. Weird, I thought only I knew this location. He muttered. As he walked closer, the noise got louder, then he finally saw a gate, leading to a larger opening. He saw some moth-like humanoid monsters flying around and also being thrown around. Then, his eyes soon fell on the tall woman fighting them in the center. Ragnarok's jaw couldn't help but fall by the sight, as it was a sight to behold for eternity. Such beauty, such power, such ferociousness, yet so elegant. He had no words to define this beauty, killing these moths like a goddess stomping on the pest. He just stared at her, mesmerized by her as she jumped around with her long lasso and a shield in her other hand. She wore an elegant yet sexy red top and blue skirt armor, while she also donned a headgear. She had gold here and there in her dress that increased her beauty by infinity for Ragnarok. Her dress showed her leg and arm muscles that were something any warrior man would expect from a good woman. Her long dark hair swayed while her creased brows measured all the enemies around her. Ragnarok noticed that this heavenly beautiful woman was having trouble tackling all these pests, so he stepped forward. "Begone insects," he shouted and released a flame dragon from his palm that engulfed the whole underground vault with him and the woman being in the center of it. She just now noticed the man. She was wary of him but showed hope of finding a helper in her eyes after seeing him mercilessly killing these monsters. Slowly, Ragnarok walked closer to her and only stopped when he was 2 feet away from her. He looked at her face and admired it. Her eyes were blue like the ocean that made him want to take a dive in them. To him, she felt hotter than the hottest flame he could produce. He kept on admiring her while she also looked at his face. He looked old yet handsome, with the body of a warrior and a face with a scar telling her that this mate had been through experiences that no ordinary men would. Then she looked at his clothing, suggesting that it was some kind of regal attire with gold armor on his arms, chest, and knees. Then there was the red cape on his back. He looked no less than some kind of a king. Finally, she stared at his hand, still producing the fire dragon that was circling all around them. She had already felt the man looking in her eyes, most likely appreciating her beauty. And she liked it this way as he was not lusting over her body by looking at her breasts or legs like most others, instead, he was looking into her eyes, passionately, so passionately that it made her question what's so good in my eyes. Seeing that the man had no intention of stopping the fire so she could complete her task, she said, "I think they are all dead already." Ragnarok got out of the trance. He closed his hand making the fire into a fist and the fire dragon disappeared. He awkwardly chuckled, "Haha, forgive me, I was a bit taken by your elegance." After honestly answering, he introduced himself as a Goldie gentleman would. He gave a slight head nod and waved his right hand. "Ragnarok, god of dragons at your service." This was the first time she had heard of him or his title. But she felt raging power from him and he also acted too gentlemanly, it nearly made her blush. She nodded and introduced herself, "Diana of Themyscira, a simple woman fighting in man's world." "Haha, you might be many things, Lady Diana, but simple you are certainly not. Anyway, what were you doing here and what are these creatures?" Ragnarok asked. He was acting so differently that Alexander would have vomited blood seeing this. Now, because even he had slight omniscient abilities, Alexander could not see his future. She smiled. That was enough to pierce our old lizard's heart, but he controlled himself, not giving it away that he was having a crush on her. "I came here to investigate something. Something about this being called Dark Side. These creatures were his servants. I need to know why." "What about you? Why did you come here, Mr. Ragnarok?" she asked back. Ragnarok looked around. "Well, I have a hobby of adventuring and finding gold like a mortal would do. I came here to find gold." Then suddenly he looked back at her eyes. Their eyes met, "But I found invaluable diamond." She really blushed this time. Ragnarok internally rejoiced. His thousands of years of wisdom weren't for nothing. Meanwhile, Diana tried to control herself from showing she was having a secret crush on this strange man. "Well, you came late then. As I checked, there is no gold left," she replied. "No worries, anything can be infinitely more valuable than gold as long one knows where to look and what to appreciate." Ragnarok smoothly replied, again winning a blush from her. But then he turned serious, as doing it too much would be counterproductive. "Alright then, maybe I can help you. Tell me about this dark side," he asked with a stern face. She appreciated him getting serious and started to speak, albeit a bit conservatively because she needed to know more about him first. "You can see Gotham and Harley on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 679, 679. Amazons and Themyscira. All I know is that Darkseid is the tyrannical ruler of Apocalypse, a sadistic, aggressive and merciless tyrant who has invaded and conquered multiple worlds throughout the entire multiverse. As the god of tyranny, Darkseid seeks to enslave all things to his will." Diana explained. "And now he wants Earth?" Ragnarok asked. "I don't know. But one thing is for sure, he will come here, sooner than later," she warned. "Haha, let him then. I will show him what true terror feels like," Ragnarok jokingly said. Diana needed to go back to Themyscira now, but she also didn't want to leave behind Ragnarok. She wanted to know him more. Hey, I am going back to my country. Would you like to come with me? Although it is an island of women only and men aren't allowed, you should be fine there with your strength," she asked. Ragnarok was not going to say no to this opportunity. Sure, lead the way then. It is a kind of an adventure too after all. Tell me about yourself, Lady Diana. I want to know more about you and your country. How is it that men are not allowed there? Don't the people of the world condemn you for that? The world does not know about the existence of Themyscira as it is surrounded by magic that makes it invisible. It is also known as Paradise Island and is the second home of the Amazons, named after our prior home, Amazonia in what is now modern-day Turkey. The immortal Amazons were created over 3,000 years ago to teach the merits of virtue, love, and equality to the men of Patriarch's world. We have a long history, spanning the creation of Amazons. Ares, the god of war, a chief opponent of the Amazons, manipulated his half-brother Heracles to gather forces and attack Themyscira, where Heracles and his forces succeeded in ransacking Themyscira and enslaving the Amazons. Through strength and savage cunning, the Amazons freed themselves, slaughtering most of their captors. Soon after, Antiope led a force of Amazons off into Greece, seeking vengeance on Heracles. As decreed by the goddesses, Hippolyta led the remaining Amazons to a remote island, where they were tasked with guarding Doom's doorway, the rift leading to Hades as punishment for our failures as teachers. They named the island itself Themyscira, after their fallen capital, and began new lives, erecting buildings and monuments, and perfecting their skills as artisans and warriors. She told him the history while both of them went down toward the island's shore from the mountain. So you are like an all-female cult. But how do you reproduce? Ragnarok asked. Diana's face turned sad. That is something I am not proud of. To reproduce and keep the Amazon race alive, the Themyscirans raid ships on the high seas and copulate with men. At the end of the mating, they take their lives and throw their corpses into the sea rather than marry them. Triumphant, the Amazons return to Paradise Island and wait. 9 months later, some celebrate the birth of a daughter, some don't. Ragnarok had a bad feeling about this. They were already so cruel to men they just get banged to get pregnant. What do they do with their sons? She started, they get discarded, called failures by the Amazons, sold. Compassionate of the fate of the boys, the Greek god Hephaestus has made an agreement with the Amazons that he would trade weapons made by him for those called failures. The sons of Themyscira work in the Hephaestus forge in the interior of Mount Etna, Italy. I did not accept that Hephaestus used them at work. So I tried to free my brothers, but they asked me to spare Hephaestus instead. They made me understand that I was making a horrible mistake. They owed the smith their lives. If it were not for him, all of them would have been thrown into the sea to die drowned, unloved, as Hephaestus' mother, the goddess Hera, did to him. Hephaestus wanted them and he raised them. In his forge, the sons were artists, and they were happy. She iterated. How can a mother be so, unattached to her child that she carried for 9 months, regardless of their gender? This makes your people look like they lack feelings, compassion, something you were meant to hold to in the high regards. Weren't you all supposed to teach the merits of virtue, love, and equality? Ragnarok asked. She sighed, I know, that is why I am trying to change things. I tried to bring the sons closer to their Amazon mothers and sisters by creating a settlement for them on Paradise Island. We are headed there. She seemed particularly excited to show Ragnarok her work. If you really did all this, then respect for you has increased in my head, Lady Diana. Ragnarok praised her. She smiled, just call me Diana. After living among humans for so long, it feels weird to hear that. Ha ha ha. I understand. My people also call me God, but I don't like it. I'd rather hear them call me boss or something. Ragnarok said. I told you so much. But I still don't know enough about you. Would you care to shed some light on your mysterious self? She asked. Of course, I am the god of all dragons across the Omniverse. I rule from my planet called Drachium. All dragons there are sentient beings who think, invent, and innovate. Ragnarok explained. Diana, who had been thinking that God of Dragons was just a title all this time, now understood she was wrong. Why would dragons follow a humanoid god? She inquired. Ragnarok chuckled, I also have a dragon form, Diana. I am originally a dragon. If I were to turn into my true form, this planet would get destroyed under my weight and then my gravitational pull. What? That, how strong are you? She asked. Enough to destroy worlds with a flick. But, I do understand that there are beings stronger than me too. Who can erase universes? He said, warning her before she thinks he's the Almighty. This was the first time Diana was hearing about this crazy power level. Max she could think about was Zeus-level beings. But even that was small compared to this level. By Zeus, she remembered something. Did you know, there is a girl on Paradise Island, she was impregnated by Zeus. Ragnarok shook his head, these Olympian gods never learn. I hope they don't mess up too much this time or else they won't like it when he comes. Who comes? Diana inquired. An old man, who can erase universes, Ragnarok replied. Diana understood the meaning. He was talking about the supreme gods or something. Oh look, we are close. She exclaimed as she pointed to an island from where fire smoke was coming. But, slowly, as they got closer, their faces changed. The scene in front of them was horrifying. Dead bodies everywhere. Brutally killed, some missing legs, some arms and some heads. Diana jumped from their boat and dashed to the small settlement. No 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 no, who did this? Ragnarok sighed, things never go as simple with him around. He felt bad for Diana though. He went closer and put his hand on her shoulder. We should find the culprit. He said. You can see Darkside Mural and Themisira on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 680. Fury of the God. She wept among the corpses of her murdered brothers. It took her a while to calm down. Diana. A woman's shout came. They looked towards her. Dessa. Diana voiced. It was her friend. Dessa herself wept as she came to them and soon embraced Diana. What happened here? Diana inquired. She explained to her that there was no time to stop the massacre perpetrated. It was Donna who urged the Amazons to take the island back, planning to kill all the men here. With Diana out of Themisira with the Justice League, Donna and the Amazons who supported her attacked the men by surprise in their settlement at night, killing them all by the sword, in cold blood. In total it was Donna and 20 other Amazons doing. By the time we saw the fires, it was too late. I'm sorry, Diana. She cried. Where was my mother? Where was Queen Hippolyta at that time? Diana asked with fury. I don't know. She just didn't come out of her chamber even after so much noise. Dessa revealed, she herself was feeling strange about it. We should check her. I'm afraid Donna did something to her. Diana got worried. Wait, Ragnarok stopped them. There is one guy alive. Look, footmarks, going there. Ragnarok pointed to the ground and to the direction the soul footmarks were leading to. They followed them and soon found a scared and broken man. Diana knew his name. He was one of the men, called Anastasios. He survived the massacre, having hidden in the jungles of Paradise Island. But seeing them, he weakly tried to run away in fear. Diana and Ragnarok gave him chase. After they caught up they were horrified at his physical condition. He had an amputated arm, severe head trauma, multiple bruises and burns, lost an eye and several other wounds held together by makeshift bandages. Why did you kill my brothers? You promised US peace. You betrayed US. Why did you bring US here, Diana? We were so happy before. He cried loudly. He yelled at Diana for the massacres and declared that had he known the consequences of the massacres he would have committed suicide instead. Diana's face had turned dark due to anger after seeing him in such a condition. These men were brothers of Amazons whether they liked it or not. By doing this, they were going against the founding principle of Themisira. Ragnarok walked forward to the man. He was traumatized by the women so he didn't act as scared when he approached him. Son, I know magic. Let me heal you. He said in good faith. No, just kill me. I want to die. Anastasios argued. But he was high on pain right now, that was why he was taking such decisions. So. Ragnarok tried other methods. He simply healed his wounds first. I have already healed you. Now, stand up and come with me. You will get your justice today. Diana nodded and led the way to the castle where Hippolyta was supposed to be. But when they reached there, to their shock, the room was filled with snakes and at the end of the hall was the clay-turned Hippolyta. Mother, Diana ran to the statue. It was obvious that Donna didn't do this. She did not have this kind of power. So, Diana looked for a clue. Then finally, she saw the feet of Hippolyta. There, Hippolyta had written with her thumb of the left feet. It only said one word. Hera. Ragnarok was a bit intrigued. Did the Greek goddess, wife of Zeus, Hera did this? Yes, we only know that Hera. She probably did this because I have Zeus's blood in my veins. So, Hera must have come here to complain. Diana immediately understood. Diana. Zola is giving birth. An Amazon came and announced. It was happening at the same time for some reason. Soon, Zola did give birth to a son. But, to her and everyone else's horror, Zola was used by the gods for their selfish desires. It was a scheme of the Olympian gods all along. Ha ha ha. Adult laughs from the baby started coming. Ragnarok shook his head and announced what he deduced with his limited omniscience. Athena made herself human to restore Zeus to the throne of Olympus by mating and giving birth to him as a human. This girl, Zola, from Virginia, was the person that Athena took over. Athena later chose to leave her body and allow her sentience. She gave birth to a healthy boy, but as it turns out, it is Zeus himself. Her son's soul was taken over by Zeus. No. Zola cried as she saw the events unfold. She had just given birth and was now mourning the death of her son Zeke. Right in front of her his consciousness and body were being overridden so Zeus could be fully restored. Ragnarok didn't like what was happening one bit. He's had enough of it already. What the hell is going on here? Even Deadpool is a saint in comparison to these gods. Boom. Instantly, Athena and Hera both appeared at the same time to watch the birth of Zeus again and the death of a mother. Hera didn't know about this. Initially, she thought Zola was one of the women Zeus had banged and she wanted to kill her, but now she understood Athena's plan. Ragnarok was somewhat angry. These so-called gods were acting like the worst scum on earth. Now, he did not have jurisdiction over these gods, so he called the one who could solve this mess better, who could punish them. Wayne Manor. Batman seemed to have finally made up his mind. He supported the new vigilante. They used enough force only when necessary. So, he felt that his way of working was too broken. Hence, he invited Alexander. I thought about what you said and now I agree that your method is much better. I didn't even have to do anything in the city for weeks now and the crime is still in controllable range. He said. Yeah, anyway, my projects are all for the benefit of humanity. Capital punishment is only given when one crosses the line that no sane human should, Alexander replied. Bruce then turned serious. You said I should turn to you if I needed something. I need your help now. Sure, what is it? Alexander asked. I am planning on opening a base. A base of Justice League. I want our team to help people around the world. Not just a few of them. He revealed. Beep beep. Oh, Bruce. It's an emergency. I will be back in a few minutes. You drink water till then. Alexander announced and disappeared. Soon, he came in front of a big crowd. There was a baby and two women, arguing over something. Alexander immediately learned everything about all he needed to. He already knew even before he arrived here. Alexander's face turned a bit serious, but it looked like he was angry. He loudly spoke, You all demons! Meddling in the mortal world as if you own it. Destroying so many lives, for such petty reasons. No, this time you will be punished harshly. Alexander pointed his finger at baby. He exorcised Zeus from the baby and made him reincarnate as a duck. But this one would give birth to an egg every 3 days. He also restored the baby into a normal human for the girl named Zola. From now on, you will live as a duck for 5 billion years. Every 3 days you will leave an egg that can never be hatched into an offspring. Hera will have to eat it. Alexander announced authoritatively. No, please forgive me, God. Zeus pleaded in his astral form, but Alexander didn't listen to him. Alexander was not just anybody now. He was second only to God. Now to Hera and Athena. I can't believe you two are women. Hera, you have caused so much destruction in your jealousy of Zeus sleeping with others. You turned Hippolyta into a clay statue just because she made Diana with Zeus' words. Athena, you destroyed a woman's life to get your whoring father back into life? Wasn't he better as a dead formless being? You all have no authority or moral high ground over humans. They don't even pray to you anymore. Do I have to remind you about what you all did with Themyscira and Amazonia by controlling Hercules? Let me remind everyone here then. Under the orders of angry and prideful Zeus, Heracles and his friend Theseus came to the Amazons. One of Heracles' tasks was to retrieve the girdle of Hippolyta. Arriving at the Amazon city with an army behind them, Heracles demanded Hippolyta surrender the girdle. Hippolyta refused, marching out of the city and offering to fight Heracles for it. Heracles was defeated by the Amazon queen, and the humbled demigod offered peace and to unite with the Amazons in an alliance. The Amazons let Heracles and his men into the city, and a night of revelry ensued. Antiope fell helplessly in love with Theseus, and Hippolyta fell for Heracles pretty hard. In his madness, Heracles drugged Hippolyta, raping and assaulting her in her slumber. And when she awoke she was in chains. Heracles' army bound, beat and raped the Amazons, tearing down their city and stealing their treasures. He then left the city with Hippolyta's girdle and some of his men, leaving the majority behind to guard the Amazons. This is the true face of your pantheon. Alexander boomed. Diana didn't know this story and it shocked her to no end. This was the true face of these gods they held in such high regard. Whoosh! Whoosh! One after another, all the other Olympian gods arrived and kneeled in front of him to ask for forgiveness. All except Ares. I bow to no one. I want to fight. Why? Ares was burned just there. He cried in pain and got turned into ashes. Ares was one of the people who always thwarted Amazon's plan to spread peace and equality. Nobody trusted Amazons because of him. Fools, Amazons became like this because you pushed them into this state. Alexander reprimanded them. He then waved his hand and summoned Hercules. Hercules couldn't even stand due to all the pressure Alexander applied to him. He was directly pressed on the ground by his chest. Then he waved his hand towards Hippolyta and all the snakes. All of them turned back to their original Amazon forms. Alexander went to Hercules and stepped on his head, from now on, your name shall be Rapist, till eternity. You shall be synonymous with debauchery and backstabbing. You should be ashamed to even call yourself a demigod. Because of what you did to Amazons, they never take off the bracelets of submission so as not to forget what happened when they believed in men. Because of you, so many deaths occurred. Then he looked at the rest of the gods. And what did you all do? Zeus provided the rage, Hercules provided the reason, you goddesses declared that you were displeased with the Amazons, even declaring that they had failed in their sacred mission and were unpure? You believed that Amazons must have a penance? Hence you provided them with a pair of steel bracelets to wear at all times, forever a reminder of their capture and humiliation? And you Poseidon? You parted the sea and made way for the defeated, raped and hopeless Amazons to reach their eternal prison, the Paradise Island? Where they were to be the guardians of great evil, and long as they remained on the island, they would be immortal. All the gods had their heads nearly dug into the ground in shame and fear. I am so much disappointed by you all. You all are no better than sinful mortals, who abuse their power and exploit others for their amazement or selfish desires. You all started this cycle and it kept on going. Today, I will end it. All you love to play the immortality game, right? From now on, you will all be banned from reaching the mortal realm. As long as you stay in your Mount Olympus you will be immortal, if you somehow come to the mortal realm, you will become a crippled mortal. Also, if you die now, you will die permanently. Leave now. All the Amazons present there quietly stood there and saw how the Olympian gods cowered in fear. They had never seen anything like this and wondered who Alexander was. Hippolyta remembered the humiliation she felt years ago at the hands of Hercules. She had never forgotten that. But knowing the gods did all that, she felt happy seeing them like this. They were having a taste of their own medicine. Now, only Hercules remained under Alexander's feet. Rapist, from now on, you will never be able to win a fight, you will never be able to accumulate wealth, you will never be able to commit a crime. You will live till eternity as a beggar named Rapist. Go now. Alexander made Hercules disappear and return to where he came from. Alexander then looked at the Amazons. He went to Hippolyta and caressed her head as a father would. They will never mess with Themiscyra anymore. No one will. He assured her. Then he looked at Diana and nodded. Ragnarok, you should deal with the traitors. He instructed and left as he came. Thud. Every single creature in Themiscyra except Ragnarok instantly fell on their knees. They felt powerless all of a sudden. All this time they were stiff and could stay standing. Who was he? Hippolyta asked her daughter. That was the true god, Diana replied, even though she didn't understand what all this really meant. Ragnarok nodded, we should deal with Donna now. What did she do? Hippolyta asked. With a saddened face, Diana told her everything. Hippolyta got sad hearing the fate of all those sons and brothers. Bam! Queen Hippolyta, the sons of Themiscyra, they are alive again, a miracle. One guard announced. Hippolyta and Diana looked at each other's faces and then Ragnarok's, did he do it? Ragnarok chuckled, who else can do it? Mount Olympus. Battered, scared and angered, all the Olympian gods returned to their place. They could already feel that what Alexander had said had happened to their bodies. Soon, anger became too much and it exploded. Zeus, Athena and Hera were all killed by others after 1,000 years of war. They were blamed because they started all this mess. If Athena had not gone to bring back Zeus and Hera had not gone to turn Hippolyta into clay, nothing like this would have happened. So, from 12, now only 9 Olympian gods remained. Later, even Ares was killed for his arrogance. Apollo became the king of Olympian gods from then on. In a nameless location, Hercules arrived with a pop. It was an island in the Mediterranean Sea. He was its king and had immense wealth gathered there. He lived there with his friends. But now, as far he could see, there was nothing left. All the buildings were gone, all the gold was gone. Only his friends remained and they looked as shocked. All their ornaments had gone missing. All of them were now dirt poor and would stay this way forever. A/N, damn, these Greek gods never stop messing no matter which universe it is. You can see Attack, Sad Diana, Hera, the sad past of Hippolyta on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 681. 681. Damn that omniscience. Ragnarok stayed behind at the Paradise Island. They caught Donna quickly, and she was subsequently defeated by Diana. They wanted to exile her and Ragnarok was not against it. But he offered an idea. What if I take away her powers? Then, she will be like any other mortal and will pose no threat to you Amazons in the future. He suggested. Diana agreed, that would be very helpful. No problem, so Ragnarok made the rebel Amazons mortals. Then they were given a boat and sent away. After that, Hippolyta looked at Ragnarok and Diana. Then she went close to Diana and whispered something. Is he your lover? Diana blushed, what are you saying? We just met not long ago. Then why are you acting like a docile wife near him? Girl, I know you better than you know yourself. Do you want me to talk to him? Hippolyta asked. Although she still harbored a bit of disgust towards men, gods didn't come in that category. Even less so after seeing Alexander. I need to know him more. We aren't even friends yet. Diana argued. With the speed this is going, I think you are past the friendship stage. But, let's celebrate today. Because today, we are truly free. Those arrogant gods got punished, the dead are alive and we have a guest to entertain. Hippolyta cheered. After that, what ensued was a big celebration. The sons of Themisira were allowed to come and join. There was no point in discrimination now anyway. Ragnarok was already being treated as if he were the husband-to-be of Diana. He was made to sit beside her and every third Amazon would come to him to clank glasses and congratulate. It was very embarrassing for Diana but Ragnarok was enjoying the drinks. These low-level alcohols had no effect on him. Wahaha, thanks for all these drinks, everyone. He downed another glass. Everyone had a shocked face. Because except him, everyone else was drunk. Soon, it was the middle of the night and most of the Amazons had gone to sleep. Except for Diana and Ragnarok. Diana had brought him to a cliff from where a nice view of the sea was available under the bright moonlight. She wore a loose robe over her armor now. Ragnarok waved his hand and made a nice comfortable carpet for themselves and also made a campfire. They sat down close but still with enough distance to not give the illusion that they were romantic partners. A smooth breeze touched their faces. It was very much refreshing. So, what kind of dragon god are you? She asked. What do you mean by what kind? I'm just a very old dragon who is strong enough to be above all dragons and also turn into a human. Ragnarok answered. Do you know that supreme god? She inquired more. No. We are buddies. Known him from the start of his journey. He's a chill person, don't think of him as someone unapproachable. Anyway, enough about all this. What about you? I heard you are a part of some kind of a league. He asked. It's called the Justice League. Some people with extraordinary power are acting to protect this planet from threats too big for normal armies to fight. She explained. Well, by the time I and that old man leave this dimension you all will not need to work much, Ragnarok muttered. Leave? What do you mean? She inquired. Oh, Alexander is a god but he also travels the Omniverse, visiting various universes and absolving them of their sins and making them good. After each time the purity reaches 90% or we leave. Ragnarok explained. Diana didn't say much in reply, what is the purity right now? I don't know. It was 60 when we came here. But we have not started to deal with the threats in the space so it is probably going to take time. There is also the Great War coming soon so everything is unpredictable. He answered. Great War? What is that? She inquired. She was surprised that even these supreme gods talked about wars. Who do they even fight? There is a war going on, Diana. Bigger than anything you can imagine. It is a war for the existence of everything. In the heavens, a demonic man has gained too much power and he is threatening the existence of the whole system. Alexander will be fighting him soon. Along with the rest of us. Whoever wins will define the future of everything. Ragnarok explained to her. She was taken aback. If that is the case, all these low-level crimes, villains, and heroes don't really matter. How small everything is compared to the existential threat to the very existence. Ragnarok patted her shoulder, don't feel that way. Mortals cannot be blamed for having mortal thoughts, desires, and wishes. They are made to be like that. They do not need to know about such conflicts because it will only scare them as they cannot do much about it. Can I help in any way? She asked. Sure, any powerful being can help. There will be plenty of demons to kill. But you should stay in this realm. The ones in the heavens will mostly be world-destroying beings. He warned. Sigh. Just when I thought everything has turned out to be so good, this happens. She sighed. Ragnarok chuckled, this is why most people are not told about this. See, you got depressed. Be happy Diana, Alexander is going to win. I have confidence in him. He's the smartest person I have ever known. I know, but it does develop a sense of dread in your heart. Knowing that someone you don't even know is threatening your and your loved ones lives. She replied. And that is why one must never stop training to get stronger. What do you say, want to get stronger? I can train you if you want. Ragnarok asked. Where did this sudden interest come from? She teasingly asked back. Oh, since I saw you. I mean since I saw you fight in those ruins, he stuttered. Diana suddenly laughed, haha, you are a funny man, Ragnarok. Okay, I would love to be stronger and call you a teacher. Ragnarok happily brought out some drinks, then let's cheers to that. Alexander came back to the Wayne Manor where he was having a talk with Batman. I'm back. There was just some problem with Olympian gods at Wonder Woman's home. Alexander shruggingly said. Bruce raised an eyebrow hearing that. His computers had not told him about any conflict going on there. But what he didn't know was that Alexander so easily squashed them that no fight occurred. So, you had a change of heart? What did change there, care to tell me? Alexander inquired. After seeing the way you dealt with the criminals, by not just catching them but also making the law stricter. Maybe the Justice League should also work in a similar way if it wants to create a change. Bruce said. Alexander nodded, so you need my help with the watchtower. Damn that omniscience, Bruce cursed in his head. I can do that very easily. But care to tell me about all the members of the Justice League? Also, why don't you revive the Superman? Alexander asked. You can revive a dead man? Bruce questioned. Sure, why not? It's pretty easy to do. Alexander said. Bruce's mind was in overdrive, wondering if he should really bring him back. Bruce by now had accepted one thing, albeit grudgingly, that Alexander was a real god and he couldn't do anything about it. Alexander continued speaking, we will need to bring his girlfriend into the equation to calm him down. I can hold him down very easily, but that would not be able to erase his dissatisfaction. I will go and bring her there. I will also tell the Justice League to assemble. Bruce said as he got up. And I will go to his grave, Alexander replied. He was happy that he and Bruce had come to an understanding. 682. SCCR. Alexander was getting ready to go to Superman's grave, but he got a cute call from Fihame. It was none other than Thea. Hello, is this Grandpa? Thea's voice came. She was currently lifted in the air by Olivia so she could reach the telephone in the living room. Alexander could already see how cute she was looking like this, and he already knew why she called. Yes, my sweetheart, it's me. What is it? Grandpa, they're in the school today, they say it is bring your kid to work day. I said I would go with Grandpa. Will you bring me with you? She asked in hope-filled voice. Alexander's heart melted. Of course, I will come to get you now. Just wait for me there. Yai, thank you, bye-bye. She was overjoyed and looked at her grandma's face. Grandma, Grandpa says yes. She said cutely. Of course he did, he dotes on you so much. Olivia caressed her head. Pop. AAA, where is my cute little granddaughter? Come here. Alexander appeared. Grandpa. Thea saw him and ran into his arms. Alexander picked her up like a little doll. Let's go. We have an important mission to do today. He said. Really? Then let's go. She crawled to his back and sat there in her prized position. Allender happily went out. Thea asked him, where are we going, Grandpa? We are going to revive a dead alien, Thea, Alexander replied. Whoa. I like seeing big-head green aliens. They look funny. Thea said. Ha, no today, my child. This alien looks like a human. Just like you and me. He corrected her. Ow. She got a bit disheartened. Don't be sad. We will meet many more fun people. Here, eat this lollipop till then. Don't drop it on my hair though. He dotted. Alexander didn't go to the metropolis city because the Superman's coffin buried there was an empty one. The real one was actually at the Kent farm in Kansas. He went straight to Kent farm in Smallville in Kansas state. Alexander had to say, the name givers of this town were really straightforward. A small town was named Smallville. When Alexander arrived there, as he expected, nobody was there. The farm was in shambles as it had been abandoned long ago by Martha Kent because she couldn't pay the loans from Kansas Bank. A really great job on Bruce's part, not taking care of the family whose sole money-maker's death was partially his responsibility. The man was good but had too many flaws and paranoia. Grandpa, why is there no one? Where is Alien? Thea asked as she licked her candy. She looked around at the barren land, trying to find where this alien was. He is in his coffin, little one. Let's get him out and give him a nice shock. He muttered in Oxyoit. Oxyo Superman's coffin. He said. Bam. In a grand entrance, the box appeared in front of Alexander from under the ground. It came out as if it ripped open the earth apart. A really grand entrance for a dead superhero. He laid it down on the floor and took the lid off. Clark's body was as fine as the day he died. Not even dirt was there. His body was wearing a nice black suit. Well, let's revive him. Alexander decided. He simply started reversing the time of his body. He quickly brought it to the point where he was weakened due to kryptonite poisoning. Alexander took that out of his system. Clark's eye shot open. His body was back to pre-death but his mind remembered everything. He was confused because the last thing he remembered was him sacrificing himself. The last thought he had in his mind was Lois and his mother. That he was never going to be able to see again. And now, suddenly, he just woke up with that memory in continuation. Alexander meanwhile was sitting on a small boulder nearby. Thea was sitting on his lap, eating her candy and looking at Clark with judgmental eyes, seemingly asking, "Where is fun, Uncle Alien?" Clark slowly got up. The chirping of birds reached his ears, he looked up at the sky, it was a hot summer day. Then he turned to look at his house. Memories of his family rushed into his head. Alexander had to agree, he was certainly taking the revival much better than before, or, maybe not. He saw him starting to hyperventilate. He turned around to look at Alexander. His breathing was getting heavier with every second. "Why did you bring me back? Who are you?" he questioned angrily. He was still in his fight mode so every unknown guy he saw was a potential enemy. "Easy boy, we can sit and talk," Alexander said. But the next moment, Superman had launched himself towards him with his Superman punch outward. Alexander calmly sat there with no worries. Thea was still eating her candy. Boom! Alexander stopped his fist with his palm. It created a huge shockwave. It all happened just a few inches from Thea's head and she was excited. "Whoa, so much fun, do it again, hee." She requested. Soon after her magic took place, Clark visibly calmed down and was back on his feet. He stood there silently and looked around. Honk honk! All of a sudden, a luxury four-seater car stopped near the farmhouse. Clark was in his defensive mode again but as soon as he saw the two women getting out of it, his anger disappeared. "Clark! Clark!" The two women were Clark's girl and mother. They both ran to him and hugged one side of him each. Then Bruce came out of his car and walked to stand beside Alexander. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a flash of red-colored lightning appeared and the next moment there was a boy standing in a red full-body suit with a lightning bolt-shaped ears and logo on his shoulder. "Am I late?" the boy asked. Alexander immediately recognized him. This was the cheerful Barry Allen, the Flash. "Just a little late, kid. I've already revived him." Alexander spoke. Barry looked at him, he stayed silent for a few seconds and the next moment he started fangirling on him. Oh my gosh, you are, the god. I knew there was a god, after all, look how many strange things exist so why can't you too? I'm a huge fan." He was a talking machine. Alexander got up, Okay, calm down. I have a job for you, Barry. I would give my life for you, Barry replied like a fanatic. Alexander sarcastically spoke, amazing, nothing makes my day better than meeting a zealot. I will consider you as my Grand Inquisitor if I even want an Inquisition. Now, how fast can you run around the earth? In less than a second, Barry replied instantly. Good, Alexander picked Thea from the boulder and passed her to Barry who instinctively held her. She is my granddaughter. She is also bored. I want you to show her the 9 wonders of the world in 10 minutes. Can I trust you? He asked. Barry looked at Thea's face as she also stared at his masked face with her deep green eyes. She looked cute beyond words. Barry's heart melted. Ah, you are so cute, Thea. He said, but Thea's reply made him nearly vomit. Uncle Bulb, stranger danger. She said in a questioning tone. Alexander laughed out loud. Even Bruce smiled and it was clear he was trying to hold laughter louder. Barry's face looked pained. Alexander caressed Thea's hair. No sweetie, he is Flash. He can run very fast. He will show you the world in a few minutes. Really? Let's go then, Uncle Bulb. She exclaimed. Alexander stared directly into Barry's eyes. Go, be safe. My eyes will be watching you continuously. Barry shivered a little. The being in front of him could probably wipe out Earth just by coughing and he understood that. Don't worry, God. I will do my job properly. Let's go, Thea. He saluted and held her tight. Whoosh. Flash ran very fast and brought her to the Statue of Liberty. But his face didn't look very happy because of the conversation that happened midway. Faster, go faster, Uncle Bulb. Thea requested. Sweetie, if we go faster we will reach the past or the future. We can't do that. He argued. Thea seemed disappointed. You are so slow. Barry nearly vomited blood after hearing that. My grandpa can go faster than this. She added. Well, of course he can, he is the frickin' god. He cursed internally. Whoosh. They appeared at their destination. Alexander saw Clark calming down and finally smiling. After 5 minutes of talking with his mom and lover, he looked at Alexander. Thank you, sir, and forgive me for attacking you. Clark apologized like a gentleman. Alexander liked this quality of him. Also, Clark was told that Alexander was a real god, but he felt weird calling him that. He didn't have any doubt that he really was a god, as he was just brought back from death. Haha, don't fret about it. I didn't even feel it. So, what are you going to do now? Alexander asked. Clark silently looked around. Then at the house. Start over maybe. Mom, let's renovate this house. Martha looked conflicted. I am sorry, Clark, but... Clark got tensed. What happened? We don't own this house anymore. After you, I wasn't able to repay my loan and the bank took this house away. Now that Kansas City Bank owns it. She regretfully revealed. Clark just looked at the house in front of him. He couldn't even go inside his own home and he felt helpless right now. If it was a matter of fists then he would have sorted it by now, but this was different. Bruce was about to come forward and give some help when Alexander spoke. Haha, calm down, boy. No need to worry about such little things. I will sort it out now, just give me a second. I need to call my secretary. Bruce was interested in knowing who this secretary was because he had never known about this. He was keeping a constant tab on all his activities all this time. But soon, he felt like fainting and cursing, along with Lois. Alexander dialed the phone. Everyone could hear the sound of the call going through. Drew. Shake. Yes, the strong male voice came from the other side. But it sounded a bit familiar to them. Alexander laughingly spoke, haha, hello Obama, God this side. You can see Kent Farm, Superman, Martha, Lois, and Bruce on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 683. Dead ones. Everyone was shocked when he uttered the president's name. Bruce had now gone numb to anything Alexander did. Whoosh flash also returned. Alexander meanwhile continued talking on the phone. Yeah, you know Superman? Yeah, the one who died. Well, he's alive again. But his humble farm was bought by the Kansas Bank. Tell them to sell it back to Superman at the cost of $1. Alexander then looked at Clark. Boy, do you have $1? Clark checked his suit, and all he could find in there was a handkerchief. I got nothing but this suit. Alexander nodded and talked on the phone. Well, Obama, tell them to sell it for, one thumb-sized stone. Obama's voice came from the other side. How valuable is the stone? Alexander picked up a random stone from the ground and replied, well, it's a pretty stone. Very smooth and round. Found it on the ground just now. Anyway, tell them to do it and find me if they want the money later. Yeah, I'll help you in the next term. As soon as he cut the call, he raised his thumb. Done, you can go into your home now. They will soon come with papers and the keys. Batman looked at his face. With what the fuck expression. Flash said what Bruce wanted to. Was that the fricking president? Alexander nodded while taking Thea back into his arms. Of course, Obama is a very unique name, so yeah. How many more do you know? How were you able to order him like that? Lois asked. What, why? He's like my secretary right now. The best part is, I don't even have to pay him a salary. Barry was excited. Awesome. Can I go to the White House and eat a pizza at the president's table? Sure. Alexander shrugged. He turned to Clark. You should settle down. We will announce your return later. People are going to love seeing you again. They hate me, I'm an alien. Clark melancholy replied. And I am an extra-dimensional god, Alexander argued. Clark nodded. Exactly, you're the god. They pray to you. They would love you if you announced your existence. Alexander laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, tell that to my brother Jesus. No, Clark. The humans would crucify me and call me a heathen. In their minds, God is superficial and whoever claims to be a god is a false god. He continued, do you know how many angels were sent from heaven to correct this planet but were all killed after being called heathen? 128 in total. Yeah, one even came to help during the Black Plague. He preached good hygiene and taking baths regularly because, in response to the debauchery of Roman baths, the early Christian church frequently discouraged cleanliness. He also preached not killing cats as they killed rats. He told them about bacteria and that it causes the plague. He even built a crude microscope to teach them. But they burned him, calling him a witch and to make the gods happy so they stopped the plague. So no, they would hate me, Alexander said. Barry agreed, to be honest, if I hadn't seen you and known how cool you are, I would have called you a pretend god too. That's just human nature. I'm also a man of science, so I would doubt your claims even more. Alexander raised his hand. See. Grandpa, Thea hungry. Thea suddenly spoke. This garnered attention from Lois and Martha. Ah, who is she? Alexander proudly explained, today is bring your child to work day in my realm. My son is nearly as tall as me, so I can't really pick him in my arms and cuddle. This is my granddaughter, my little angel, Thea. Am I right? He rubbed his long beard on her cheek, making her ticklish. She giggled, hee hee, stop. Let's go in then and eat something. Clark voiced. I will go and buy groceries, Martha said. Alexander stopped them, no need, it's already in there. I should even fix the farm and save you the trouble. He waved his hand and fixed everything. Cool. Godly powers are so convenient, Barry exclaimed. Next, all of them went in. Martha cooked something for them. But, Thea was hungry, so Alexander quickly brought some nice fried rice from Fihame. Thea, say a. A-a-a-a-a-a-o-m. She ate her food happily while being spoiled by him. She wobbled her head as if enjoying her time greatly. Alexander looked at Bruce and Clark, both were sitting a good distance away from each other. They still had bad blood. How long are you two gonna stare at each other? Just kiss already. I mean, shake hands and be good. Alexander told the two of them. Bruce decided to be the bigger man and say sorry because it was him at the start who went after Clark just because he was an alien and a danger to the world in his eyes. Clark, I was not right to attack you. You deserve to live on this planet as much as anybody else. Bruce said. Clark nodded but didn't say anything. This much animosity can't just disappear in minutes. Absolutely right, Bruce. Humans are also aliens on this planet. The first life came on this planet because of a meteorite. In a sense, everyone is an alien. Also, the universe is filled with aliens, so it doesn't make sense that you fight among each other. You will get plenty of enemies in the future. Alexander advised them. Martha also came and tried to cheer Clark up. Clark, don't doubt yourself. Your father wouldn't have wanted this. And I am sure he would have been proud of you if he was among us. Yes, if he was here. I could have saved him back then. Now look, I still had to come forward in front of the whole world. His death was senseless. Clark said with regret in his voice. Why don't you ask him yourself? I can summon his soul here from the heavens. You can have a nice talk with him. Alexander offered. Everyone there stayed quiet in shock. Anyone would have the same reaction if someone said that they can summon their dead loved ones. Most would call it bullshit, but here, it may be possible. Are you serious? Barry asked. Sure, why not? What about you, Clark? Do you want to talk to him again? Alexander inquired. Will he feel pained by being pulled here? He asked back. No, just some slight irritation as anyone would feel if they were to be brought out of their homes. But, do not anger him as spirits are prone to getting angry very fast. Alexander informed him. Sigh. Clark simply nodded in affirmation. Alexander did his magic and summoned the soul of Jonathan from heaven. A bluish light came out of his ring and the figure manifested in front of them. It was an old man. Jonathan was an honest man who always believed in ethics and honesty during his life as a farmer, and he loved his adopted son Clark very much. Despite Clark being practically invincible, Jonathan was very overprotective of his adopted son, fearing that the world wouldn't accept Clark the way he and Martha did, and that his presence on Earth would change everything. Ultimately, Jonathan was so adamant not to reveal Clark's secret to the world that he died protecting it. Jonathan, talk to your son. Help him clear his mind, will you? Alexander requested. Of course, godson. Meanwhile, Bruce was questioning whether he should also talk to them or not. 684. Secrets of Dark Side. While the meeting between Clark and his adopted father was going on, a certain big guy of the universe had sent one of his henchmen to find a device from the Earth. A device that held immense powers. It was a fine day at Paradise Island. Ragnarok was a respected guest of Amazons and was widely accepted by all the women there. He was already decreed as Dragon God. Diana, what is that box? Ragnarok asked while strolling through various buildings. Diana came by his side and looked at the cube. This is called Mother Box. It has an interesting story behind it. Thousands of years ago, Steppenwolf led an attack on Earth during his crusade as Darkseid's herald. Yeah, the same Darkseid whose shrine we found not long ago. Steppenwolf brought 3 mother boxes with him to use to terraform the Earth into a planet similar to their home world. However, Steppenwolf was defeated by the alliance of mankind, the Amazons and the Atlanteans, with assistance from the Old Gods and the Green Lanterns. The mother boxes were successfully separated by Zeus, left for the forces of Earth to guard. While the Amazons and the Atlanteans kept them guarded in vaults, mankind buried their mother box so that nobody could ever find it again. These boxes are said to be sentient and hold knowledge and powers that even gods would find problematic to understand. Ragnarok nodded. Hey, Diana, what if those creatures you saw in that tomb that day were also after this mother box? Diana stopped moving and her face froze. She turned back to him, it is highly likely. Maybe they want the mother boxes back with them again. We should tell the queen about this before it's too late, she said. Sigh. I think we are already too late, Ragnarok said, pointing at the sky. Diana also looked and saw a boom tube falling from the sky. A boom tube was an extra-dimensional portal used to instantaneously travel vast distances. It roaringly fell on the empty vast grounds of the Paradise Island. From it, thousands of creatures started coming out. All of them had weapons in their hands, so it was obvious that they didn't come here to greet them. Ting ting. Enemy attack bells started to ring loudly. Let's go, I will stop whomever it is. Can't have you people die just when you received freedom. Ragnarok said and jumped out of the tower and flew to the battlefield. Yes, Diana was also in his arms. Just as they arrived there, on horses hundreds of Amazons came, along with them were sons of Themis. But they were more of a crafter and weaponsmiths than fighters, so not many of them were brought in. Queen Hippolyta was leading them. She saw Ragnarok and Diana. Diana, we must stop them. They are the soldiers of Steppenwolf. They have come here to take the mother box from us. We must protect it at all cost or else they will turn this planet into a ruin. Hippolyta said. Ragnarok laughed, calm down, no need to be on edge. As long as it is not someone as strong as Alexander, I can easily defeat them. Let this Steppenwolf come. By the way, who is this Steppenwolf exactly? He asked. Hippolyta answered, General Steppenwolf is an ancient and powerful new god from Apocalypse, serving as the herald to his nephew Darkseid, and the leader of Apocalypse's army of parademons. We defeated him once before 5,000 years ago. If he is someone who can be defeated by you all, then I don't think he has much hope of surviving my punches. Tell the Amazons to step back. I don't want them to get caught in my fire. He nearly commanded. Hippolyta, grudgingly, stepped back. She didn't like stepping away from a fight, but when a better option was available, leading her own people to death was not a wise thing. Ragnarok turned to the big army. I shall roast you now. Whoosh. He raised his both arms and from them fire came out, trapping the whole enemy army in a circle of fire. Many tried to break out of it but got burned to ashes. Then, Ragnarok started making that circle smaller, killing all the enemies as they were trapped. Slowly, the fire circle kept on getting more crowded and the fire also started spreading among them with burning bodies. The parademons tried to fly too, but each that tried received a fireball straight from Ragnarok's mouth. The sand under the feet of the army had already turned into glass due to the extreme heat. The cries of demons came as they all got burned. Then, the person they were waiting for came. Steppenwolf got out from the boom tube. He was adorning a golden armor with 2 horns on his head. He looked at his demons dying like pests. He quickly jumped towards Ragnarok with his axe. Ragnarok stopped throwing fire and instead blocked the axe with his index finger. I knew you were going to be weak, but this weak. Clank. The axe was cut in half. The 2 pieces dropped on the ground one after another, shocking the tall alien. I like your armor, gold is my favorite color. It would be a shame if someone were to take it away from you. Right? Ragnarok asked with a smile. Steppenwolf shuddered in fear. Although he fought for Darkseid, he sought to be free of Apocalypse ruler Darkseid and to regain his place of respect among the new gods, but Steppenwolf was neither foolish nor powerful enough to disobey or challenge Darkseid. He knew that there existed people who are also much stronger than Darkseid. But he had no idea who they were or where they existed. This was the first time he felt that this person is stronger than that being. Who are you? Steppenwolf asked. I am Ragnarok, the god of all dragons, Ragnarok replied and held onto his neck. He flew towards the sky with Steppenwolf in his palm. Steppenwolf had no strength to fight him. He was being handled like he was a ragdoll. Never in his life had he felt so helpless. Okay, time to turn you into a firework, Ragnarok said and opened his mouth. In an instant, a fire beam came out of it and started burning Steppenwolf. He didn't do it fast this time. Instead, he slowly burned him and made sure everyone looked at his glowing body as if he was the second sun. The parademons, having lost their master, retreated to their realm. But Ragnarok didn't let that happen. He sent fire to chase them and ended up burning all of them until the boom tube vanished. After that, he came down, without the body of Steppenwolf but only his empty armor in his hand. This gold is too impure, you all can keep it. He was too weak by the way. He muttered. But all stayed silent. The kind of might he just showed was crazy. He so easily killed the being that took 3 different species to come together to defeat. Diana, I hope this won't make you delay the date you promised me yesterday, Ragnarok said in front of everyone, making it public that he was pursuing her, so no hose allowed. Diana smiled and shook her head. She didn't say anything but just turned around and headed to the palace with Hippolyta. Meanwhile, Hippolyta had a smug look on her face. See, I knew there was something between you. Mother, it is just a date, Diana argued. Yes yes, your mother is a fool who doesn't understand the ways of the world. Hippolyta sarcastically japed. Apocalypse. Apocalypse was an ecumenopolis, planet-wide city, with burning fire pits, ruled by the despot Darkseid. Darkseid looked at his elites. Any news from Steppenwolf? Steppenwolf was his right hand and he had specifically sent him to get the mother boxes. Granny goodness, a lieutenant of his, denied, boss Darkseid, his army has lost contact. We'll wait then. He replied and went to his private chamber to do some secret stuff. Darkseid was not a normal entity. He may look to have a physical body but all this was false. His real body stayed in another dimension. The Darkseid right here now was an avatar of Darkseid's true form. There was only one Darkseid for all of the universes. He was one of the new gods. In short, Darkseid's main body exists outside of reality, as when it enters a physical universe, it begins to tear that universe apart. He uses his power to manifest physical avatars of varying strength to impose order in multiple universes at once. And this was not good news for Alexander for many different reasons. But, was there anything that Alexander didn't know now? You can see Mother Box, Steppenwolf, Apocalypse, and Darkseid on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 685, 685. Depressed Bois. Ragnarok landed on the balcony of Diana's room, hoping to shock her and see her reaction. It was early morning so not much movement going on around so he was not worried that someone would see him. He quickly pulled the curtains aside and entered. But he stopped in his path and his jaw was left hanging open. In front of him was Diana, standing without any clothes, her back was facing him and he could only see her fine figure and lower back. She was currently combing her hair. She also stopped as she saw him in the mirror. They blinked for a few seconds, and the next second, the comb was thrown at Ragnarok's face. Can't you at least knock, Ragnarok? There was no door. How do I knock curtains? He argued. Exactly, you didn't come from the door like normal people. Now, stop ogling at my back and get out. I'll be with you in a few minutes. Gosh, we haven't even had our first date and you've seen me like this. She mumbled in dissatisfaction. Does that mean you were planning on showing me everything after that? Also, I've only seen the back. Ragnarok pointed out the flaws in her worlds. She didn't say anything and there was an awkward silence. Feeling ashamed Ragnarok turned around, I'll go out. I didn't mean to make you feel insecure, Diana. He went out of the balcony. But the next moment he poked his head back in, by the way, your hair is looking amazing, you should leave them untied. After that, he was out. He didn't stay there either and decided to wait for her downstairs. Pop. Julius appeared, boss, I need your signatures. What are these? Ragnarok asked, looking at the papers. These are the budget papers for the coming fiscal year in Drachium. Julian explained. Let me read them. Can't have all my gold stolen from me now just because I signed a paper without reading. Ragnarok said. You can keep your filthy gold, you crazy old dragon, Julian cursed inside. Ragnarok did some work while staying in the hall of the Amazon Palace. He signed papers after papers, some for commissioning infrastructure projects to increase the world economy. Dragons could fly but they were also lazy, so, they preferred if they had some kind of roads, railways, or ships to transport stuff. Also, most dragons didn't really work anyway. Most of them were warriors and were a part of Alexander's peacekeepers. They earned money mostly from salary and it was a lot. Their economy was mostly consumer-based. Other people from planets like Frostheim, Apeheim, Fiheim were the people who sold their stuff there and also did most of the transportation job. Alexander's dimensional pocket was one huge economic hub with each part doing its job. After waiting for a while, Diana came. Ragnarok got up, ignoring Julian. Hey, sign here too. Julian shouted. Ragnarok ignored him, later boy. I won't sign on anything without reading it properly. Diana was in her usual armor but was also wearing a red cape this time. Her hair was left untied and it made her look much more beautiful. I didn't know we were going on a war for our first date. Ragnarok said. Diana chuckled, first? Are you sure there will be more? And nobody knows what might happen. So, it's better to be prepared. You are getting worried about nothing. Well, anyway, you ready to see the realm where I come from? Alexander has given you permission to have a look. Ragnarok asked. I am excited. Let's see where this all-powerful god lives. She replied. Ragnarok grabbed her hand and teleported with her inside Fiheim. Fiheim. Diana was not showing it but she was very excited from inside. Who wouldn't be, she was about to see the land of the gods. But as soon as they arrived, she saw a cute show taking place in front of her. Kurama. This is my place to sleep, go away. Shikaku's voice came first. Many tailed beasts were playing in the lake with noodles and some were sunbathing on the bank. Huh? Go somewhere else, trash panda. Kurama shrugged. You damn fox, you wait, I will eat all your secret treats. I know where you are hiding them. Shikaku threatened. Kurama grumpily got up, hey. Kurama went into the castle. But the next moment he returned and grabbed Shikaku by his neck, you ate my treats. What? No, I didn't. Shikaku denied. Crunch. Nom nom nom. Why are you fighting, guys? A voice came. Both Shikaku and Kurama turned their heads and saw Seiken eating some crackers. Seiken, where did you get those things? Kurama asked. Oh this? Someone forgot all this tasty stuff under Kurama's bed. I couldn't let it rot there. Seiken innocently revealed. Shikaku quickly freed himself, see, it was not me. Hey, disturbed my sunbath. He again went to the side and laid down and put 2 pieces of cucumber on his eyes. Kurama meanwhile was left standing, when he says it like this, I can't even get mad. He's too stupid. You want some? Seiken asked cutely. Diana saw the whole interesting event unfold. They are so cute. What are they? Not what, who? They are called tailed beasts. Their real forms are as big as mountains and they can destroy worlds. But they are also very harmless and very clumsy. Old man adopted them when they were being trapped by some people in another world to use them as tools of war. Everyone loves them. Ah, and that big snake-like creature is Noodles. He's as harmless as a puppy. He is a sea king, a species of ferocious beasts. But he was a cast out because he was too kind. Whoa. Grandpa Raggy brought new grandma. A wild Thea appeared. Cough. Thea, maybe you shouldn't call her grandma. Auntie will be fine. Ragnarok corrected her. Yes, she is very pretty. And she doesn't have white hair. You are pretty auntie. Do you like cotton candy? Thea asked all of a sudden. Her mind was always a mystery to most people. Thank you and yes, I like cotton candy, Diana replied. Awesome, I'm gonna go and play with Noodles now. She ran away on her little legs. Is she going to be fine? Diana asked, seeing Thea going to Noodles. Ragnarok laughed, haha, oh he's a gentle giant. He'd kill himself before hurting anyone else. Noodles is just so good. After that, they roamed around and met lots of different people living there. They met Chappie, the adorable puppy. They met Alexander's granddaughters. She also met Dobby, the second in command of Alexander. Diana then finally met Olivia, the true power holder of Fihaim. I gotta say, Ragnarok. It's a mystery how you've been able to impress her. I like her. Olivia complimented. Come on, Oli. Don't be mean to me. I've been a good dragon ever since we met. Ragnarok complained. Don't make me start telling her the stories you told us when drunk. She threatened jokingly. Okay, I will shut up then. Ragnarok replied. Diana chuckled, you must tell me about all those stories then, I would love to visit again for that. Sure, you can visit anytime. We seem to be having a lot of visitors these days anyway. Even Jesus has arrived. Olivia said. Jesus? You mean that Jesus? Diana asked. Yes, that's the one. Now come, I will show you our home. She dragged Diana along. Ragnarok was left standing there alone. Suddenly, Hats arrived. He was also dating Catwoman now. But, he was also alone. Ragnarok and Hats looked at each other's faces. Their eyes looked sad and both of them had forgotten any older animosities. First time? Hats asked. Because Olivia had done the same with him not long ago when he brought Selena here. She was still in the kitchen with the kids. After that, both defeated boys sat together and drank a glass of vodka because their date was just hijacked and they were depressed. You can see Wonder Woman on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 686. The start of final push. Fihaim. Pop. Jesus was finally free now. After 5 billion years, his 1-year leave application was finally accepted by God. He came to find Alexander but he was not there. Hey, Buddha, let's go out and have some fun. I am hungry. He cheerfully said. Buddha was simply meditating as he had nothing else to do. So, he agreed. Sometimes it was important to look around you instead of just focusing on yourself. Both of them went out of Fihaim and appeared in Gotham City. It was less depressing now as people felt safer and the streets were full of open business. The two walked the crowded streets. Buddha was wearing his usual orange tunic and Jesus wore his simple white robes. Man, there are so many people on the streets. Look at all these tall buildings. Back in my days, we lived in small huts. Only big cities had some small buildings. Jesus remembered. Buddha replied, I was born before you, Jesus. In my time, only the royal palace was big, all other buildings were made of mud and clay. Later we started making some monasteries using stone and wood. Ah, yes. I remember. But who was it whose birth defined the change of era? They still use the BC. Hee. Jesus chuckled. That is what happens when religion is spread through inquisitions rather than debates. Buddha struck back. But that was the end of their debate as it was pointless. I'm thirsty. Let's go and buy some coffee. There, that's a Starbucks. Jesus pointed. Do you have the money? Buddha asked. Of course, I have money from all dimensions. I've been traveling for so long after all. Jesus took out his wallet. Soon, they entered the place and ordered a plain latte. Coffee was too bitter for their taste. All the while they were roaming around, people would sometimes come up to Buddha and bow with their hands pressed together. Whoa, you are popular, Buddha. They seem to have recognized you. Jesus praised him. No, they did not recognize me. They most likely think I am some old learned monk. Buddha corrected him. Hey, you. Suddenly a shout came. They turned around and saw a woman pointing her figure at Jesus. Jesus questioned, me? Yes you, how dare you to make fun of Jesus? He is not some cartoon character you degenerates can play as. Stop disrespecting people's religion. The woman with a Karen haircut screeched. Jesus was speechless. The woman left after shouting. In return, Jesus received Buddha's pity-filled shoulder pat. Why did they respect you and curse at me? He asked. Wahahaha. Alexander appeared soon while laughing loudly. His long beard fluttered with laughter. That is what I call lost in translation, Jesus, Alexander said. Buddha nodded. What do you mean? Jesus asked. Well, if you were wearing the dress of a church father no one would have cursed at you. You see, Buddha is not a single person, he is not an idea. Buddha is a state of enlightenment that anyone can achieve. Anyone can be Buddha and in everyone, there is a Buddha. Am I right? Alexander concluded. Buddha nodded, what Alex said is absolutely correct. There is Buddha in everyone. Well there is God in everyone too, that doesn't mean one looking like Jesus should be cursed. I never told them to make me their idol. I showed them a path to follow. Jesus argued. I know. Jesus, your words were probably not followed the way you left them as. As they passed down from generation to generation, people found new meaning to it. This happened with most religions on earth. People get easily offended if you cosplay as their god, except Buddha, of course, so Jesus, you might want to change your clothes. Alexander advised him. I am the original Jesus and even I have to change clothes? Sheesh, humanity has come too low. Anyway, let's ignore this, Alex, you came at the right time. I have got the leave, I will be training you on some things you don't know. But first, let's have a drink. Jesus decided. What do you want to drink? Alexander asked. Just bring me a water bottle, I will turn it into fine wine. Haha, I love that magic, he said laughingly. After that, the three had some fun roaming around the city and eating different things. Then they returned to Fahim to start training Alexander. Alexander was already 85% as strong as God by now. Reaching 90% was his goal. Jesus was also at 80% at the moment but he was not interested in getting stronger. Buddha was not interested in fighting so his power level was unknown because he never fought. But Alexander predicted that he was very strong because meditating was able to help him a lot, there was no way that it did not do the same to Buddha. So, what are you going to teach me? Alexander asked. I am going to teach you how to play dead, Jesus replied. Cough what? Alexander asked to reconfirm. Haha, you heard me right. I am telling you, Alex. It can be very helpful at certain times. After that, we will learn how to act. It is also very important when it comes to fighting. Jesus started giving his lessons. Archangel Michael, Buddha, and everyone free in Fahim also joined them. The best in acting was Komei though, the boy was born an actor. It wasn't easy to fake crying when asking for treats, after all. Okay, follow my lead. Planet Apocalypse. Darkseid sat alone in his room. His towering body created a long shadow on the wall. He took out a small spherical ball from his pocket and pressed a button on it. Then, the ball hovered in the air and a realistic-looking holographic image appeared. It was a man with a clean-shaven face, red shining eyes, long ears, and lengthy white hair. His face screamed that he was evil. Darkseid immediately bowed down, glory to the one true supreme God. I have important information for you. What is it? Zulrich asked uninterestingly. That heathen, Alexander is here. On Earth. Darkseid revealed. Haha, oh how the fate works. I was wondering how he was hiding from me. He must have gained omniscience. But who knew he was in my territory? Good job, dog. You will receive your reward. Zulrich stopped talking. Darkseid gritted his teeth and stopped the transmission. Zulrich's dimension. Zulrich got up and headed to the armor room to put his armor on. He had called his most trusted and fanatical lieutenant already. Announce it in all realms, the final push has begun. But after that, you, Raven Flame, are going to go to him. I need you to do something. His bald son has killed countless of my soldiers. 6 trillion in total. So, I want you to go and kill 6 of his family members. Better if they are children and his wife. Zulrich ordered. Raven Flame smiled and kneeled. Finally, it is time, I will do it, my god. He sent him away and donned his armor. Zulrich looked at himself in his mirror with a smile. I've been avoiding you all this time, that old bastard liked you too much. But your own omniscience, your own strength, will be your weakness. He then called his other most trusted person, Thunderbird. You do as I told you. Remember, Thunderbird, your task is of utmost importance and needs to be kept secret from all. Do this successfully and I will promote you. Zulrich ordered. Thunderbird had no expressions. He bowed and left. That was how he was, but his loyalty was unwavering. You can see Jesus and Buddha on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 687, 687. A choice. Alexander spent some time with his family, playing and just having fun. But he knew this was going to be the last time he would be finding time to do it before the war starts. He needed to get ready to deal with Zulrich now and launch a strike against him. The backbone of Zulrich was his army. That was the reason God could not defeat him easily. Because his huge army would inflict too much damage on God's side, so much so that it would be not reparable later and this would leave the heavens in disarray. So, Alexander gathered all the powerhouses of Fihame and decided to start the campaign to wipe out the armies of Zulrich. Buddha, Jesus, you two are non-combatant so I guess you two will stay here. Ragnarok, you will be taking the dragon army and destroy as many demons as possible. If you are able to, try to put the anti-mind control bands on as many fallen angels as you can. Dobby, you will be taking the Seraph army and will be doing the same. I am giving you all 3 days to inflict as much damage as possible because after that, we will have to start anticipating the attack of Zulrich and at that time, I want everyone to be here. Together, we will be much stronger. I will be going to bring Edward and Hermione later. Saitama will be returning too. Alexander ordered. All nodded and got ready to go. Alexander looked at Olivia, keep all the children closely. Knowing Zulrich, he'd try to get to them. Already on it. I know what kind of deranged person he is. She replied. After that, Alexander sat down to meditate and look throughout the Omniverse to look for all the places where Zulrich's army was wreaking havoc or any other clue. He closed his eyes and used his power of omniscience. He looked around the universe, he saw Saitama beating the hell out of demons, with strangely another person in armor with him as a partner. Next, he saw Zulrich's army attacking a few worlds, he simply smote them to death. He was actually searching where Edward and Hermione were. Soon after, he found them on a strange planet. They seemed to have just arrived there. What shocked him though was that both of them were holding babies. Hermione was holding a little boy and Edward was holding a girl. Alexander's face grew a big smile as if he had found treasure. Haha, more grandkids. I guess I need to go there personally. He quickly got up from his meditation. He still needed to go out and meet the Justice League first as Bruce had called all of them. So, he went directly to Bruce's manor in Gotham City. When he reached the place, all the members were already sitting in a meeting room. Talking about the world and aliens. Alexander entered and a few of them got up. Nice new suite, Clark. I like the dark tone. Alexander complimented and sat down on a random seat. Whoa, are you the god everyone has been talking about? Shazam asked excitedly like a little child. You can call me whatever you want, kid, Alexander replied. Haha, that is exactly what a god would say. So cool. Shazam was in his own mood. He was a kid after all. It was surprising how even Bruce supports him being in the league. But maybe because Shazam had a kind heart and his power rivaled many big powerhouses, he was allowed. Alexander then turned to Diana. Ragnarok will be busy for the next 3 days so if you want to meet him you'll have to wait a bit longer. Diana just nodded, obviously didn't want to talk about this in front of everyone. Then Alexander looked at Aquaman. Oh, you also have a mother box, right? Keep that thing secure, dark side might send someone else to get it. Also, humans have one, so Bruce, you might want to look out for it. It's not good in the hands of normal people or any kind of government. Remember, when aliens come, they don't look at humans as Americans, British, or Chinese. They just look at you as pigs to be slaughtered. Martian Manhunter, Jaeons was also there. Alexander liked this person the most. Even after facing so much violence, so much tragedy, he was still a gentle soul. He knew about his tragic past. Jaeon was born on Mars. He also had a twin brother who was bereft of a Martian's innate ability to communicate telepathically. As an adult, Jaeon became a manhunter, police officer, and married a Martian woman named Emiria. The two established a modest home for themselves beneath the windswept Martian plains and gave birth to a daughter named Khym. Years passed, and Jaeon's brother Ma Alpha AK grew to despise everything about Martian culture. In an ambitious endeavor to commit full-scale genocide against his own people, he engineered a contagious virus known as Hrenmir's curse. The virus reacted to telepathic energy and carried it from one Martian to the next whenever they elected to use their psionic powers. The plague responded to a Martian's innate fear of fire, causing them psychosomatic stress so intense, that their bodies and minds would literally burst into flame. Jaeon desperately tried to keep his wife and daughter from using their mental gifts, but they were unable to do so, and thus ultimately contracted the virus. Khym, his daughter, was the first to experience the symptoms, and Emiria followed soon after. Jaeon was anguished as he watched his family burn to death before his very eyes. The trauma of the event shattered his psyche and nearly drove him mad. At the same time, on planet Earth, a would-be scientist named Dr. Saul Erdl developed a transmitter machine based upon ancient Martian technology. Seeking to make contact with extraterrestrial life, he aimed his device towards the vicinity of Mars and activated it. The transmitter beam streaked across both space and time, striking the Martian Manhunter at a point in time several centuries before Erdl would even be born. The beam brought Jaeon back to Erdl's natural time era. Erdl brought the distraught Martian inside and attempted to nurse him back to health. The anguish of Jaeon's mental state created a psychic bond between the two, and Erdl became aware of the events that took place on Mars. In an effort to heal Jaeon's mind, Erdl used the mental link to fabricate a new history for the Martian. He created a backstory inspired by the writings of famous science fiction novelists such as Ray Bradbury and Edgar Rice Burroughs. Eventually, Jaeon's sanity was restored, and he was prepared to function in this strange, new world. Erdl put the idea into his head that he should become a great champion, and thus Jaeon adopted the heroic guise of the Martian Manhunter. When Jaeon shapeshifted into a human-like form, Erdl was shocked and suffered a heart attack that killed him. As he was dying, Erdl asked Jaeon for forgiveness for making him a prisoner of Earth. It was later revealed to him that Mars was a dead planet when Jaeon was taken, killed by a mental plague deliberately started by his brother Ma Alpha AK. After that, for a long time, he worked as a police officer and solved many cases, until his existence of the Martian Manhunter was accidentally revealed. After that, he started helping people in his green form. Child, you have suffered so much. You deserve a reward for what you did. For your good karma. Mars may have gone to ruin centuries ago according to Earth's time, but there is still a time where it is well. I cannot send you to that era as it would change the whole timeline and most likely humans would find you all soon. So, what I can give you is your wife and daughter. Do you want them? Alexander straightforwardly asked. There was silence in the room as the two looked at each other. Everyone else also waited to hear his answer. 688, 688. Family problems. Jaeon looked at Alexander. For some reason, to him, Alexander appeared as a Martian god instead of a human one. Won't that be against the laws of the universe? Jaeon asked. Of course they will be. But not for me. Also, you have done a great job and you deserve it. I won't be going against the laws of the universe, but instead time. I will just make your wife and daughter time jump so they appeared here. He offered. Then I accept it. I will forever be indebted. Jaeon said. Alexander patted his shoulder. Stop it, son. You wait a few minutes, they will be here soon. I will also punish Ma Alpha AK later. He is still on Mars. Okay, everyone. Bruce told me and I have agreed. I will make you all a watchtower aka headquarters in the Earth's orbit. It will be able to watch over the Earth all the time. I will be using the newly attained technology of Boom Tube to teleport you all to and from. He announced. Sweet. Flash exclaimed. So, meet me here tomorrow, I will take you all there. He dismissed the meeting. Soon, only Jaeon and Bruce were left. Okay, Jaeon, I will bring them now, Alexander said. He snapped his finger and immediately two figures popped in front of them. It was a female and a smaller female Martian. Both looked scared. Jaeon. The elder female saw Jaeon and voiced. Jaeon quickly held them into his arms. Let's go, Bruce, give them some privacy. Alexander walked out. The two went outside, where Bruce asked Alexander something. Can I also talk to my parents? If it is fine with you? He asked. Alexander chuckled, of course you can. I was waiting for you to come and ask me that. Yeah, I forgot about your omniscience, Bruce muttered. Come with me, it's better not to summon them in the open, Alexander suggested. Both of them came to a secluded study room. There, Alexander called Bruce's parents out. Martha Wayne was a high-class woman who was rich even before getting married into the Wayne family. Dedicated to philanthropy as much as her husband was dedicated to medicine, Martha was well known and respected in Gotham City. She shared Thomas's charitable nature and was dedicated to her son Bruce's upbringing. Mrs. Wayne was fondly regarded in the city's social circles and helped host lavish charity balls at Wayne Manor. Her figure appeared before her husband's. Soon, another figure started to appear. It was Thomas Wayne. He was a well-known surgeon, philanthropist, and CEO of Wayne Enterprises, which he inherited from his own father after his father made patients on industrial technology, which he invested in real estate, making the family billions. Thomas worked at Gotham General, and because of his wealth, he worked there for free, providing treatment for those who couldn't afford it. Both parents of Bruce were charitable people who loved helping others. And this was also a reason why they left such a deep mark in Bruce's mind, even more so when it was an abrupt death, right in front of him. The light started to take shape and soon the couple was hovering in front of them. Greetings, godson. We thank you for letting us meet Bruce. They thanked Alexander. It's all right. I will let you talk now. He left the room. Meanwhile, inside the room, Bruce sat down on a chair. He just stared at them at the start. Still feeling overwhelmed by the emotions in his body. Martha's soul hovered close to him. My son, you have grown into such a handsome man. Thomas also came closer. We have been watching you from up there. Son, all things aside, why have you turned into a playboy? We taught you better than this, and what has Alfred been doing? Bruce seriously felt awkward. That is just my fake persona so that no one doubts that I am Batman. Yeah, sure. I believe you. Thomas sarcastically replied. Stop teasing our son, Thomas. Martha scolded him and talked with Bruce. You are doing well, Bruce. Just like me, you have decided to get rid of crime from this city. Martha encouraged him. She was also involved in reducing crime in the city by helping the police in her time. They talked for a few more minutes until they were gone. They had a time limit for how long they could be there because after that the living world would start affecting them. Bruce came out of the room and found Alexander. Thanks, he muttered to him. It's all right, kid. Now go and start preparing. I will make the watchtower tomorrow. Alexander patted his shoulder and left as if it was nothing. It was still a bit shocking to Bruce how someone could be so charitable and ask for nothing in return. In the end, he just guessed that this was how gods were. Unknown to him, Alexander was like this from his mortal days. After this, Alexander went to find Superman because someone was cloning his DNA to make more young Superman. Clark, come with me, Alexander instructed. Superman flew behind Alexander. At this point, he regarded Alexander as some kind of elder of his family. What happened? Well, someone has been making your clones, Alexander revealed. Who? Superman asked in shock. Lex Luthor. He wanted me to invest in his company too. But I knew there was no point in doing that because he was a dead man in my eyes. Too bad he doesn't use his smart brain for good. Alexander muttered. When did he take my blood? Superman questioned himself. I don't know, maybe when you were weakened due to kryptonite. Let's go and save him. Alexander decided. Both of them flew directly to the underground laboratory of Lex. They infiltrated directly and found Superboy in a glass container. Superman immediately felt a blood relation to it. Yes, he indeed had my blood. Lex needs to be punished for doing this. Superman was angry now. Don't worry. I will take care of him, you take him and get him warmed up. Tell him about who you are. If you want him to be a good responsible citizen, teach him to be that. Remember, he is like a kid. Alexander instructed him. Superman heeded his advice and left. Alexander could already see the two acting like father and son in the future. After this, Alexander went to Lex Luthor's office. The bald boy was sitting on his chair behind his big table. Nice meeting you again, Mr. Universe. Lex welcomed him. But I don't feel very nice meeting you, Lex, Alexander replied. Ah. What happened? Did you face any inconveniences coming here? Lex asked like a businessman. No, but I saw some things. Someone was making clones of Superman. Surely, such a person wants to destroy the Earth it seems. One Superman is already enough, I can't imagine what would happen if there were 100 and they were under someone's control. Alexander spoke. Lex understood that this was for him. He immediately tried to slide his hand below the desk and pressed the button. Immediately, 5 automated machine guns came out of the roof. Alexander just stood there uninterested in everything that was happening. Seriously, do you think you can hurt me with this? Alexander asked. Even Superman can't survive them, you're just a simple man. Lex gloated. He had made special bullets for these guns. Alexander shook his head, don't you know, before you make your move, you should understand your enemy first. He waved his hand and all the machine guns got crumpled down as if empty cans of soda. Lex's eyes shot open as if he just woke up from sleep. He was hit with the realization that Alexander was not just some ordinary rich man. Alexander started, you are a category 4 sinner. Although once in a while you do things that help the world, but then you go ahead and kill hundreds of people. This is a big number considering you are a simple human. Your punishment is to spend eternity in hell. Enjoy. As soon as Alexander stopped speaking, Lex Luthor's body started burning and soon his soul left for hell. But Alexander called an android from Fahim and made it look like Lex and take his place. Slowly, everything owned by Lex will be sold to Wayne Enterprise and newly formed Universe Industries. With this, Alexander's work here was done, so he went to find Hermione and Edward. He crossed over many dimensions. There were a lot of worlds that were being attacked by Zulrich's army. Alexander yeeted them all in his way. This was one of Zulrich's weaknesses, unlike Alexander, who had all his people in Fahim, Zulrich's army was open to attacks. Now, in front of someone like Alexander, his army could not stand their grounds. Eventually, he reached the planet where his new grandkids were. He was so excited to meet them. You can see Jayon, Bruce and his family, Superman and Superboy on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 689. The Nazi world. Alexander didn't care for the world. It was a very bad one with the whole world divided into 2 factions, both fighting each other because each considered the other lesser beings. They were decently modernized in terms of technology but their minds were still in the gutter. Slavery was rampant there. Each side would send ships to kidnap people from coastal villages of the other side and sell them back in their land as slaves or other kinds of workers. It was like each side was Nazi Germany but both considered the other side Jews. But, Alexander first went to find Edward and Hermione. He landed just behind them as they were going towards a city. It seems you two have forgotten your family. Alexander questioned. Ah yeah. Eaaa. The 2 babies, who were held close to Hermione and Edward's shoulders, saw Alexander first and questioned who he was in their baby language. So, Alexander opened his arms and soon the 2 babies flew into them. He hugged them tightly. They giggled just by being near him. Hermione and Edward turned to him with big smiles on their faces. Then the 2 ran to hug him too. We did miss you, Grandpa. We were just going to return to you after this world. We wanted to have them grow in a safe and stable environment. Hermione said. Alexander ruffled her hair. Her height had increased and she looked more mature but overall she still looked the same as when she passed Hogwarts. Edward thought looked old. As if he was under a lot of stress. But, it was just age. Well, introduce me to these 2 lovely candy balls. He demanded. Hermione spoke, they are twins and their names are Elin and Alexis. To be honest, both of them are inspired by your name. Alexander smiled ear to ear. He kissed the cheeks of his 2 grandkids. I am honored. Aren't you 2 the cutest? I'm your grandpa AAAA. The 2 babies cutely pulled his long beard. It was amazing that they did not feel scared of him. We have been showing them the pictures of you and Grandma. So, they recognize you easily. Edward explained. That was so nice of you. Olivia is going to love these 2. We have so many kids in Fahim right now. You 2 already have your bags packed so come with me. We will return. The Great War has started and I want my family in safety so that he cannot use you all against me. Alexander told them. The 2 turned serious. Is everything okay? Wahaha, yes, yes. Everything is fine. Your old man is now omniscient. That is how I found you. Alexander said. Nice, how is Grandma? Hermione asked. Find out yourself. It's been years and we now have hundreds of kids. Alexander said. She gave birth to hundreds of kids. Edward asked in amusement. Alexander held his breath, yeah, she did. Whoa, you've been very active it seems. Well, 2 is the limit for me and Hermione. Edward said in shock. Yes, okay, you wait, I will deal with this planet first. We are here so can't leave it unpure. Alexander said and flew up. The world he was in was pretty simple and disgusting. Alexander directly flew to the capitals of the 2 sides. Both sides were not much different culturally. This division occurred because of two originally small countries finding the wonders of the Industrial Revolution. Then, these two countries tried to take over as many other countries as possible. Then, 1,500 years later, this was the result. Now the two countries ruled half of the world each and they hated each other. Most of their economies were based on the constant war going on in the middle parts. It seemed that the rulers of these two sides had realized the economic benefits of ongoing wars. Yes, these two countries were monarchies. This was a bad thing because even if one generation works hard to make things better, the next comes and pours burning tar on it and spoils everything. Alexander entered the offices of the monarchs of the two empires and gathered them. The technology of the world was relatively advanced, so he simply hijacked the world's network and sent a live feed. Hey guys, God here. I know some of you don't believe in God, so for you, I am an extraterrestrial superpowered being. I came to this planet to do trade and make you all join the universe's alien circle. But, when I saw you all fight each other, I realized how primitive you all were. Hence, I decided to solve your war. These two people are the kings of your two empires. Now, they have to do a simple thing. Fight each other to death. Whoever wins gets to be the king. Before some of you feel pity for them, remember, they rape, kill and wage war because it fills their pockets. If you want to feel bad, then feel it for yourself. Because you were fooled by them, for so long. Alright, I don't have time to talk more. You two fat blokes, take your corners. Rules are simple, there are no rules. One needs to kill the other. He instructed. I won't fight. One of them argued. Both of the kings looked at least 4 times their healthy weight. Their teeth were crooked, their eyes were misaligned and their heads were balding. Tell me, did your father or mother marry their cousin or something? Alexander asked. Of course, we believe in keeping our bloodline pure. No filthy lowlifes allowed. The other king spoke. Alexander facepalmed himself, so you two are incest-born. No wonder you look like this. No wonder you have an IQ of a retarded pig, and even that might be an overstatement of your mental abilities. You two are better dead than alive. See this, people? These are your kings. They don't even have the guts to fight for the war they have been advocating for so long. Alexander spoke to the camera. Slowly, the two kings told everything to people. Why they make war, how profitable it is, how they don't care about people. After all that, Alexander forced them to fight. Okay, if you don't fight, both of you will die in 10 seconds, Alexander warned. All of a sudden, pits of fire surrounded the outside of the fighting ring. Then the ring platform started getting smaller. Fight or you both will fall. Alexander reminded them. So, the two fought like sumo wrestlers on the first day of their training. First, they were scared of punching, so they scaredly ran from each other. Then the ring started getting smaller. Then finally, the Emperor of the East punched the Emperor of the West. The Emperor of the West started crying on the spot. See folks, this is what happens when you live your whole life pampered. Alexander gave a commentary. Fight now, the circle is getting smaller. Alexander reminded them. So, the two again started fighting. They had resorted to slapping each other's faces. They were crying at the same time and snot was coming out from their noses. Just then, Alexander took out a banana from his pocket and started eating it. In the fight ring, the two were rolling around, trying to throw each other into the fire pit. D. The two shouted at the same time. Emperor of the West was then finally able to push the one from the east. At the edge of the ring, West Emperor pushed with his large body. No! Emperor of the East cried. But just then, Alexander threw the banana peel into the ring, just near the foot of Emperor of the West. No! Emperor of the West's foot slipped and both of them fell to their death. It was a slow and painful death. Okay everyone, I guess you don't have a king anymore. So, I will be administering the world. Under a single unified flag, as a single species. But, if you all have a problem with living together, then I will tell my boss in the Universe Federation. They will come and kill you all and plunder the planet's resources. So, you all must get your act together. Alexander warned them. He just gave them a reason to actively try to come together, otherwise, they would have stayed racists. After this, Alexander left 100 androids there and left with Edward, Hermione, and his grandkids. 690. The confrontation. Fihame. They all returned to Fihame. Alexander had already told Olivia and she was there to greet them. All the cute little tailed beasts also followed her. Tiki was also there, sitting on the head of Thea. As soon as Alexander arrived, Olivia came forward and hugged her grandkids and great-grandkids. Edward looked around. Grandma, where are your 100 kids? Grandma You keep more friends secret. Thea asked quickly. What? When did I have 100 babies? Olivia asked herself. Grandpa said you had 100 kids, Edward said. Suddenly, Alexander started laughing loudly, ha ha ha. Did you seriously believe that I and Olivia had 100 kids? Of course, you're a big god, Edward argued. That doesn't mean I would just go and make Olivia pop some babies out. It would still take 9 months and I'd never make her go through it again. She nearly broke my neck when Leonidas was being born. Alexander said. After that, they just talked, and he introduced little twins to Olivia. She dotted over them. Whoa. Ji-chan, they are same. Komei spoke when he saw the twins. Haha, they are called twins, Komei. They were born at the same time. Their names are Ilan and Alexis. They are your new little siblings. Alexander introduced. Hearing that, not just Komei, but the eyes of all the kids there shone. It was a pride for them to become elder brothers or sisters. Thea came to the two babies and pecked on their cheeks. Big sis Thea will give lots of candies to you. Then what will you eat, Thea? Olivia asked. Thea walked to Komei and put her arm around his back. Komei will share his candies with me. What? Komei was utterly shocked. But he also melted. Well, I know many secret stashes of candies. So I will share it with you. Hearing him, all the other tailed beasts shuddered. Dobby had taken his seraph army to kill as many demons of Zulrik's army as possible. He had about 800 seraphs with him. Even Ciri had joined because Dobby and Alexander had helped her master her elder blood and also made her stronger with various methods in Fihame. They came to one of the universes. Where is the demon army? Ciri asked. They will be here soon. Boss's omniscience lets him look through the time. He said that the army would be arriving soon and we will be here to welcome them. In total, there will be about 4 billion minor demons and 1,000 high demons with 5 demon lords. I will handle the high demons and 5 demon lords, while the rest will be under your care. Dobby instructed. Okay, they'll be arriving in 10 seconds. Everyone, get ready. And as soon as they come out, you attack with all our might. Dobby ordered. All the seraphs nodded and took their position. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Attack. Dobby counted down. In an instant, a huge portal opened in the space. In retaliation, even before someone could come out of it, all the seraphs threw green-colored fire at it. It was bright in color and burned like dragon fire. But what it did extra was it also left venom on people who got burned by him. So, once hurt, it will spread in your body and there would be no way out. The first wave got burnt to crisp, but there were too many so it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to get them all in one go. But still, a lot of them were poisoned. Eventually, the big powerhouses came and struck Dobby. He easily managed to hold them off. For the glory of God Zulray. They shouted their war cry. Dobby at that moment took out his spear and stabbed their throats. They couldn't even finish shouting. This was not because the enemy was too weak, but because Dobby was too powerful for them. With Alexander, he had also grown up. Down with Zulrik is the right term you should be saying. He muttered and focused on his wife to be fighting some demons and kicking their asses in general. Seeing she was fine, he went to help his seraphs. He didn't want to lose his people right now. Not just in the first fight. Their attacks were precise but destructive in a big area. It took them a few hours to round up all of them. After that, they jumped to the next world where they repeated their work. Ragnarok had gone out with his huge dragon army. All of his people were in their dragon form because that is when they are at their strongest. Ragnarok was in his full size, which was big enough to make even many solar systems look small. With him was Julian, his assistant. Julian was particularly excited about this because he finally got to do something other than office work. But this was also his first ever fight so Ragnarok was going to keep him close. He may treat him like his assistant or slave but he cared for him like he was his son. In fact, he cared for all dragons as if they were his daughters and sons, maybe that was because he was the dragon god. Unlike Dobby, Ragnarok was supposed to attack the armies that had already arrived in their target locations. So his attacks were more of surprise elements where he had told his people to start throwing flames as soon as they arrived and burn everything to the ground. They did exactly that. They destroyed an army of 7 billion demons in a matter of hours. They didn't just burn them but also ripped them apart in their strong jaws. Ha ha ha, they are so weak. Ragnarok laughed. But, in reality, they were so weak because these forces were not meant to fight people of Ragnarok level. They were mere armies meant to subjugate universes. The real firepower of Zulrik was still with him, in his dimension, waiting to get an order to launch an attack. But, that did not change the fact that Ragnarok, Dobby and Saitama were still dealing huge damage to Zulrik. If nothing, it would hurt his ego a lot. DC Universe. Ajax was hanging around with Harley. She had changed a lot in these days. Also, she was madly in love with Ajax now. Joker was not even a part of her thoughts as he was now a death row prisoner and would be sent to the gallows in a week. Hey, Ajax, let's go to the amusement park. Harley requested. She usually wore normal clothes now and didn't put clown makeup on. I told you, Harley, I can't. A crazy war has started in heaven and Grandpa has told me to be in Fihame. Why don't you come with me? There are thousands of things to do there. He offered. Really? Let's go then. She immediately agreed and grabbed onto his arm, pressing it against her breast. It was one of her tactics to seduce him. Ha, Grandma is going to like you. Ajax chuckled. But before leaving, he called Douglas. To tell him to return too. He was always with Poison Ivy nowadays because she lets him use his scissors to do gardening. Strange. His phone isn't connecting. Well, we should go first. He muttered to himself. He used his power to teleport back into Fihame. 5 seconds passed. Nothing happened. He tried to enter Fihame again but nothing happened. Sigh. I guess we were too late. Get ready to run, Harley. You will be no match for the people of their level. Ajax sternly warned her. Ha ha ha. Absolutely correct, kid. You are of no match to me. A voice came from the sky, followed by a man covered with black flames descending to the ground. Ajax smirked, let me guess, back flames, cocky manners. Are you Raven Poop? Raven Flame, well, I will be the one laughing over your dead body soon so make fun all you want, because that is all you can do. Ah, who is she? Your girlfriend? I guess I will take her to have some fun, then maybe donate her to our armies. We are always lacking in pleasure slaves because most of them end up dying on the first day. Raven Flame babbled. Ajax clenched his fist tight. He immediately stepped forward with all his mighty strength and landed a full-powered punch to Raven Flame's face. It was strong enough to make a sonic boom around them. The glass of skyscrapers around them shattered as people ran around. I let you do that, Key. Raven Flame's jaw fell. Crack. He put it back in its position. Amazing, you are strong enough to dislocate my jaw. That was a good punch, kid. Maybe if you had 1,000 more years, you could have defeated me. Too bad, you fight for the heathen. Well, I tried, Ajax replied. And I'd say it was a very good punch. Alexander's voice sounded. Raven Flame got alerted with this. Show yourself, heathen. You can't hide from me. Raven Flame crazily shouted. Boom. Raven Flame received a big punch straight to his face. This time, it got deformed and he lost one eye along with many of his teeth. Alexander was already standing in front of him. You were quite handsome before, but now I have you a face fitting to your profession. Doesn't he look like a demon now, Harley, my child? Harley nodded continuously. Yup, is that his eyes hanging out of the socket? Yes, that is his eyes. Raven Flame, welcome to the DC world. This is like your mom's base world, right? Alexander asked. Don't you dare say a word about my god. Raven Flame was still crazed. A/N, 14 more chapters. Sad face, I pity your overconfidence, Alexander muttered. We are most likely 10-15 chapters away from the end. 691, 691. Preparations. Don't have any poison today? Alexander asked mockingly. Last time you were lucky, what? Did your daddy save you? Raven Flame rebuked. Alexander chuckled, he was getting dominant on Raven Flame's mind. He was much more powerful than Raven Flame after all his training. But just to be sure, Alexander took out a mind control repellent band and teleported right in front of Raven Flame. He caught him by his wrist while he tried to act all crazy. He put it on him and waited to see his reaction. Under normal circumstances, any person mind controlled by Zulrich would get restored to normal after this. Haha. Your weird instruments will not work on me, heathen. Raven Flame was still like he was before. You really are a crazy man. He didn't brainwash you? Are you following him on your own accord? Alexander asked. Of course I would follow my great god. He is the supreme, he is the... Alexander grabbed his neck. Last time, you won the battle of the physique. Tables have turned now. Alexander said as he increased the strength and pressed his neck, to the point Raven Flame started suffocating and finally a tint of fear appeared in his eyes. Do it? Kill me. My god will come to save me. You just wait. He proudly claimed. Really? Let's see then. Alexander started pressing his neck, this time with the intention to kill. Slowly, the neck started deforming. Fear started taking over him. His breathing increased as he slowly realized that no one was coming to save him. Why? Raven Flame questioned why Zulrich didn't come. This is the end for you, Alexander said in his final words and killed him. The head was separated from his body. for some reason, pitted you. Something must have happened in your life that pushed you to the dark side. It's time to sleep now. Crack. Somehow, Ravenflame's body started turning into black ashes as soon as life left his body. Alexander let it happen. He looked back at Ajax. You should have gone to Fahim when you were told. What if I wasn't on time? Then you wouldn't be omniscient. He argued. No one is ever invincible, Ajax. Even God has his back on fire right now. Okay, go now. I have work to do here. He said. Ajax nodded and left with Harley. Alexander looked around at the destruction. He repaired it and left to create Justice League headquarters. He went into space and picked a nice big enough asteroid. He placed it on the geosynchronous orbit so that it always stays over the land base of the Justice League. Then, he erected a building, using many strong metals. Alexander created lots of different facilities there. Ranging from high-tech training rooms, surveillance room, recreation room to movie halls. From the watchtower, Justice League could appear in any country in the world in a matter of seconds. After what General Zod did, many governments were already scared about what might come from space. So, Justice League would find it easy getting permissions from the world for this project. Alexander kept himself busy there. Dark Realm of Zulruk. Ravenflame has fallen. Thunderbird revealed. Zulruk nodded from his throne. I know. He was too crazy to have been kept close all this time. His death was inevitable, he would have died if not by Alexander then by my hands. This is why I sent you to the main mission. From now on, you are my right hand. Thunderbird kneeled, I am honored. Good, call all the forces back. I have enough worlds under my control. Now is the time to take over all of them by cutting the head of the king and crowning myself as the new one. Zulruk declared. Yes, my god. Thunderbird bowed. 3 days later. Dobby, Ragnarok, and Saitama had returned to Alexander. In total, they had killed 4.5 trillion demons. It was a crazy count. But, what was good was that they had also liberated 3,587 angels from Zulruk's mind control. All of them were angry and wanted payback. So, they were now waiting for the fight to start. The first thing Ragnarok did when he returned was to go and find his girlfriend. He was not going to ignore her when finally he had found someone. He appeared at the museum she worked at. He looked around at the big dinosaur skeleton. Just then, Diana came and stood beside him. Welcome back. Thanks, it was nothing. The real fight will start later. Ragnarok said. Meaning long days are ahead. Well, maybe we can have some fun in the meantime, she said in a seductive voice. Ragnarok looked at her elegant face and gulped, where do you want to go? My bedroom, is out of the option. Let's go and have lunch, she teased him. Ragnarok let out a sigh. She was too much of a tease but he didn't mind as long as she was happy. Alexander was in Fahim, inside the laboratory, working on something. Buddha and Jesus were with him. Sometimes I just wish everything vanishes and we start everything new from the start, Jesus said while sipping on some wine he made himself. Then you'd be killed too, Alexander said. Ha, like that is a letdown for me. I've been getting killed all I can remember. What about you, Buddha? What would you say can bring this world to salvation? Jesus asked. Peace of mind leads to peace in life. It is as simple as that. Buddha commented. Alexander nodded, true. When I was a mortal old man, I too was somewhat restless. I was constantly thinking that I am getting old and I don't have time. So, I made myself age slower. But guess what, I could only live half of my prolonged life before dying. So, I feel that fate controls everything. There is no point in fighting it, just fill your role honestly and pass on to the next stage. If you did good, go to heaven, if bad then go to hell, or reincarnate. Ji-chan, I can also reincarnate, Saiken spoke. He was also in the lab, helping Alfred with some experiments. Not just him, all tailed beasts did this to earn some extra treats. Kurama scoffed and sat on Alexander's shoulder, ha, we can all reincarnate, Saiken. We are made of chakra, and chakra is all around the universe. Alexander patted the furry head of Kurama, absolutely right. But, unlike you, normal people who reincarnate don't remember their whole previous life. What are you making, Ji-chan? Komei asked as he hovered near him. Haha, this my boy, is a gift for Zulruk. But it's a secret. Alexander revealed. Whoa, it's a present? Is it a cake? Komei asked. Komei my boy, you should think of something beside cakes too, Alexander advised. I do think, Ji-chan. I think about tea, ice cream, burgers, and pizzas. Komei added cutely. Alexander admitted defeat. He completed what he was making and went out to talk to Dobby. While this was happening, God had called all other deities. Everyone was going to fight in this battle because their fates depended on it. All gods from all pantheons had come to discuss it. Good job coming here. I know many of you were busy with your various duties, but this war will decide our fate. I hope you all have taken the bands and put them on your hands and your followers' hands. I don't want any betrayals while I am busy. God sternly said. It was one of the rare moments when he sounded so serious. Alexander will be coming here to give a hand. We will be reinforcing the heavens. We cannot let them enter and spoil the souls living here, or else, everything will be lost. He ordered. Yes. We will win. Good, follow me. God went away to the front line. You can see Watchtower on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal 692, 692. Battle of Fates. God went to the outskirts of heaven, which was nothing but simple borders connecting two different dimensions. This was where God had set up a stronghold for the Heaven's army. The Heaven's army had all kinds of angels, gods, and divine beasts. They numbered in trillions, but still lower than Zulrik's army. This was not always the case, but Zulrik had poached many from his side. Listen, everyone, all of you will be given a small pouch. Inside it, you will find a bean-like thing. It was sent by my son, Alexander. If you get injured or exhaust your powers, eat it and you will be back to your peak state. This means that they will not just be fighting us once, but twice, God commanded. All gods and angels cheered hearing this. The army was divided among pantheons. For example, Lord Shiva was leading the Hindu pantheon. Shiva was also known as the Destroyer. He was the Supreme Lord who creates, protects, and transforms the universe. His prowess was not something that needed explanation. Then there was Odin, leading the Asgardian gods and their army. He was also extremely strong. Zeus was also there, leading all the gods of Olympus. Amon-Ra was leading the Egyptian gods. Like this, there were a lot of different pantheons. But the major ones were the leaders with minor ones incorporated in bigger pantheon armies. This way, God had forces for all his sides. He would put one army on each side. Good, we wait now. They will attack at any given moment. Stay sharp. God warned everyone there. But what he had not told anyone till now was the fact that Zulrik was actually after him. Because he was the key to everything. Sigh. I guess this is my day of reckoning, he sighed. Alexander was preparing at full speed in Fahim for the war. All kinds of weapons, hard and soft, were being made to be used against the enemies. He had already seen that Zulrik had recalled all his armies, so he would soon be attacking. The factories of Fahim were at full capacity. They were making senzu beans non-stop. Alexander had no special armor or attire. All he had was his sword, and he was going to use it in this. With him, Dobby, Ragnarok, Douglas, Michael, Leonidas were going. The rest he was leaving in Fahim to watch over it. Though he was still taking his huge army with him. Alexander was in the DC universe at the moment, and he had already restored the Earth's purity, but he left the universe out of it because of Zulrik's influence. Nothing he did would have changed anything as long as Zulrik lived. So, ignoring that, he decided to deal with the task at hand. Standing ready to leave, he looked back at his family, all the tailed beasts, all the kids and his loved ones. Remembering that he was fighting for them. We must win, we will win. No matter what. Because we are fighting for the future of the Omniverse. We cannot afford to fall. Alexander shouted to boost their morale. Don't worry, we won't fall. I am too big to fall. Ragnarok spoke jokingly. Alexander then looked back at Hats. Boy, you are responsible here. Got it. Hats saluted seriously. Got it, old man. Oli, see you later. He nodded at his wife and then ruffled the heads of his children. Ji-chan, we go with you. We can fight, I promise. Komei flew to him. Behind him, all other tailed beasts came. Alexander's heart felt warm. He caressed their heads, but I need you here, my little fighters. You need to protect everyone here. Don't worry about me. I am very strong. Look behind you, there is little Thea, Chappie, Ajax, and your grandma. The tailed beasts looked at all their loved ones and nodded, yes Ji-chan. We will protect them. Good, we will go out now. He nodded at Olivia for the one last time and vanished from there with his army. He appeared at where Heaven's army was. There was no point in splitting his army, so everyone was with him. He went straight to God. The old man hugged him and laughed, Wahaha, the moment we have been waiting is here, Alex. Let's beat him to a pulp. Alexander shook his head. God was just like always, smiling and easygoing. We will beat him, that is a fact. So, any news about him? Yeah, I believe his army will be here soon, God said. Alexander nodded and looked back at his people. Buckle up, Everyone. They will be here soon. Wait. Douglas, where is your scissor sword? That, well. I gifted it to Ivy. Douglas shyly revealed. Haha, you like her too much it seems. Well, I am happy for you. When all this is over you can go to her and spend as much time together as you want. Alexander commented. Yo. Alex. A voice came. Alexander looked back and saw Ganesha. He was in his warrior armor. Prepared to fight. It seems you have been training a lot for this. Alexander asked. Ganesha sighed, well when you have the god of destruction as your father, you don't really have many choices. Ha, true that is. Well, let's have a chat after this war. We all will have enough time then. Alexander said and took the position. Everyone waited for the attack. The tension was in the air but all of them were trying their best to hide it from appearing on their faces. Many of them there had already accepted that today might be the day they will die. Many wanted to come out alive and were confident that they would survive. Ragnarok was hungry for a good fight but he also understood the high stakes in this fight and for the first time he had no idea if he was going to win or not. Dobby was calm, as always. But, he wanted to live, he wanted to spend some more time with his big family and new girlfriend Siri. Leonidas looked at Alexander's back. He had to agree that the long journey has been pleasing but he was having an ominous feeling about Alexander's whole persona today. It was as if Alexander knew something but he was not telling them. Don't you die today, Dad, Leonidas muttered to himself. Horns sounding. They are coming, brace for impact, Alexander shouted at the top of his lungs while also adding some magic to it to boost everyone's morale. The army of demons was coming to clash with them head on. There were some cannon fodders at the front but even they were armed to the teeth. 3. 2. 1. Hold your ground and kill them all. Alexander shouted. Boom. With that signal, Ragnarok's whole dragon army and he himself turned into their dragon form and they started throwing fire on all of the enemies. At the same time, Dobby attacked with his elf army. God's army was holding the enemy line and not letting them push through while Alexander's army was disrupting the coordination of the enemy by attacking their flanks. All the angels and gods fought hard, they pushed the demons and started killing them one by one. Whoosh whoosh. All of a sudden, a lot of noise came as if pressure releasing from something. Then, 1,000 enemies appeared just inside God's army side. All of them were Doombringers, the highest-ranking firepower of Zulruk's army. They started slaughtering some minor gods and angels. Shiva, Amon-Ra, and Zeus, deal with them. All archangels. Come with me. Alexander shouted. Soon, he was followed by buffed-up angels with white wings. Listen, many fallen angels are among their ranks. I want to put the mind-restoring bracelets on their hands. We are going to jump inside their lines. I will protect you all and you will heal their minds. Got it? Yes. With that, Alexander jumped in. He started killing demons and thinning out fallen angels. Slowly, Alexander made the enemies thin out, making God's army able to push back. Everything was going smoothly. But, where was Zulruk? That was the main question. Keep on kill I. Alexander couldn't complete speaking as he felt an ominous presence behind him. Out of instinct, Alexander teleported. When he looked back, he saw a tall pale-skinned man with waist-length white hair. His face looked angry and had red eyes and long ears. He was wearing a red and gold engraved armor and had 2 red swords in his hand. Zulruk, I presume? Alexander asked with a confident face. He was not afraid of Zulruk, but what his weakness was that he cared for angels and gods around him, while Zulruk didn't. A pleasure to finally meet you, Alexander Maxim Universe. You are really an inspiration to me. Thank you, I had gotten bored, you made me work hard and get stronger. Zulruk spoke. His voice sounded heavy but also a bit sharp, it was already making him sound like he was a villain. Goodness always triumphs over evil, that has been happening in all our history and will continue to happen. Alexander sternly said. Ha 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 ha. Then it's obvious you've never met someone like me. Good, I have sealed your fate already, godson. I will enjoy killing you. Xerxes showed off his creepy smile as he locked his swords towards him. We'll see, Alexander got ready with his long sword. The air tensed even more. XXXX. A/N, and it starts. You can see Zulruk on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 693, 693. Past wounds. This was the first time Alexander had seen Zulruk. He did not expect him to look like this. He was kind of domineering with his red shining eyes and long white hair. But when Alexander remembered about his deeds, he saw Zulruk as nothing but an animal. I remember being told that before you rose to power, before you were reincarnated, you were a janitor in a school. Right. Alexander inquired. This seemed to be the soft point of Zulrich, as not many people knew about this. It enraged him. Do you have any idea who you are messing with? I have spent billions of years getting stronger, gaining experience. Do you think I would lose to someone like you? Zulrich exploded in anger. No, I have a pretty good idea who you are. You are a man who craves for power and thinks the whole world belongs to you as long as you are strong, without caring for people's freedom. You are nothing but a backstabber. Who, even after being given the chance to live an ordinary life, chose to spoil it. You are a murderer, a rapist, and many other things. Your sin category is most likely not even possible to be read because it is just so much. You, Zulrich, are a worthless man because most people around you are not here because they respect you, they are here because either you have controlled them or they are scared of you. Alexander taunted him. There was a reason he was doing all this. He needed to buy some time before the archangels freed as many fallen angels from Zulrich's army as possible. This would boost the chances for Alexander's side. Haha, you say that because you don't know the true taste of power. So what if they fear me? As long as they are subservient to me, it is fine. Fear is also one of my strengths. Zulrich cockily said. Haha, whatever. I'm sure none of them wants to be under you and would kill you the second they find a chance. Alexander mocked him. Zulrich showed a wide grin, hee, no Alexander. You are wrong, not everyone is like your two sons. Alexander seemed unfazed by this remark. He had already made peace with his past and it did not rattle him anymore. Let's stop talking and end this already, Alexander said. Zulrich lifted his two swords up. Alexander did the same too. Whoosh! Both of them disappeared. Every once in a while, a loud boom sound would come, followed by invisible waves that would disrupt the whole battlefield. Alexander and Zulrich were moving so fast that not even gods were able to see it. Only a few elder gods of big pantheons and the old man knew what was going on there. Their swords clashed and each of them was enough to destroy universes. This place was made by God so it was able to handle them. But even that was now starting to show some damage as Alexander saw many cracks appearing. Boom! Alexander's sword clashed. They looked to be in a stalemate. But, Zulrich was physically stronger, not by a lot, only by a very small fraction. But that was becoming apparent in their show of power. So, Alexander knew he had to act smart. Alexander started up his god's eye and started to take away Zulrich's power. This was a very slow process, but Zulrich understood what was happening. He quickly threw Alexander and himself away. Ha, those eyes must be very useful. I can imagine its amazing uses. I shall take them after killing you. Zulrich commented. Haha, be careful, maybe you could end up being the one giving themselves up to it. Alexander laughed off at his threats. Alexander again engaged in a fight. But this time, he was the dominant one and he slowly dragged into the enemy side of the battlefield. All kinds of demons were there, fighting. Zulrich was too busy fighting Alexander that he did not notice him dropping a small slate. It had 2 paw marks on them. It was one of the gifts given to him by Hats and Chappie. As it was said that the slate held a full-powered attack from Hats. Alexander continued to fight and dragging Zulrich around. His main focus was to destroy as many demons as possible for now. This way, many angels from his side would be free to assist. Soon, 5 seconds passed and a loud explosion occurred inside the enemy lines. This attack of Hats was strong enough to wipe out an entire universe. So, in such a crowded space of the demons, the bomb had an amazing effect. This effectively killed at least 10% of Zulrich's forces. But all of these were the weak ones. This was still a surprise move. Zulrich saw his pawns dying left and right and frowned. Good move, Alexander. Alexander didn't talk anymore and engaged him in a fight. Neither of them was able to put any harm on one another. It was as if both of them were exactly similar in power level. While Alexander was swinging his sword, he saw the old man God standing far away in the back, commanding the army. God nodded at Alexander and sent out an invisible blast of energy. Alexander didn't show any strange expressions and just pushed Zulrich towards the attack's trajectory. Boom! Zulrich's back was burned by the energy. This also gave Alexander enough time to make a slice at Zulrich's chest. But, Zulrich was not someone so easy to defeat. It was just a scratch. But, now he glared at God angrily. You old fool! Count every minute. I am coming! He shouted. Alexander was honestly surprised by Zulrich's stamina. It seemed as if it was never-ending because even he had started to feel fatigued. There must be a reason behind his seemingly never-ending power. Zulrich simply rubbed his wound on the chest and it was as good as new. Not harmed in any way but more enraged now. You thought you could play tricks on me? Zulrich shouted. I will show you a trick then. Whoosh! Zulrich disappeared from his place. Even Alexander could not find him. Ha ha ha, look for me all you want because I am around you in everything. I found this ability by accident. It nearly killed me but it's very useful. Zulrik's voice echoed around him. Bam! Out of nowhere, Alexander received a punch to his face. It was a hard punch and made his lips bleed with his golden blood. Bam! Another punch came to his stomach. Zulrik was playing dirty. So Alexander turned to the whole army, demon and angel alike. See this? This is his true cowardly face. The third punch was about to come to Alexander's face but he caught Zulrik's hand and broke it like a stick. You are so predictive, Zulrik. Stop fooling around and come, fight like a man, even though you probably aren't one. Alexander shouted. Zulrik did come, but, he had a smile on his face. A very creepy one. You have gotten a lot stronger, Alexander. But, let me give you a shock. Come. Show your faces to your father. The one you killed. Zulrik loudly called out. Out of nowhere, two people come into the view. The two had come out of some kind of a portal on the back of Zulrik. Alexander's heart skipped a beat. Mark and Harvey? Sons. Alexander muttered hoarsely. His two sons were working with Zulrik? Ha ha ha. Look at that face. Zulrik laughed loudly. Give me 2 of those bracelets. Let me give you another shock. Zulrik demanded. Alexander handed it to him. Zulrik went to the 2 men and put it on their wrists. See, nothing happened. Wahaha, your sons betrayed you in the human realm and they are still doing it. Zulrik was enjoying this. Alexander just stared at his 2 sons. Both of them were averting their gaze from him. 694, 694. Some help. When Alexander was fighting Zulruk, the war was at its peak. There was too much loss of life going on. But, God was not worried about this. Because, as long as they win, everything could be fixed. At the moment, the most troubling to defeat were the Doombringers of Zulruk. They were like elder gods and archangels of Zulruk. The problem was that there were 1,000 of them and they were all commanded by the new second-in-command of Zulruk, Thunderbird. Shiva, Amon-Ra and Zeus were fighting them but 3 versus 1,000 was not a number they could handle. So, Ragnarok and Dobby also went in to fight. Show me, Dobby. How does a peaceful elf fight? Ragnarok loudly said with a smirk. Dobby shook his head and started moving as if he was a bulldozer. With his huge size, he cast hundreds of magical spells, ranging from explosions to disintegration. No matter who came in front of him got destroyed. As he was the second-in-command of Alexander, his job was to stop the second-in-command of Zulruk. Ravenflame was dead, so now it was Thunderbird and from what he had heard, Thunderbird just got away from death at the hands of Saitama. Speaking of Saitama, he had been training with Goku and Vegeta all this time. The 3 were supposed to make a surprise attack at the right time to boost the morale of Heaven's army. Dobby after bulldozing millions of demons flew to where the Doombringers were. Some of them tried to stop him but Dobby easily killed some and brought back to sanity those who were fallen angels and were under Zulruk's mind work. Thunderbird, come here. I will fight you. Dobby gathered his attention. Thunderbird had just been promoted. He wanted to prove his worth to Zulruk but he also knew that he was not as strong as Ravenflame. But, what he knew was that no matter what, today, Zulruk was going to win. So, he went ahead to engage Dobby, not knowing how strong the other party was while the other party knew about him. Were you also forced by him to do it or are you following him on your own decision? Dobby inquired. He is my god, I believe in him. Thunderbird gave the answer. I'm sure Zulruk wouldn't choose a mind-controlled pawn as his second-in-command. So you must be truly a believer in him. I have nothing to say to criticize you. But, what you all are doing is wrong and sinners always get punished. Dobby took out his long spear. Thunderbird didn't have any such weapon, all he had was his thunder. Zeus was actually feeling jealous of Thunderbird's powers. Wanting to assess the powers of the other side, Thunderbird didn't make the first move. Dobby wasn't going to sit silently though. He operated beside Thunderbird. Busted. He muttered and punched his ribs, breaking them. Out of instinct, he shot a thunderbolt at Dobby. Usually, this attack was sufficient to kill any opponent he had met until now. But, that was the problem, he had never met anyone of Alexander or Dobby's level. He knew Zulruk and Ravenflame but had never fought them. The lightning bolt touched Dobby and nothing happened. Dobby continuously punched his ribs until all of them were broken. Ravenflame was stronger than you, Dobby said. I know, Thunderbird replied. Dobby saw that Thunderbird had already accepted his fate and was ready to die. So, he did not wait or torture him. The next punch went straight to his neck. It broke and he died. But Dobby also burned his body just to be sure. Ragnarok, round up all these so-called Doombringers, Dobby shouted at Ragnarok flying around in his enormous dragon form. Ha ha ha, you were fast, my friend. Ragnarok laughed and started spewing fire on a grand scale. But soon, they were attracted by the clashes happening between Zulrich and Alexander. They were a bit numb seeing them, each strike was strong enough to kill any of them. But soon, they saw Zulrich bringing Alexander's sons. Ragnarok, Dobby and everyone else who knew him clenched their teeth. That Zulrich is really demanding a painful death, Ragnarok muttered. I hope Alexander does not lose it, Dobby said. Don't worry, he won't, God's voice came, reassuring them. God was all alone guarding the path to heaven. Alexander just saw a flashback of his whole life. The days he had spent with these two were still etched in his mind as if they were just yesterday. His permanent memory was a curse in situations like these. He saw his two sons and got slightly emotional. Ha ha ha, look at their faces, Alexander. They are your traitorous sons, they were the ones who killed you. Look at their guilty faces, today, they are going to betray you again. Zulrich laughed mockingly. Many gods and angels raged hearing him doing this. Everyone liked Alexander in heaven for all his deeds. Alexander stayed quiet and kept on staring at his sons. The two looked just like they did before he died and before they were murdered in the prison. Alexander then softly spoke, It's okay, my sons. I'm not angry. I never was. I was only sad, but I decided to forgive you too and make peace with my past. Because in a way, you were a part of the cycle of fate, if you had not killed me, I would not be standing here, as a better man, who helped and adopted many amazing kids. Your mom has also forgiven you too. So don't hold any guilt in your hearts. By the way, your grandparents are also in heaven. I'm sure they would love to meet their grandkids. Mark and Harvey were in their 50s when they had killed Alexander. They still looked the same, albeit with longer hair and a beard. Also darkened eyes. This whole time, they did not look at Alexander. They kept their heads down. They heard Alexander talking and felt there was no contempt in his words. All of Ho's words were honest. Sniff. They couldn't take it anymore. Tears fell from their eyes onto their shoes. They cried like little children. Wondering how could Alexander have forgiven them. After their deaths, they were in hell for hundreds of years, getting punished and contemplating on what they did. Slowly, the realization did hit them. They had just killed the nicest human in the world, their father, who was envied by kids all around the world. They had killed the one who brought them into this world, just for money. They were angry at themselves. Angry at their choices, wondering how did they turn out to be like this. Go. Kill him. I will free you after that. I will make you powerful. I will give you worlds to rule. Zulrich commanded the two. Finally, the two lifted their heads and looked at Alexander. Their eyes were still numb. There was sorrow in them. Sorry, father, you deserved angels as sons, but got demons like us. Mark breathed. We can never forgive ourselves, father. Harvey added. Go attack him. Zulrich screeched and came to them to kick them towards Alexander. No. Mark and Harvey moved around simultaneously and stabbed their knives at Zulrich. Zulrich was too strong, he saw this happening from a mile away. You dare to betray me? You pests! I will destroy your souls. Zulrich was enraged. What angered him the most was betrayals. We were never loyal to you. The two brothers replied sternly. Zulrich immediately threw dark greed fire at them and waved his sword at their heads. Clank! Alexander's sword stopped the blades. Don't you touch my sons, maggot! Alexander's eyes were in God's eye mode and looked terrifying from up close. Feeling genuine fear that Alexander might do something to him, Zulrich stepped back. His omniscience was of no use, just like Alexander and most other people there. Alexander grabbed his two sons and jumped back. He gave the two a hug. Just as they hugged him, they felt warmth, and their tiredness of thousands of years vanished. Don't be guilty now. You two did serve your punishment in the hell, right? You were meant to be reincarnated again, maybe as an animal, but Zulrich got you. You two were my world when you were small. Society changed you when you grew up and I should have noticed it. But I was too short-sighted back then. Alexander said. No, Dad, you didn't do anything wrong. It was us. They argued. Ha ha ha, we'll play the blame game later, let's get rid of this guy first. Alexander made them stand behind him. Meanwhile, Zulrich was shaken up a little. Then he burst into hysterical laughter. Ha 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 ha. You forced me to do this. I will kill you all. Zulrich shouted. All of a sudden, Alexander felt a huge surge of energy coming from everywhere and getting absorbed by Zulrich. Why do you think I conquered trillions of the universe? Simple, they all are like my batteries. Just as we speak, trillions of universes are being disintegrated into energy, pure energy for me. It powers me and my army. It truly is unlimited power. Zulrich shouted. Alexander felt Zulrich was getting too strong. Much more than he was confident of handling. But, what was worse was that Zulrich's army was also getting stronger. Many were simply mutating and turning into overpowered mindless beasts. Alexander also started absorbing the energy around him as he had the ability. Zulrich felt Alexander stealing it and his face twisted in rage. You. Thief. Zulrich didn't waste time and launched himself to Alexander. It seemed as if the extra energy was also making him go crazy. Boom. Alexander and Zulrich's fist collided. The energy produced by it destroyed the walls of the dimension and crossed over to the interdimensional space and destroyed a few universes. Seeing this, Alexander understood he needed to stop Zulrich as soon as possible. Everyone, eat the beans. Alexander telepathically told all his armies. The fight had just gotten intense. I will kill you. I will kill you. I own this omniverse. I worked so hard. Zulrich was muttering senseless things. But he was growing stronger than Alexander as he didn't have to actively absorb the energy, he was the designated path so it was going to him on its own. Soon, he started slightly overpowering Alexander and finally started landing hits. Alexander fought hard, it was close combat. He was also able to put some dents on Zulrich's face. Alexander's clothes tore apart from a few places and his right eyebrow and cheeks started bleeding golden blood. I will kill you. No. Alexander replied and landed a good punch on Zulrich's nose, breaking it. Both of them were so busy fighting that they did not feel pain. Alexander was also increasing his speed of absorbing the energy. Doing this was hurting him and he felt as if his body was being torn apart from inside. Zulrich, realizing Alexander was not going to go down, thought of changing the tactic. He punched Alexander in the face and didn't wait for any more seconds. He changed his trajectory and appeared in front of Mark and Harvey at the speed of light. The two didn't get to respond. You filthy traitors! Alexander, seeing this, also dashed to stop him at full power. His eyes turning angry. But he was too late, he and Zulrich were on the same level. Their speed was the same and Zulrich had already proceeded to attack his sons. Zulrich. Alexander did his utmost to reach. So he could at least take the strike on himself and save them. Bam. Boom. Whoosh. Alexander couldn't reach in time. But, to his shock, Zulrich couldn't kill his sons either. He was stopped by someone's attack. Alexander looked at what it was and it turned out to be a hammer, a round shield, an arrow, some magical red energy, some missiles. He didn't waste a second and punched confused Zulrich so hard that he was thrown a few kilometers away. His nose was now missing as Alexander had shattered it. But he himself was injured with broken bones here and there. Alexander breathed heavily and looked around at the battlefield. It was a massacre. They were winning not long ago and now they were losing. All because of the energy Zulrich was giving to his army. Even Ragnarok, Dobby, Douglas were finding it difficult to fight. But, he was confused as to who helped him. According to the weapons that attacked Zulrich, these people shouldn't be able to come here. On your left, Alexander heard the voice. His eyes twitched as he remembered the scene and also the voice. He turned around and all of a sudden, millions and millions of red portals opened up. Behind them were millions of people who genuinely scared Alexander. All were Deadpools. But they were cosplaying and also showing the powers of all kinds of superheroes. There were a lot of Doctor Strange Deadpools, Thor Deadpools, Iron Man Deadpools, and even Black Widow Deadpools. Is he the one? One of the Deadpool voiced. Yes. He is the sexy old man I told you about. Isn't he hot? Alexander heard the voice of Deadpool he was familiar with. All the other Deadpools looked at Alexander as if looking at a juicy candy. Then they started commenting. Damn, that's hot. Senpai, FCK me. Does he do anal? Ah, he's so cute. Ah. Watashi no kokoro. I like what I see. Soon, one Deadpool came to Alexander. My sexy old man, sorry I was late to the party. I brought all my brothers from all the timelines and universes I could go to. Believe me, some even tried to bang me, alternate universes are crazy. But, all these are the good ones. Guys. Say hello. Hello. All millions of Deadpools spoke at the same time, creating an ear-shattering and scary noise. Alexander appreciatively looked at Deadpool. This was really helpful to him. Although he was a pain in the ass, sometimes he was very useful. Good job, we need your help dealing with the enemy army. Alexander patted Deadpool's shoulder. I think I nut. OMG, you touched me. Deadpool cried out. Alexander's face contorted. Okay, get to work. Even with you all Deadpools, it's going to be very hard to win. Deadpool laughed, ha, that's why I brought more backup. It's not just us Deadpools. Hearing that, Alexander looked at the various more portals opening. Once he looked at the people inside, a big smile grew on his face. 695. 2 protagonists. There, in front of Alexander were many people he had met before. All from different worlds, realities, and timelines. Gramps, you don't look very good. Alexander chuckled, haha, I've turned too old, Tony. Howard, how are you? How much time did pass since I've been gone? Also, how is Morgan? 1 year and she misses your burgers more than you, Howard answered, still the same narcissistic guy as always. Haha, well, for me, thousands of years have gone by. If I go by my personal experience, billions. Alexander said. In front of him stood all the superheroes of Marvel Universe. But not just from his world, but also from many alternate timelines. There was even a Dr. Stark instead of Doctor Strange. He was also somewhat relieved that not everyone from every universe came, as some were not strong enough for this fight. I appreciate your help, guys. Alexander thanked them and turned back to Zulruk. Let's talk after beating them. He said firmly. Fine by me, Tony replied, and a black-colored armor appeared. It was most likely God-killer armor or something. Soon, the Deadpool army and all the superheroes went to attack the Zulruk's army and caused mayhem. Zulruk was shivering in anger. All his plans were failing continuously. His bloody face now truly looked like that of a real demon now. He breathed heavily and blood came out of his mouth. He had planned for billions of years, but he did not think what kind of person Alexander was. He saw him just as he himself was. So, when unplanned people would come to help Alexander, people who had nothing to do with this fight, he felt baffled and angry. You have not won yet, Alexander. I have unlimited power. Zulruk shouted. No, you do not have that. Also, what's the use of it when I can take it from you? Alexander talked back, scaring Zulruk a bit. Alexander's ability to absorb the energy was by far the most threatening thing to him right now. He knew that at this level, most beings have such power, but what he was worried about was how good Alexander was at that ability. Watch my army destroy your people, Zulruk commented and started sending more energy to his army. But suddenly, a loud voice resounded in the sky over them, came hey 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 hey. Out of nowhere, a giant blue wave came and swept across the Zulruk's army. It pulverized lots of them and injured the others. Death punch. Boom. 100-kilometer radius punch came down from the sky and crushed the armies of Zulruk, turning them into meat paste. Haha, you were saying something. Alexander laughed, seeing the face of Zulruk. Every time he decided to do something, something opposite would happen and his plan would spoil. This is the difference between you and me. I gained their respect, and for that, they are ready to even give their own life. But you forced people to respect you, and as always, you only got hatred in return. Alexander said. Zulruk started looking around. He felt cornered. No matter what he did, it was all of no consequences for Alexander. All his attacks were neutralized. He needed to end this fast. Gathering all his energy left in his body and clothes around him, he quickly dashed towards God. This was his only way to attain more power and defeat all. All he had to do was kill the god and take all his powers. Then the likes of Alexander would be nothing to him. Alexander already predicted this with his line of sight. So, unlike Zulruk, who was under the influence of adrenaline, ran, Alexander teleported. He was not going to make the mistake of following the enemy again. By the time Zulruk reached God, Alexander was already there, waiting for him. God looked at Zulruk. I knew you were after me, my source. But know this, you will not get it even if you spend a few trillion more years. Alexander looked at God. What are you saying? After a sigh, God started explaining everything. To become the true god of the Omniverse, one has to take the mantle from the previous god. Just like how I did from my predecessor unknown years ago. If Zulruk were to kill me and absorb my body, he would become the ruler of the Omniverse. There is a reason why you and Zulruk are stuck at a 90% power level. That is because that is the limit nature allows for beings like you. I have completed my part, son. It is time for the next generation to come. You will get all the knowledge about Omniverse after that. I am me and also my predecessors, we keep on adding to the knowledge, hoping that someday, the Omniverse can be stabilized for true eternity. Wait, so you are expecting that I would absorb you? Alexander inquired. Of course, how else would you take over and become the new god of the Omniverse? God asked back. Hell no, I'm not doing it. I will find another way to become the god. I'm not losing you over this. I promised that I will change the cycle. I will make sure another Zulruk doesn't happen. What better way of keeping heaven stronger if both of us live? So, you wait, we will talk about this later. Alexander firmly said. God would be lying if he said he was not feeling warm after hearing Alexander. But, it was a ritual that needed to be done since many previous generations and iterations of the existence. Zulruk questioned loudly with anger and confusion on his face, how can you be such a fool, Alexander? He is offering you unlimited power and you refuse? Why? Zulrich was feeling defeated right now. He had done all he could think of, even his ace was not working. Because I am not you, Alexander replied and let his powers leak. All of it. He was like a light bulb in the middle of a dark tunnel. Zulrich stood still, but he was hurt, even though he had energy. Alexander walked closer to him. This is the end, Zulrich. This is how you will die. Ha, we'll see about that, Zulrich smirked. But, Alexander didn't take any chances and engaged him in another fight. Of course, Zulrich was not going to go down easily. But, Alexander was being heavy on him. Zulrich's face was getting more and more disfigured. I will not die today. Zulrich again shouted as he brawled with Alexander, also hurting him. No, you are already dead, Alexander replied and held Zulrich by his head and sent an excessive surge of energy into his body and immediately took it back. This in return, damaged Zulrich's veins. Zulrich couldn't breathe after that. Although he could stay alive for a very long time. While he was on his knees, Alexander took the advantage of the situation and decided to finish him off. Alexander took his sword. From the start, we both knew this was going to be the battle of fates. While you wasted your time in committing sins, I worked to help the world and look around now. The same people I saved are here. Zulrich looked at Alexander's face with bloodshot red eyes. He didn't have anything to say because everything he stood for since he got reincarnated was just proven wrong right now. All his efforts for nothing, and just as Alexander said, goodness won over evil. He knew he was evil and never said otherwise. Then, his final words came. His voice sounded hoarse as if he had to push a lot to speak. Why? I was the protagonist of this story. Why? Everyone is the protagonist of their own stories, until they die by another protagonist, Alexander replied and slashed his sword at his head. Slash. It ripped his head apart. But that was still not enough. Alexander cut him into pieces and burned them. Zulrich needed to be a memory only, as a lesson for all evil beings that no matter what, you will fail. After making sure Zulrich was dead, they looked around at the battlefield. The fight was slowing down as the army of Zulrich had become weaker again. Zulrich is dead. Let's end this war. Alexander shouted. With a newborn hope, everyone started attacking more enthusiastically. The fallen angels were nursed back to normal while the demons were all killed. It took everyone a few hours to clean things up. Alexander still felt a bit weird about how easily Zulrich died though. It was a moment of celebration for many people. The looming threat over their heads had disappeared and they felt relaxed. Most of them had been worried thinking who it might be next to fall for Zulrich's traps. Little by little, the battlefield calmed down. Soon, Tony came to Alexander to talk to him. You know, I don't think I have ever seen you with any wounds in my life, Tony smugly said. Boy, are you complimenting me or insulting? Alexander asked. Of course, complimenting. You are now officially the god. I wonder if we would meet after dying of old age from now on. Maybe in heaven. Tony said. Alexander chuckled, nice of you to assume you'd ever reach heaven. 696. My sexy old man, will we get a reward? Deadpool came to him. I want him to sit on my face, another Deadpool wished. Alexander waved his hand and fixed the faces of all the Deadpools there. There, that is your gift. I fixed all your friends. Now they don't look like ballsacks. All the Deadpools took off their masks and checked their faces. All their faces had healed now. Holy smokes, I look like the Green Lantern. They all exclaimed. Buddy, wrong universe, the main Deadpool corrected them. Alexander shook his head and went to Dobby and Ragnarok. You too good? I saw you taking some nasty blows from them. It was all because of Zulrich's special boosting back up, he explained. It is all right, Alex. We are fine. Just some small scratches. What really matters is that it is over. That Zulrich guy lost big time. Ragnarok said, assuring him. Thanks, I'll go and have a chat with Howard and the rest. They all came here to help me after all. Alexander decided. Alexander went to where Tony and the rest were resting. It was weird seeing so many Tony and other superheroes gathered in the same place, talking to each other. All right, which one is the Tony I know? Alexander questioned. Here. A hand raised and soon Tony came up to him, running. Alexander warmly patted his shoulder. Boy, although for you it has been 1 year, for me, it has been so many. It is good to see you again. Where is your father now? Ah, Dad must be around here. Tony looked left and right. Soon, Howard was found flirting with goddess Athena. Tony and Alexander went there. Athena greeted him and left. You old boy, still as thirsty as back then, Alexander said jokingly. Howard laughingly hugged Alexander. Haha, a man's gotta take his chances whenever they show up. Ha, I guess I should tell this to Maria. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that all is good now. You all can go back home if you want. I will soon visit you all. I also want to meet my little Morgan. He said. She will go crazy when I will tell her that you'd be coming. So, don't break your promise. Tony advised. Of course. Besides, I can travel in time, and I can meet her anytime I want. Okay, you two enjoy your time here. I will go now. Howard, don't get in trouble with Zeus. Alexander warned them and left. Alexander wanted to fix himself up first as his clothes were untidy and his face looked bruised. You know, I can help you. You just need to ask. Leonidas came. Alexander smiled, it's fine, son. Dad, tell me honestly, what is going on? You seem like something is going to happen soon. Leonidas deduced. Alexander sighed, haha, you were always this smart. Nothing can be kept hidden from you, my boy. But, today this secret stays with me because once told, those events won't happen and that is very important to the survival of all. That serious? Well, I won't ask. Hopefully, things will work out. Leonidas decided. Alexander went to God. God was silently contemplating what to do next because Alexander had refused to take the source key from him that would free him of his life. He had been the god for longer than he could remember. He also had a mortal name once but it was so insignificant that he never even cared to remember it. But now, he was in an awkward position. Alexander was obviously the heir he was looking for. That was what he had been training Alexander for all this time. Zulrich's rise was somewhat expected by him though because, at the end of the life cycle of every god, a villain rises. Now, his plan of simply dying was gone and he was stuck living. What are you thinking, old man? Alexander inquired. Are you sure you don't want to do this? God asked with puppy eyes. Alexander shook his head sternly, listen, I see you as my real father. Why would I let you die in return for some power? If it is all in the end about power then I will soon get stronger than you. Haha, I like your optimism, Alex. Now, please tell me that you are not thinking about shrugging from the responsibility of ruling the heaven. God asked, nearly pleading. Calm down, old man. I will do my job as I am supposed to. You can sit back and relax. Enjoy playing with your grandkids. Adopt random kids from the Omniverse. You can do whatever you want. Alexander suggested. I think I will do just that. Well, congratulations, I guess, for becoming the god of the entire Omniverse. You now rule the entire existence itself. God happily congratulated him. Thank you. Anyway, let's go to Fihame and tell everyone the news. Alexander decided. Old man, we finally won. Archangel Douglas came running, seemingly wanting to hug God. It was already a party mood in the heaven. With all gods wanting to have fun. Douglas also had many bruises over his body. But suddenly, Alexander blocked his path laughingly, haha, kid. Why in so much hurry? Oh, I just wanted to talk to my father. I won. Douglas was midway through speaking when suddenly Alexander grabbed him in his arms in a tight hug. What are you doing, old man? Douglas asked while trying to free himself. Alexander then whispered something into his ear, I knew from the start. Stop fooling around now, Zulrich. You can't fool my eyes. God was shocked to hear this. Even he did not see this coming. Ha ha ha, you are really very smart, Alexander. I have to give it to you. Fake Zulrich mockingly said. Where is the real Douglas? Alexander questioned him. Ah, so worried about your family? Don't worry, he is fine. But for how long he can keep up is unknown. Now, it's time to say goodbye. Zulrich suddenly made a movement of his hands. Stab. It was Douglas, Zulrich, who had stabbed Alexander. It was a poisoned blade. But Alexander didn't change. Dad. Both Mark and Harvey exclaimed in worry. They also ran up to him but were stopped by God. I am immune to that kind of poison. But are you? Alexander spoke. Kikik. Alexander gutted him too. It was unknown what he was, but Alexander knew that it was neither Douglas nor Zulrich. But while the thing died slowly it continued speaking. Ha ha ha, again you became a hurdle for me. You said you knew, but are you sure about that? Don't worry. I will be leaving a parting gift for you. In your home. Go and watch how they were massacred. Ha 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 ha, winning also has a price, Alexander. Zulrich shouted the last words with an evil laugh. Alexander let this puppet die. He then burned it to nothingness. His mind was in a rush right now and wanted to run to his home. He really knew about there being fake Douglas from the moment the fight started but this turn of events was unexpected. He didn't expect a plot within a plot. Alexander looked back at God. It seems you were right, Zulrich it too cunning. I must go to Fihame now. Go go, I am coming with you, God hastily replied. Quickly, Alexander entered the Fihame. He stood in front of the castle and the scene in front of him pained him. There was destruction all around, trees, buildings were all damaged, signifying that a big fight must have taken place here. He soon saw something on the ground, twitching. He quickly ran up to it and saw what it was. His face turned sad. He slowly held Hats in his arm. There was still life inside his body, albeit diminishing. Hat's cat body was beaten and broken from everywhere. Alexander felt as if someone had hurt his child. Oh old man! I tried my best. Hats breathed with much effort. His always smiling face looked so tired and sad today. It was heart-wrenching. Alexander caressed Hat's head that had blood on it. It's all right, son. I'm here. A/N, any predictions for what is going to happen? 697, 697. War of Fihame. Alexander tried to heal him quickly. As soon as Hats felt a little better, he tried to move. Zolrak, here. Hats pointed towards a direction with his little paw. Alexander turned back to look at God. Old man, heal Hats. I will deal with him. He flew towards the direction Hats pointed. There was a huge forest there. In a split second, Alexander appeared over what looked to be a destroyed area in the middle of the forest. His heart ached when he saw the destruction and the wounded people. Thankfully, none of them died. How did all this happen? I had taken all precautionary measures. Alexander wondered. What happened? A few hours ago, just after Alexander went out with Heaven's army, Olivia had gathered all the kids in the hall of the castle. Okay, everyone. You will stay here like good kids and not go out. The people your grandpa is fighting are too strong for you. Yes, Grandma AAA. They replied together. Sirens. Olivia was alert and looked at the kids. Stay here, I will be locking this place up. Do not come out unless someone from your family comes to get you. Okay. They looked a bit worried now but nodded. After that, Olivia closed down the hall and went out to see what was happening. As soon as she appeared there, she saw Hats and Douglas standing in front of each other. She heard them talk. I can see through your lies, who are you? You are not Douglas. Hats sternly said, all ready to attack this person. You all may not know me but I am very famous. You must have heard my name, they call me Zolrak. Zolrak replied and changed back to his normal self. Hats didn't waste time in tall talking and attacked with full strength. Boom. Hats' punch was stopped by Zolrak. Oh, you hurt my feelings, Hats. Don't consider me such a weakling that even you can injure me. Zolrak cockily said. My brothers. Now Godly Bijutamaguto Kome's voice resounded all around the space. Then, with a booming noise, they fired and it directly hit Zolrak. To everyone's shock, it really pushed him a little. And it was enough for Hats to take action. He immediately punched Zolrak's balls. Boom. Zolrak fell to his knees. Haha, how do you like my baby blocker punch? Hats joked. Ajax also joined just then. Hats, end him right now. We cannot let him create more destruction. Yeah, you're right. Hats nodded and proceeded to kill Zolrak. But Zolrak was just faking all this time. He was not hurt at all by the punch. He just wanted any other attacker to come out as he didn't want to waste time. Good, you are his grandson? I will leave you for the last then. He muttered and waved his hand, making Ajax hover in the air and breaking some of his bones. Hats angrily looked at Zolrak. He again launched himself at him. But, Zolrak was too superior in strength. Hats could just dodge most of the time. Meanwhile, a distance from them, Jesus and Buddha were standing together. Shouldn't we help? Jesus asked. Buddha shook his head, no. This Zolrak will be beaten soon so don't worry. What's left is a lesson for all of them. Don't you see how reckless Ajax was? He needs to learn that not everyone is as nice as Alexander. We interfere if he tries to kill someone. Buddha nodded. I guess you're right. Soon, the fight turned bigger as the tailed beasts also entered. Each of them was 10% as strong as Zolrak so they were able to hold the mantle for a while. But they were also overcome. Each of you will die today. All of you. Zolrak shouted. Hats was still trying to defeat him, but he was injured too. There was also Iroh who had come to help. Now all of them were realizing how strong Alexander really was. They could only hope that they can delay Zolrak enough for Alexander to come and do something. Bam! Hats was punched hard and was thrown away. Little by little, Zolrak kept on walking forward towards the castle which was in ruins too. Olivia, who was commanding the android army, looked at the castle in tension. All the kids were there and if Zolrak reached that place he would kill them all. Feel the despair when your protector is not here. You are all weaklings, all of you. Now, just stay quiet and die, I promise I will give you all a quick death, unless one of the girls here catch my eyes. Zulrich spoke. All this time, he had planned on doing this. Alexander had killed so many of his people and he wanted to give back the gift. He wanted to teach Alexander a lesson. So, he made a plan to take Douglas' position. His real body was outside, with a clone of Douglas. The reason he could make so many powerful clones was the magic he used to take energy by destroying universes. I have unlimited power. He crazily laughed. I wouldn't be so sure. Suddenly a voice came from behind Zulrich and he was all of a sudden injected with something. Zulrich turned around in shock, he had not sensed this guy at all. Then he looked at where he was injected with something. It was some kind of a black substance and it was spreading all over his body. You? How could be still? Zulrich questioned in disbelief. Of course, he knew about who this man was. If you think you can get away after this, you are mistaken. Don't forget I have something very precious to you. Die traitor! Zulrich roared and destroyed some kind of a white orb that had appeared in his palm. As soon as the orb got destroyed, the masked man fell to the ground, groaning with pain. Soon enough, even Zulrich was on his knees and despair in his eyes. He was also groaning with pain, much more than the other guy. How could I not have seen this? He wondered, feeling paralyzed all over his body. Why did you betray me? Zulrich asked the man. Because this is my redemption. The man replied and stayed silent. Zulrich was in pain now as the poison spread all over his body and his veins turned red. Most people there were injured and were lying on the ground. But, at least Zulrich was stopped. Just at this time, Alexander had finished the fight outside and prepared to come to Fihaim. Alexander quickly appeared beside Kome and Ajax. The two were by far in the worst condition. Kome was missing his wings and Ajax had broken bones. Ji-chan. Kome breathed in pain. Seeing his child like this, he instantly used all his powers to heal everyone there. It was not very hard for him at this point. You two did well. Kome, Ajax, go and check on your grandma and everyone else. If you feel like staying you can do that too. Alexander caressed them. Ajax got up quickly, no need, Grandpa. I can do it. I don't feel pain anymore either. Me too, I will go. Kome also flew up. After that, Alexander went to the only two people he had not healed. One of them was Zulrich, still very conscious but couldn't move for some reason. He just looked at Alexander with gritted teeth. Then there was the other guy who was an absolute mystery to him. It was the same masked man who had given Alexander the blood of Zulrich and also his daughter, Erika. Alexander had actually used Zulrich's blood to make a poison for him but he had left it in safety inside Fihaim, meant to be only used if he can't beat Zulrich. Who knew, keeping it in Fihaim was the best decision. You can see all tailed beasts firing by Judima on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 698. A sorrowful man I. The masked man was laying on the ground, breathing heavily and it was getting slower. He was dying, that was obvious. Alexander had no idea why this person would come here and put his own life in danger. He went closer to his body and crouched beside it. The man's face turned to him, obvious that he was looking at Alexander through his eyes. He lifted his hand slowly. Alexander caught it, thinking that the man needed help getting up. But, just as he touched his hand, Alexander started to see some memories in his mind. These were the memories of this man. He did not stop them from entering his brain, guessing that the man wanted to see them. Memory. 2008, Los Angeles. A small family drove in an old minivan. It was a happy day for them. The family of three lived a simple but hard life. After the main earner of the house died due to cancer, leaving a lot of debt, it all came down to Mrs. Knox to earn and get her son and daughter an education so they can someday get away from their current hellish life. At the moment, they were returning from Boston. Particularly MIT. At just 16 years of age, her son had extraordinarily finished a dual degree in mechanical and electrical engineering. She knew that her son was very different from others from an early age. He was very good at studies and mostly kept to himself, self-studying. They didn't have the money to get him the good education they should have but that did not deter the boy. He studied and got a full scholarship at MIT at the age of 14. It was a big thing and he was also hailed as a genius in the news. The future looked bright and her son really shined when he lived at his college. Staying with people with high-functioning minds made him even smarter. He also wanted to complete his master's and doctorate at the college and he even had the offer, but he refused as he wanted to make some money for his family so that they can't be in a little peace. Sweetie, what will you do now? Have you thought about where you are going to work? Mrs. Knox asked as she drove. Yes, Mom. With the achievements I have under my belt, most companies around the world are already after me. They are ready to pay millions as long as I come to them. Some are even offering me citizenship to their countries. Tyson spoke. He was a 16 years old, medium-built teenager. He didn't have any exciting physical features, it would be right to say he was average in that department. His hair was black, his eyes were of a dull grey color. He didn't physically stand out anywhere but his mind did. Big brother. Will you leave US? Anna, the 10 years old, spoke from the back seat and wrapped her arms around Tyson's neck who sat at the front passenger seat. Tyson dotted on his sister a lot. She saw him as a father figure too. She shared all her problems with him and he always solved them. Unlike Tyson, she was pretty for her age and was going to become prettier with her age. So Tyson was also very protective of her. Since the death of his father, Tyson had decided that he was going to never let his mother or sister cry. He wanted to give them all the comforts of the world and for that, he worked hard. He had a sharp brain and he knew it was the getaway vehicle for him. No, why would I leave my little cat? I have decided to work as an intern at Stark Industries. I was selected by them. They will give me an early salary of $80,000 for now. I know it is much less than what others are offering, but, the best thing here is that they will sponsor my master's and doctorate degrees. Also, after my internship, I can join the company as an employee with a guaranteed $500,000 salary, it can go up if my internship goes well. Tyson explained. They made a lot worse money right now. So $80,000 was a lot, it was many times of what they made right now. Mrs. Knox worked at a car wash as its manager, not as the owner, so it was not a very high-paying job but that was what she was qualified to do. Also, there were school fees for Anna. These $80,000 were going to change their lives. Mrs. Knox left one hand on the steering wheel and patted Tyson's shoulder with the other. I am proud of you, sweetie. Tyson smiled, I know, Mom. Thank you for working so hard all this time. I will never let any problem come into our life now. Stop it, sweetie. I am your mom, a good mother always takes care of her pups. She jokingly said. Big brother. What will you buy me with your salary? Anna suddenly asked. What do you want? He inquired. One Barbie doll. She replied. No, I won't buy that. Tyson sternly said, making her go sad. I will instead buy you a full Barbie dollhouse set. He finished speaking and earned a tight hug from Anna. Big brother is the best. She cheered. Haha, yes, Big brother is best when he buys you something. Mom, let's eat out today. I have a lot of money saved and the college also gave me a reward for coming in the top position. Tyson suggested. In that case, let's go. I know a very nice restaurant. Mrs. Knox cheerfully drove on the freeway. Tyson kept on looking outside his window, at the big buildings. There was the Stark Industries building too, it had its logo illuminated in the evening light. Didn't Mr. Stark just get saved from his abductors in Afghanistan? I wonder if I will ever get to meet him, he wondered. Mom, careful. Suddenly he shouted as he saw a falling light from the side building on the freeway. His mother steered the car and then all they felt was sudden pain and booming noise. Everything seemed as if it was frozen and muffled sounds of iron clashing were heard. Mom, are you okay? Tyson voiced. He couldn't open his eyes, he could only hear a high-pitched humming in his ears. He couldn't hear his mom so he tried to open his eyes. He noticed he was facing the window and he saw a huge humanoid robot getting off of their car and walking towards the smaller robot in red armor. Wait, that is Iron Man, right? His mind questioned. But he couldn't be bothered by what was going on. His ears slowly adapted and he heard the two armored people talking. Stop this destruction, Stain. Iron Man voiced. It is all but collateral damage. Tyson turned to look at his mom to make sure she was safe. As soon as he turned his head, his scalp went numb. He felt cold air crossing his body. His mind went empty and his heart got filled with dread. Right in front of him was his mother's body. The roof of the car had pressed onto her and her head had been squashed. The red and pink brain matter was out. Tyson was hyperventilated, unable to make heads or tails in this mental trauma. Anna. He remembered his sister and looked back. But his mouth shut up. All he could see in the back seat was the crumpled car. It was completely squashed and all he could see was a lot of blood there and a detached arm. No. Anna. Mom. It registered in his mind what happened to his family. He tried to move to get Anna out somehow but soon he realized that even he was not in a very good condition. His left arm had been stuck in the car frame and window glass had covered his skin. Even on his chest, there was a big shard of windscreen stuck. Silent tears fell from his eyes. He felt helpless, angry, and sad. The best day of his life turned into a nightmare in a matter of seconds because of the people he didn't even know. Boom. He turned his face to look out as this was all he could do. With his reddened eyes, he saw the two metal men still fighting. The big one was throwing buses and cars on the small one. The two brawled with no care for the people around them. After some time, they flew up, out of Tyson's field of vision. Now that all he could hear was silence and cries of people, his eyes also teared up. He couldn't find enough courage to look at his mother and Anna again. He closed his eyes with no thought in his mind. After a few minutes, he also passed out. You can see men in armors on my Discord https://discord.gg/dghkrn or see them on Instagram https://www.instagram.com/MisterImmortal novel. 699, 699. A sorrowful man too. Beep beep beep. The next thing he knew, he woke up in a hospital private room. Lots of machines were attached to his body. On his face was an oxygen mask. He turned his head down and saw there were lots of bandages. Then he felt strange and breathed faster. He couldn't feel his left arm. He turned his head and indeed, there was no left arm. But he remembered his mom and sister and the loss of a hand didn't seem too saddening to him. In front of him, on the wall was a television, showing the news. He read the headlines, Iron Man saved the day. There was no news about the death of his family. Tyson's eyes were half open, he was in a terrible mental state right now. Unable to think about anything. Knock knock. All of a sudden, the door opened after 2 knocks and 2 men in suits entered. They looked to be detectives or some federal agents by their demeanor. Tyson guessed they were here to get his testimony for what happened. Ah, good thing you are awake. I am Agent Max and this is Agent Ava. We are from a department that cannot give its name to you. We are sorry for your loss, Mr. Knox. The woman spoke. Tyson just looked at them and listened, hopeful that they would be here to help him get justice. Then, the man took out a piece of paper from his pocket. We understand what happened must be paining you a lot, for this, they have decided to properly compensate you. This case is a matter of national security so courts cannot be involved. Here. The man named Max handed Tyson the paper. Tyson, with much effort, held it in his right hand and read it. It was a simple check with 1 and 6 zeros after it. They were trying to hush up the matter. Tyson's eyes turned red in anger and the machine started making louder beep noises. His blood pressure rose and he felt warm all over his body. Is this the price of a human? Oh, 1 million. Tyson asked with a low yet voice full of anger. Son, this is not our decision. We understand your pain but this was decided by the people we can't even dare to look at it, Agent Max said, even his eyes showed a tint of pity. Magnus' blood pressure kept on increasing. 1 million? 1 life. Thanks. Agent Max and Ava were confused as to why he thanked them. Bam. Just then the door opened and a doctor and 3 nurses ran in. They must have seen the alarms ringing on their computers. As soon as they entered they were shocked seeing the 2 strangers. The doctor burst into anger, who are you 2? Get out. Emma, call the cops. The 2 agents backed up, we are the cops, we're just leaving. The doctor was still angry, doesn't matter, if something happens to him, I will find you to blame. Get out now. The doctor quickly tried to fix Tyson's state but his pulse and blood pressure were continuously increasing. Quick, get me an injection of lisinopril. The doctor shouted. The nurse hurried to get the injection. What happened to him? He was in a stable state. The doctor was confused. Then his eyes fell on the paper in Tyson's hand. He took it and read it. It was a check and he immediately understood what happened. He was told to stay silent about Tyson's family as he knew what had happened to him. He felt angered knowing that the 2 agents were here to hush up the matter. Don't worry, I will give this to you later. I will keep it safe for you. The doctor assured him. But Tyson was not responding. His eyes were bloodshot red as he stared at the television. Some kind of a press conference was going on. I am Iron Man. Tony Stark's voice came and then all the journalists rushed up to ask the questions. The screen showed Tony Stark looking straight at the camera, and Tyson felt as if Tony was directly looking at him. The doctor switched off the television and focused on Tyson. But Tyson was still looking at television. His chest went up and down, showing he was breathing irregularly. His eyes turned redder and his body turned warmer. He started sweating a lot. 1 million, 1 life. With that thought, he closed his eyes. Just now, he felt as if something broke in his body. He had rage and anger but it didn't show up on the face. There was something else that just got unlocked in his body. It was as if something had been dormant all this time. Oh no. He's going into cardiac arrest. Quick, bring the defibrillator, the doctors shouted. Tyson could only hear the beeps of the machine going slow. Beep beep beep. 1 2 3. Again, increase the charge, 1 2 3. Again, 1 2 3. The doctor tried his best but nothing brought him back. With a slumped shoulder and a saddened face, he noted the time of the death. 2008, November 5, 9 o'clock a.m. He said to the nurse. Call the funeral services. I will pay for it. He has no family left. The doctor was on the verge of tearing up. And call the police department. He shouted again when he remembered the two agents. Tyson's body lay there lifelessly, slowly cooling down. 1 year later. Manhattan, Fisk Industries, 439 West 38th Street. The Fisk Industries Tower was a front for the Kingpin Public Ventures as well as a base of operations for his criminal activities. Kingpin sat in his underground office that was mainly used for his criminal work. He was talking to his lieutenants and his accountant. So you are telling me that a man wants to sell us advanced energy weapons that even the law enforcement doesn't have? Is he legitimate? Kingpin asked his accountant, a woman of beauty but cruelty in her eyes. She answered, yes, I have checked it. We don't know about his real identity as he always wears a black mask, but from his past activities, he has been found selling normal weapons to gangs in South America. This is the first time he's selling the advanced weaponry. Then call him here. I don't like keeping people of such caliber waiting. Kingpin spoke in his thick voice. He's already here. The accountant answered. Ting. The elevator door to the office opened and a masked man in a black leather hooded coat entered. He was wearing a glove on the left hand. His eyes were deep red in color, making him look like some kind of a demon. Welcome to Fisk Tower, I heard you want to sell some weapons. Kingpin got straight to work. Yes, I presume you would like to check them first. The man said and took out guns from his suitcase. There were two, one looked like a pistol and the other looked like an assault rifle. But they looked very futuristic. The pistol can create a hole of 3 cm diameter in a metal wall of 2 inch thickness. The assault rifle can create a 5-inch hole in a metal wall of 4-inch thickness. The pistol can fire 100 rounds with one charged cartridge and the rifle can fire 300 rounds with one charged cartridge. He explained the weapons. Are they really that strong? Kingpin was skeptical. The hooded man didn't think twice and fired the pistol at a man on the left. The man in an instant fell down on the floor with a huge hole in his chest. All the people took out their guns and aimed at him. Calm down, he was an FBI undercover agent. What? The accountant woman exclaimed and looked into her portable tablet. Look for a new file named Under Traitor. The masked man said. The accountant did as asked and found all the details. He's speaking the truth. Wait. You hacked my device. Yes, I can offer you digital security services too if you want. But, before that, do you want these? He inquired. Kingpin got up with a smile. He was honestly feeling a bit overwhelmed right now. Looking into the man's eyes, he felt like he was making a deal with the devil. He checked the assault rifle. How do you charge these? You will have to buy tanks of refill plasma from me, they don't cost too much and each tank can refill up to 500 cartridges of pistol or 300 of the rifle. The man answered. Good, so what will be the cost? How much do you want? Kingpin asked the main question. He was very much interested in these weapons. He also wanted to deal like a businessman as he felt that this man had some kind of big backing that made him sound so proud. Not how much but what? I don't want money, Kingpin. The man answered. Kingpin was shocked. Then what do you want? Blood, the blood of the mutants. As many as you can. I don't care how you get them to me. The blood of an ordinary combat mutant will be worth $100,000. Blood of an alpha, beta, gamma combat mutants will be worth 50 million, 10 million, and 1 million. The blood of an omega will be worth anywhere from 100 million to 500 million. This is how we will trade, Kingpin. The masked man replied. Kingpin scratched his chin. This is a hard task, but I like it. If this is your cost, I won't have to worry about getting cash. He did not ask why he needed the blood as it was none of his business. I will reward you more if you can bring me the blood of a few specific mutants. The man demanded. How much are we talking about? Kingpin got greedy. 500 million to 1 billion. The man answered, making Kingpin excited. I can try, give us the names and addresses if you have them, Kingpin asked back. The masked man took out a list and handed it to him. The biggest priority is Jean Grey, an Omega level. She has not manifested her powers yet completely, if you can get her blood, I will give you weapons or cash and gold worth 1 billion. The second is Logan aka Wolverine, considered a beta level mutant. I will give you 300 million for him. Third is Charles Xavier, aka Professor X. He's a very powerful Omega. If you can get his blood, I will give you nukes if you want. If you want money, I can give you $5 billion. All of them live in Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters in North Salem. Kingpin read the list and his brows furrowed. He knew Wolverine and Professor X. But, the money was too enticing. He put his hand forward and asked, Pleasure doing business, what may I call you? The red eyes of the masked man looked into Kingpin's eyes as if checking his soul. Raven Flame. 700, 700. One with existence. Alexander was watching the whole thing. When the man said Raven Flame, Alexander was a bit taken aback. He had felt that the face of the 16-year-old boy was looking familiar but he couldn't pinpoint it. Now, he knows. He truly felt sad and bad for this kid. He had lost everything he cared for. Alexander kept on watching the memory. He didn't see everything. After the origins, he was already at the point when Tyson met Zulruk. This was way after everything at the MCU. Tyson had left the universe after some events and was drifting in space. To his bad luck, he stumbled upon Zulruk's territory. There, he traveled to lots of worlds and saw the conditions they were in. Whole universes were turned into military bases and the original population was made slaves, meant to be exploited in Arped. He was very strong by now, thanks to MCU. He saw the same conditions in all areas and some were being subjugated when he saw them. It shocked him to the core. This was when I decided what I needed to do. Alexander heard a voice. It was Tyson, now without a mask. This was what he currently looked like. His face still looked very depressed, his eyes seemed lifeless and sad. Why did you decide that? Alexander asked. Because after I saw what all these people were going through, I felt that my own problems were so incomparable to them. Look at them, they are treated as even lesser than an animal. I have committed too many sins in my path to revenge, Alexander. I had realized that revenge is the devil's path. I wanted to redeem myself. So, I joined Zulruk. I was very strong so it did not take me a lot of time to enter his inner circle. He foolishly thought I was under his mind control when I had broken through it a long time ago. He helped me get stronger with time. I tried to act like his fanatical follower and at the same time helped people. How do you think you survived the poison that I injected into you at that time? Your death was imminent if I had not injected the antidote into your granddaughter's body. I knew you would take her poison into yourself so you indirectly took the antidote. Tyson revealed. Alexander looked at Tyson's face while blinking his eyes. Whoa, and here I was thinking I had good immunity. Son, forgive me for misunderstanding you. You even had me fooled with all your drama. Glad it all worked out in the end. Cough, I can't hold on for much longer. Meet you outside. Tyson disappeared. Alexander's also returned to his own mind and looked at Tyson's body. He went ahead and took the mask off. I should be able to heal you, Alexander said. Hard breathing, Tyson lay on the ground. His eyes had lost all the glow a living man should have. His face showed despair and pain that went deeper than just physical pain. No, half of my soul is lost now. It cannot be just healed. Alexander. Am I going to die? Cough, I don't want to die, not yet. He weakly breathed out some words. This was the first time he showed himself this vulnerable. Easy now, you stay put. You have sacrificed so much for so long. Don't die on me now. I'm thinking of a way. Alexander held his hand and assured him. Cough, I've committed too many sins. I've killed a lot of people. My whole life, I believed that my path was the right one. I gave it my all, but then I found the flaw. I might not even get to hell in this condition. Cough, I just wanted to see Mom and Anna once. I wanted to be with them. At least, after all this, for once. Tyson breathed, his voice was dying down slowly. Alexander looked around to find some way, for some inspiration. Tyson was missing half of his soul. These beings were not simple mortals who could be healed with a snap of fingers. Can't you fix him? He asked God. God shook his head. No, even for me that is too much. Why else do you think Lucifer still acts like an emo girl wanting to be bad? A god-level being's soul is very precious and tough, losing it would mean an end for a god. Alexander had some idea now. He jokingly replied, it seems you're getting old and space and time isn't your BTCH anymore. The way to heal Tyson is to get stronger than you? Okay then. Let's do it. Alexander decided. All of a sudden, Leonidas and Olivia had a bad premonition. Both of them came close to him. Olivia spoke, Alex. Don't tell me something will happen to you. Is this what you were talking about? Leonidas inquired. Alexander looked at his big family. I'm not dying, Oli. I will be back soon, though I don't know how much it will take me, but I promise I will return as soon as I can. Ji-chan, bring me with you. Komei cried. Grandpa, me too. Thea came running towards him and grabbed his leg. Soon, all tailed beasts hugged him. Sweetie, I am not going anywhere, I will be back before you will even know it. I promise. After all, I have to save Tyson. Alexander assured her. Promise? She asked, her eyes tearing up. Alexander made a pinky promise to her. See, I promise. Olivia picked Thea in her arms and stepped back. My little potatoes, be good. I will be back soon and we will have a huge feast for a full month. He cheered them up. Alexander then looked at God, take care, until I am back. Alexander walked straight to Zulrik's body, still on the ground. He was not dead yet but he could speak. Ha ha ha, that raven flame deserves death. How dare he betray me after all I gave him? Zulrik cursed. Bam! Alexander slapped his face, shut up now, you have lost. Accept it like a grown man. Nearly everyone you trusted in your life betrayed you, because they understood what kind of monster they were serving. The truth is, Zulrik. You lost the moment you decided to choose this path. Do not test me, Alex. Bam! He received another slap. I'm not testing you. I will be killing you soon. Alexander replied. Ha, what? Are you going to eat me or something? Do it? It will poison you. Zulrik shouted back. Alexander shook his head, look at you, such a pathetic state, and yes, I will be absorbing you but not via eating. Zulrik was taken aback. Right now he was helpless as he couldn't move his body at all. All he could do was speak. Damn my mouth. After this, every trace of you from space and time will disappear. I would have liked to see you rot in hell but we can't risk that. Alexander said. He walked up to Zulrik and put one hand on his back. He activated his god's eyes and started absorbing Zulrik. Alexander felt as if every single cell of his body was being overloaded and some were even bursting. His reasoning was simple, if he himself was 90% as strong as God, then Zulrik was also somewhere there. So, if he were to take Zulrik's powers, he felt he'd get stronger than God. Zulrik noticed his skin chipping away and turning into ashes. No! Stop this madness! Alexander did not stop. He kept on taking away his powers. Soon, even he started feeling as if his skin was burning away, turning into ash. It took him 3 hours to completely take away Zulrik's energy. His whole physical body had disappeared and all that remained was the powerless soul fragment. As I promised, I will erase you, Alexander muttered. Alexander himself had also lost his physical body. In his current form, he looked like a mass of humanoid borderless chaotic energy. It was as if his body was composed of space. It was a bit scary for the people watching him. Alexander soon started feeling that he was dissipating and getting one with everything around him. From the biggest to the smallest. Oli, I will be back soon. To become the true ruler of the Omniverse, I need to become one with the existence, so that existence will be me and I will be its source. Everyone, keep yourself warm. Love you all. I will be back soon. Alexander waved his hand at everyone. Slowly, his dark seamless form started disappearing. Old man, I will be back stronger than you. I will prove to you what I said not long ago. Alexander said. God laughed, ha ha ha. I will be waiting. Go and win it, son. After that, Alexander disappeared. What followed him was a small blob-like black ball. It was Zulrik's soul, which was going to be dealt with soon. Alexander started taking away all of the energy of Zulrik. He calmly drifted into space, trying to maintain his form. The problem he was facing right now was that he was expanding. Just as they say that there is God in everyone, he was touching everything in the Omniverse. This way, in the end, all will be connected to him. He finally knew how God truly felt and why he was so easily omniscient. Because God existed everywhere. Alexander had no idea how much time it would take him to create a physical body for himself again. But he was not going to keep his family waiting. After all, space and time was now his BTCH. In Fihame, as Alexander disappeared, all became sad. Thea nearly cried out but was supported by Olivia in a tight high. Komei also went away to sit alone. God quickly told them what was happening. Don't worry, my children, Alexander will return soon, stronger and better than ever. Dobby nodded, most of us know, but it still feels a bit depressing. He had to give up his physical body, didn't he? I had to do that once too. This way, we are not bound by any earthly matters. We can turn into whatever we want and look like whatever the mortals want to see us as. God explained. Olivia sighed, I hope you are right, father. But, the good side of all this is that you are still alive. Yeah, that is shocking to me, wahaha, he is unpredictable for me too. God laughed. Alexander, while still expanding in the Omniverse, got to see Zulrik's memories. After all, he had absorbed him. He finally saw what turned him into this evil villain. 701, 701. The past of Zulrik. Alexander was watching the memories of Zulrik. It in fact seemed like he was living them. Memory. Slap. Boy, you stole money from my wallet again. A middle-aged drunk man shouted at a 10-years-old boy. No sir, I didn't. I wasn't even at home at that time. The boy cried. So you have learned to lie? All right, no school for a week. You are grounded and will stay in your room. If I see you outside I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Do you understand? The man sternly ordered. Yes, sir. The boy replied dejectedly and went to his small room. It was a two-room small rundown apartment anyway. Soon, muffled sounds of female moans and thumps started coming from the other room. This was the life of young Zulruk, who was called Tom in his younger days. He had no idea who his father was. His mother was a prostitute who got pregnant and decided not to kill the baby. He was born and somehow grew up till now. The man who slapped him was his mother's boyfriend/pimp. It was a hellish life and he felt like running away every single day. He hated everyone, especially his mother, as even she would beat him up when high on drugs. He used to stay in his locked room, fearing that someday, she might just kill me. Nobody cared for him. He had told his teachers about the abuse he faces at the home, but nobody came to save him. No child protection services. With time, he only focused on his studies as that was the only thing he could do. His favorite pastime though was reading comics in the school library. He dreamt of what if he was a superhero with powers. Years passed and his life got worse as he got into high school and people found out his mother was a prostitute. Tom, here, I'll give you $100 if you give me your mom's number. She's kinda hot and I always wanted to fuck a MILF. Tom, which alley can I find your mom? I swear I'll pay well. Such words were common among male classmates. The females on the other hand didn't even look at him. They would say ew or gross and then go and sleep with every football player in the school team. Tom really pitied these girls. At least his mom was getting paid, these girls were free whores. But he never said it in public. He never had the guts. He endured it and kept on studying. He was exceptional at it and in the future even got into Yale Law School. But, gossips travel fast. His hellish life continued in law school too. In fact, it even got worse as many students knew how to get away with bullying by doing it in a place and location where no security camera was available. He still endured it. He just wanted a way out of his hell life and this was the only way to do it. He had decided that in the future, he was going to get his name changed. But, there is always a limit to what a man can endure. At the age of 18, when he got home, he saw his mother with 3 of his classmates. On a bed, all naked. His mind snapped. He picked up the kitchen knife and tried to kill all of them. But it was 3 vs 1. He was able to stab them multiple times but they got him soon. One of them picked up a mug and smashed it on his head, making him pass out. The next thing he knew, he was in police custody. The 3 boys got away with it all as they weren't sons of whores and belonged to respected families. He was an adult so he got sent to prison for 10 years. Prison life was hell at the start, but because he was smart he found a way. He was respected by many as he started teaching the inmates many subjects that could help them when they go out. The guards also let him go easy after they learned about his life. In return, he helped them file their taxes. 5 years in, he got the news that his mother died due to a heroin overdose. He didn't even care about her and forgot about her existence entirely. He made many friends in the prison. Unlike outside, people didn't judge him for his birth circumstances as many had the same life here. The most hated people there were rapists and pedophiles and he was not that. His influence got even better when he started offering free legal advice. After Tom heard about the cases of many of the inmates, he realized that these guys were so many times screwed over by incompetent lawyers or lawyers who made deals with the prosecutor behind their backs. To be honest, for him, his 10 years in prison were the best time of his life. When he got out, he was a 28-year-old high school graduate with a red stamp on his record. Nobody gave him a job. Eventually, one of the inmates that he had helped get out with good legal advice helped him. The man was in reality innocent but was framed. It turned out, that man's brother was the principal of an elementary school. So, he got the job of a janitor there. He could have become a professor at any college with his mind but here he was, a janitor at an elementary school. But, he didn't hate his job, nor did he like it. After spending 8 years as a janitor there, he climbed the poverty ladder. He called it the poverty ladder because at the level he was, no matter how high you climb, you will stay under poverty. He got to become the bus driver for the school. It was a nice change for him as little children said good morning or goodbye to him every day. He worked for 20 years in that position. But, slowly, he realized how bad the school was. It cuts corners in everything. It didn't maintain the building, it didn't get the bus serviced every once in a while. Tom was getting old now. He was also contemplating suicide. He was just living at this point. There was no one in his life except loneliness. Because of his past with his mother, he couldn't date any girls. It was a foggy morning in the winter. He has always started the bus and picked up all the children. He was headed to the school to drop them off. But, while crossing a bridge, the bus front right tire suddenly burst and the bus lost balance. It collided with the railing and fell into the lake. It was deep and the bus was sinking. Tom felt he was all right, just some minor head injuries. He looked back at the panicking kids as the water slowly got in. Calm down. I will get you all out. How many of you can swim? He questioned. Out of 15 kids, 10 raised hands. Good, everyone, follow me. He quickly opened the top hatch and one by one got each one of them on the roof. Those who could swim started leaving. Luckily, the 5th graders who could swim took 3 first graders who couldn't swim along. Now there were 2 5th graders left who couldn't swim. They were scared. Okay, don't worry. Jenny, you grab onto my back, I will get you to the shore first. James, be strong, I will return. Tom sternly ordered. He quickly used all the strength he could and got the girl to the shore. Then he swam back to the bus. It was mostly already underwater. James was somehow still standing on it. Jump on my back. He shouted. James did exactly that. But, just as Tom started to head back, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Unknown to him, a big windscreen glass shard had pierced his lungs. He wasn't able to breathe properly. But, he still flapped his feet to reach the shore. But his strength was fading and he was slowly drowning under the weight. He just held his breath and moved forward. He had no idea how far the shore was. Slowly, he lost all his strength. The last thing he knew, some 5th graders had swum back to get James to safety. But by then, he was already sinking to the bottom of the lake. His whole pathetic life flashed in front of his eyes. In the end, he made peace with it. He knew he tried his best to live a good life but in the end, it didn't work out. Sigh, I wish I was the protagonist of this world, with superpowers. But some people are born with the extreme life mode on, he thought to himself as his soul drifted away from his body. 702, 702. A villain was born. After dying, Tom saw God. He was given a wish for saving the children and he got sent to the DC world with the powers to convince anyone to do anything for him. He decided to change his identity and start a new life. So, he chose the name Zulrich for himself. He really loved his new life and genuinely used it to be the superhero he always wanted to be. Originally, he didn't have any superpowers but slowly he found some deities and wished for all kinds of things from them. Super intelligence, super strength, ability to fly. He was happy and worked with the Justice League but never joined them as he had different morals. He, unlike them, didn't shy away from killing people. He even found some time standing against the Justice League, but they never went out of their way to attack the other party. After a long time, he finally got the abilities of time and cross-dimensional travel. So, just out of curiosity, he returned to his original world to see how he was commemorated for saving all the children at the cost of his own life. But, when he returned, to his shock, he was not seen as a hero but as a demon in human skin. He found out that in order to save themselves, the school put all the blame on him. They hid the fact that the bus tire burst due to bad maintenance done by the school. He was cursed all around the country on the internet. People rejoiced in his death. All this was so easy because of his previous criminal record. Once a criminal was always a criminal in the eyes of people. Zulrich felt betrayed, disgusted and angry. I gave my everything to live like a normal person in this society. But it is you all who reject me. If all worlds are filled with demons like this, then I will be the god of all demons, with all your lives in my palm. He raged. The first thing he did next was to fly to the school. There he skinned the principal and the school committee alive. He killed them slowly after torturing them, taking all his anger of years out on them. But his anger still did not subside, so he flew directly to the White House. I am your master, obey me. Just this command was enough to bring the whole White House under his control. He found the president there too and did the same. Launch nukes on all major cities around the world. He ordered. The president just nodded and headed to the war room. There, Zulrich again put everyone under his thumb. Within 3 minutes, 5,800 nukes were launched. Russia, China, India, Pakistan, France, United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, most of Europe, most of South America and most of China was a target. In an immediate and automatic retaliation, Russia fired back at the whole of the United States, Europe, China, and Australia. China did the same and launched most of them on India, Korea, Japan, and the USA. India and Pakistan obliterated themselves, with India sending many of them to China too. 4-5 more countries launched nukes out of nowhere that were never known to be having nuclear weapon technology. In his rage, Zulrich incinerated the whole Earth, then brought an ice age under the nuclear winter. 99% of plant life died and 99.8% of humans died too. Zulrich had no remorse, he simply left for the DC world. But now he was not the same guy who wanted to be the hero. Now he saw the world in a different light. Why was there more crime than good? That was because being evil was the true nature of humanity. So, he decided to be the biggest evil. He flew directly to Themyscira, Atlantis in a human lab to gather all the mother boxes. He knew what all these devices were. They were sentient items capable of doing anything. So, he combined all of the 3 mother boxes. Using their powers, he merged the entire DC universe he was living in inside his body. This was painful but extremely useful as it made him so strong that even he couldn't believe it. That was his first taste of power and he got addicted to it. After that, he had turned omniscient and there was no stopping. This was how Zulrich became what he was. Memory ends. Alexander sighed after seeing the memories. His whole life was the literal real-life embodiment of you either die a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Although Alexander had sympathy with the Zulrich before his reincarnation, it all went down after that as he started showing his true colors. Just as they say, if you want to see a man's worth, give him power. Alexander was nearly done expanding and he was horrified by the damage done by Zulrich. Countless universes were destroyed or removed by him. It's going to take a long time to fix all this, he deduced. After some time, Alexander had no idea how much time had passed. But he could finally see an end to his. He felt his expansion was nearly complete. Soon, as expected, it was done. He felt strong beyond belief. He felt like he could delete anything from existence, even the old man god now. He was really stronger than everyone else. The first thing he did was heal Tyson quickly. Then, he kept on drifting, trying to get a hang of all his powers and truly make a physical vessel for him that looked like him earlier. It took him a long time. After an unknown amount of time, he finally did it. He was able to make himself a body. When that happened he found himself in a random universe, in space. I should go back, can't leave my potatoes and kitties sad, he decided. But, just as he was about to leave, he heard some noise. Beep beep motherfucka. La lala la. It was someone singing in a cute girly voice. And the voice was getting closer. It was obvious that it was some extraordinary being as it was able to make noise in vacuum. After waiting for a while, finally, a white carrier truck appeared. It stopped in front of him. Whoa, who are you? The truck asked in a girl's voice. I am Alexander, the god of the Omniverse. What about you? He asked back. Oh, I am called Allspark, the creator of living machines. But my planet got destroyed and my creations don't even respect me anymore and just fights each other. The truck complained. Alexander patted the roof of the truck. Haha, it's fine. Why not come with me? I will give you a good job. Really? What will I do? The truck asked. You will travel the multiverse and send the deserving candidates to get reincarnated into different worlds where they will make a positive change, Alexander explained. Whoa, that sounds important. I will do it. Allspark was ready in a second. After that, Alexander was ready to return. Fihame. It was very lonely without Alexander for everyone. All the kids felt depressed. Thea stopped playing around and smiling. Even the cute tickle monster couldn't make her happy. Komei, come for dinner, I made your favorite cake, Olivia called him. No, Grandma, I will only eat cake when Ji-chan comes back. Komei resolutely said. Ah, sweetie, it's been a month. He will be back, trust me. Olivia reasoned. No. No cake unless my Ji-chan comes. He still rejected the cake. Not just him, all tailed beasts had lost their appetite. The atmosphere in Fihame was overall depressing. Pop. Beep beep. Are you sure you will not eat a cake? Alexander's voice came. Ji-cha on. Komei went mad hearing him. He didn't care about anything and just flew into a tight hug. I missed you, Ji-chan. He cried. Soon, Thea also came, Grandpa a. Alexander also held her in a tight hug and showered her with kisses. He did the same with all tailed beasts and kids, including Ajax, Amy, Leonidas, Golly, Rena, Erica, Yalo, Chappie, and Hella. Seeing Erica, Alexander remembered that he didn't even show her to Zulrich. But he guessed it was for the better. Are you back for real now? Olivia asked with worry. She had been keeping a tough face all this while because everyone else depended on her, in reality even she was a bit scared. Alexander went to her and hugged tightly. Yes, Oli. Everything is settled now. We are not going anywhere and will live our lives in retirement. Beep beep, introduce me to. Allspark excitedly spoke. Ah, she is Allspark, I call her Truck Chan. She will live with us from now on. He introduced. Beep beep, come on in, I'll give you a ride. Allspark offered. All the kids and beasts jumped on. Boss, there is one thing we forgot. Dobby suddenly came. What? Alexander inquired. We forgot to find the real Douglas, Dobby reminded him. Alexander facepalmed himself. A/N, I started writing this fanfic in March last year. I had no idea I would be writing it for this long. I had only planned to write it till the Marvel arc, but with the amazing support of you all, I kept on going. But at last, all good things must come to an end. There are 2 more chapters for the epilogue and that will be the last time this FIC will be updated. But, remember, Grandpa Universe and his family are not dying. Grandpa and some characters might appear in my future FICs too. I will be focusing on the new HP FIC from now on. I hope you keep on supporting me. But even if you don't like HP FIC, I will be starting more projects, so maybe you will like one of those. Last but not the least, I thank you all. 703, 703. Epilogue 1 Delegating Duties. Alexander closed his eyes and immediately found where Douglas was. He was locked up inside a cage, and since Zulrich died, he had received his powers back. But he could still not get out of the special cage. So, he had made himself a nice bed, a television, and a gaming console. He played video games and slept most of the time. But, he was indeed on the verge of death before dying. He was beaten and kept away from the connection to heaven's energy that kept all the angels going. Alexander teleported Douglas to Fihaim. He was in shock when that happened. Old man? Both of you? Wait. Why do I feel? Douglas was confused seeing Alexander and God. Alexander laughed, boy, Zulrich was defeated. I have taken over the role of God of Omniverse. Whoa. So. Do I get some kind of a bonus or something? I nearly died, you know. Douglas questioned. Sure, you are to go back and continue dating that girl, Poison Ivy. Alexander instructed him. Of course, Douglas liked her too. He saluted without even protesting, yes sir. See, he did like her. Alexander took 10 gold coins from God. Because God did not allow angels to make families, he did not expect Douglas to like a girl. But, he was wrong. Alexander was also going to change many things such as this rule to make Omniverse better. He was thinking of starting a reincarnation incentive program. In this, good kind souls would get a chance to reincarnate and do good instead of going to heaven. But, learning from the Zulrich debacle, most of these beings will be under the a new angel department called the Department of Reincarnated Surveillance. It will be run by the Seraphs. They will also dispose of any reincarnator who tries to do evil. Because he understood that power sometimes corrupts even the best of all. Dad, Mark, and Harvey came. They had already met Olivia and had cried at her feet, asking for forgiveness. She didn't forgive them though, because she had seen how pained Alexander was for thousands of years. But, she didn't reject them either. So, boss. What are my new orders? Jesus came and jokingly saluted him. Alexander chuckled, you rest now, I will ask someone else to do your job. You can handle the Heavens Administration Department. Nice, Jesus was happy. Then Alexander looked at Hats. My boy Hats, you will be the evil checker of the Omniverse. Your job is to eradicate the evil that is too dangerous. Also, your job is to keep an eye on Hell and Lucifer. If he messes up then you know what to do. Hats happily cracked his paws, hee, I know what I need to do. Then he turned to Dobby. My best friend, your job is to keep a check on purity. You will assess the reincarnator's work. See if the purity of the world they are working in has increased or not. I understand. Ragnarok, you will be auditing the Omniverse. Kill all demons you see. I am not a believer in equilibrium theory. There is no need for it. In pursuit of equilibrium, the Jedi fell, this old man here fell and many countless examples are there. We have the advantage now and we shall use it with all our might. Alexander decided. Then he turned to Olivia, and my beautiful wife, you shall be the big goddess of kindness. I want you to reward any mortal you feel is deserving. I trust your judgment. I will also have to keep an eye on you, don't forget that, Olivia replied back. Haha, yes, that too. Now, my cute little potatoes, your jobs are very special. You will be my escorts who will find the best souls from the deceased ones and bring them to me. You will all be wearing Greek tunics that you wore in the Julius Caesar play. Okay. He questioned. Yai. All of them happily jumped. What will be the salary? Shikaku asked. Your favorite food, Alexander replied. Without any hesitation, Shikaku replied, I'm in. After that, it was Amy's turn. Amy, my sweetie, you will be the goddess of art. Your task is simple, make the worlds beautiful. Meaning, you will be the head of the planet creation team. Iroh, my friend. You will be the god of peace and harmony. Your only job is to spread some tea love. I appoint you as the official counselor of all the angels and gods who are facing any mental troubles. Alexander announced. Haha, talking while drinking some jasmine tea is my favorite thing. This job will be fun. Iroh commented. Grandpa. What will I do? Thea jumped near him. Alexander picked her in his arms. You, my little Thea, will be my personal assistant, along with Tiki and Yalo. Yash. She cheered with a closed fist. He spent his time designating work for everyone. Then, finally, it was time to go to heaven and take his seat of God. But, before that, he needed to meet someone. Heaven, where the souls live. Alexander appeared in the most beautiful, largest village anyone could ever imagine. Flowers, beautiful sky, cute animals all around. Souls roam about, doing activities that they like. Heaven didn't keep the good souls trapped here forever. As everything was the creation of God, these souls would one day disintegrate and go back to the origin, which Alexander was now. But this does not happen forcibly. The place was called heaven because good souls here could do whatever made them happy as long as it was not a sin. They can live a happy life they always dreamt of for as long as they want. When they get tired, they can choose to return to their roots. Alexander went to a nice small house. He entered without even knocking. There, he saw an old lady cooking food while the old man helped her cut some vegetables. Alexander smiled. He had never seen them before, but just by their looks, he knew he was related to them. "Mom, Dad!" he called out. As if electricity ran through their bodies, both looked at him. Immediately, tears welled up in their eyes. They walked up to Alexander while shivering. They were shorter than Alexander by a lot. They wanted to grab him into their arms but held themselves back as he was a supreme god. They didn't want to offend him, also, they had the insecurities that maybe Alexander would not feel comfortable with them. But, they were wrong about Alexander. If Alexander was a kind person before, then he was an ultra-kindness-dipped god. "Alex, forgive us. We left you there, because of us, you lived such a hard life." Kelly Maxim Universe, Alexander's mother, started crying. His father didn't say anything, but it was clear on his face that he was feeling ashamed. Alexander smiled. "Stop crying, you two. You already know that if you had not left me, maybe I wouldn't have reached this place. Now, don't be shy with your son and give me a hug, come here." With open arms, he held his old parents in a tight hug. His mother eventually stopped crying and started smiling. She caressed his face, seeing how much he had changed, and yet, the familiarities were still there. "Aren't you going to invite me for the lunch?" Alexander asked. "Oh, yes, come." John Maxim Universe quickly took him to the dining room. Both parents got busy putting food on his plates. "Son, I am the luckiest father to have ever existed," John said. Alexander laughed. "Ha ha ha, come on, I am just kind, that's it. You two are kind too. I know what you two did back on Earth, running one of the kind heart orphanages. We were just trying to redeem our sins." John humbly replied. "Why are you living in this small house?" he asked. "We like it here. It's small and cozy. Good for the two of us." Kelly replied. Alexander ate the food and talked, "Then from now on you should come and live with me. You have so many great grandkids that you will never get bored with life." The eyes of the two shined hearing that. "Can we really come?" they inquired. "Ha ha ha, of course, you can. I am the biggest authority in the Omniverse now. The old man has retired and is probably on some beach." Alexander laughingly said. The two elderly got very happy hearing that they can meet their great-grandkids. After lunch, he helped them move. Grandpa Universe in Multiverse has ended. 704. Epilogue to the last page. A/N, if you like this FIC, do check out my new FIC. I cannot guarantee if you are going to like it or not, as everyone has different tastes. Though, I am keeping the overall slice of life and positive vibes of this FIC Harry Potter, Blood of the Dragon. Alexander took them to live with his giant family. Fahim was now a part of heaven, which was designated as the place where he lived. "Boss, you got work." Dobby came out of nowhere. He was acting as his assistant for now. Later, he would be replaced by Natasha. Leonidas was now the god of knowledge and she had nothing to do, but she was very good at reading people, so, Alexander hired her as he would be meeting a lot of different souls. She was currently going through training. Alexander nodded. He went to the huge chamber where God had received him once. There was a huge golden chair where he was supposed to sit and look big, for intimidation purposes. A/N, see the image in comment. Alexander enlarged himself and sat down on the chair once God sat. Dobby handed him a book. "Who is the first chosen reincarnator?" Alexander asked. Dobby replied, "A 7-year-old boy, named Zen Ishikawa, from northern Japan." Alexander looked in the book. The boy was here meant he died in his world. So, he saw the life of the boy. Memory. Hokkaido, Japan. Zen was a cute little honest boy. He went to school, did his homework and never fought anybody. But, his parents were very strict with him. Although they would never beat him, they would still punish me enough to make him cry. His family was not poor, but that didn't mean his parents could be called civilized people. Today, he made a mistake. He mistakenly left the window of their house open and a cat came in. The cat made a big mess in the kitchen. His mom got very angry at him that night when she returned from her daily gossip session at some neighbor's home. Zen, no dinner today, and as a punishment, you will stand outside. She shouted. He cried and pleaded, but he was thrown out. His throat got sore due to all the crying. That night, Zen's father came home drunk. He had sex with his wife and both of them fell asleep due to exhaustion. That night it snowed heavily. And little Zen was stuck outside with a simple coat. He cried and sat in a corner with his knees folded and his head supported on his knees and his hands wrapped around him. He fell asleep soon after. It was a very long night for Zen. He was shivering. Zen. The next morning the woman finally remembered about her son and ran to him. She tried to wake him up but his body was frozen. Though he was still not dead and simply lifted his head a little and looked at his mother with colorless eyes. Why? That was the last word he spoke before his head fell back to its earlier position. His body was so frozen that even after the police and paramedics came to take it, his body stayed in that position. His mother and father were arrested but later released under the argument that it was an accident. Memory ends. Alexander closed the book and took a long breath. I do not need to intimidate this little one. He's probably already scared. Tell one of the potatoes to bring him in. Soon, a big door appeared and it opened. Tap tap. The sound of footsteps came. This was most likely from Shikaku. Alexander heard the interaction going on. Shikaku, is God nice? Zen asked scaredly. Of course, Ji-chan is the best. Let me tell you a trick. If you call him grandpa, he will really become your grandpa. Shikaku advised. Zen nodded. He followed the little Shikaku in a Greek tunic. He looked too cute and it was a good thing when dealing with kids. Soon, they arrived in the big hall. Alexander was looking at the size of a normal person now. Come, little Zen. Alexander's soothing voice came. Yaa, new friend. Thea, who was his assistant, appeared out of nowhere. Actually, she was hiding under his big chair. Alexander knew it. Alexander made her fly over to his lap. Yes, Thea. Everyone who comes here is your friend. Awesome. She threw her small arms in the air, releasing pleasing energy around her, making all happy. Alexander waved his hand and made Zen and Shikaku come to his lap as well. He gave Shikaku a burger and Thea a cotton candy and Zen a tasty pizza as that was his favorite food. Little Zen, do you know where you are? Alexander asked. Heaven. Grandpa. Zen asked cutely. Ah, my heart, Alexander was really affected when someone called him grandpa. Yes and no. This is where the best, the kindest souls come to get a choice from me. Zen, there is a need for kind souls like you, so, I send such kind souls on an exciting journey. Where they become a hero and save the world while making it better for all. But, they can still deny and go live in heaven. Alexander explained. I will go, Grandpa. Zen immediately answered. Alexander caressed his hair, I am proud of you. After you are done with your task, you will still have a place in heaven. But, you will forget about me when you go there. Will I get a superpower? He asked with his eyes shining. He loved superheroes after all. Haha, yes, you will, my child, Alexander replied and tapped his finger on Zen's heart. It glowed in white and purple light for a second. Zen, you will face little hardships at the start, but soon, all will be clear to you. You will meet a very kind man on your journey, so do not worry. Also, do not forget to enjoy your time. Alexander advised him. Thank you, Grandpa. Zen smiled. Alexander talked with him some more and let him finish his pizza. Then, he sent him to the Avatar world. Once he was gone, Shikaku went back to his post and Thea followed him to play. Boss, what do you want to do to his parents? Dobby asked. I cannot take away their right to live a life. Karma will punish them for their deeds, but, ban these two from the soul transfer department. They shall never have kids again, also, never allow them to adopt one. Alexander decided. This was his main duty for now. He was doing this to correct the Omniverse. Also, many universes destroyed by Zulrich were now being remade. They were basically reset versions. After this, Alexander saw some more souls. Some took long interviews and some were very short. He was reading the book and his eyebrows shot up. So Ultron from Marvel somehow turned into a great kind being and ended up here? This is interesting. Send him to the Star Wars universe and, as usual, wipe out his past world memory. But keep all his emotional settings. Also, make sure he has the basic knowledge that he is in a different universe. I don't want him to be shocked and confused. Pop. Ragnarok appeared. How's your day going, Alex? Olivia asked you to come for dinner with family. Alexander got up, let's go then. Hey, Alex, tell me, your devotees sometimes pay money, even though you don't give them anything in return. But they still keep on doing it. Doesn't that make your devotees your simps? Ragnarok asked. Cough. Let's not talk about such things, Raggy. Alexander shrugged off his question. They went to Fihame and had a good family dinner. Ajax was now officially dating Harley, but no hanky-panky was allowed until he turns 18. Hats and Selena were in love, Ragnarok and Diana were also in love, and they were probably going to marry soon. Douglas and Poison Ivy were the strangest, both liked each other but neither confessed. Golly and Rena were official couples. Hela was looking for a strong man to fall in love with. Saitama and Angela were soon going to get married. Amy was busy being the mom of little Erika. She loved her daughter. Leonidas and Natasha were planning their second child. Dobby and Siri were soon going to get married too. Iroh was still in a relationship with his T. Edward and Hermione were focusing on raising their kids. Ravenflam aka Tyson was also living there in peace for now. All of them shared their stories at the dinner table. Yaaaaaa. Grandpa. Suddenly, Truck Chan came out of nowhere. What happened? Alexander asked. I hit the wrong person. She cried. Oh, don't worry. We will fix that later. Come, drink some fuel. After the dinner, Alexander remembered a very important task. Oli, I'm going to bring him here. Keep the room ready for him to stay. After that, Alexander disappeared. Little one, let's go. Your devotion has been rewarded. The tome of the universe you wrote will be kept in heaven. You can live in heaven too. Alexander warmly said. MisterImmortal, the gorilla, was shocked by this visit. He was tired beyond anything by writing this long-ass book. He didn't think twice and left everything behind and went to heaven with George the giant gorilla. As soon as he arrived in heaven, he was shown a big cozy room. This is your home from now on. Welcome to the family. Alexander welcomed him. Immortal looked around the room. It was very nice. But then his eyes turned to the study table. Don't tell me you still want me to write for you. He asked with frustration. Haha, yes, I only know you as a good enough writer. I want you to continue writing about these adventures but focused on other reincarnators that I send. I will pay you this time. Alexander offered him. Sigh. The gorilla took a long breath and nodded, okay, at least it's a step up from unpaid slave labor. I'll work for you. Magnificent, come with me, I will show you around to the family. Alexander cheerfully showed him around. Gorilla aaaaaa. Thea saw Immortal and ran towards him with a stick. She was very excited to see him. Grandpa, be careful, I read gorilla have very strong arms. She advised. Immortal chuckled and playfully made a small roar. This gorilla is hungry. Hey. Save me. Thea ran back the way she came, behind her Immortal ran. In reality, Thea and the gorilla were both laughing. Soon, their small game turned into a full game of tag with all the animals, tailed beasts and kids of Fihame joining in. Alexander with a wide smile went to sit with God, Buddha and Jesus, who were playing cards while enjoying the view. Must be fun not having any responsibilities and being able to enjoy life, Alexander said. You bet, and no, I'm not going to come out of retirement, God replied. Damn it me. Alexander cursed. Fine, make a place for me then. I will beat you all old fogies. Alexander resolutely said and took a seat to play cards. Haha, look at your face first, I still have black hair, Jesus ridiculed him back. Alexander then looked at Buddha, hey, my friendship is over with you Jesus, now my best friend is Buddha now. Hey, sure, but don't expect him to give you good cards, Jesus laughingly replied. Okay, stop fighting like those demonic hags, start the game, God grunted. They happily played for a few hours and then returned to work. In the coming trillions of years, Alexander was able to keep the universe's purity in the majority. He was able to keep his promise of breaking the cycle and stop the evil like Zulrich from ever growing again. His days were spent playing around with his family, talking with his old parents or his sons. When not with family, he worked hard to keep the Omniverse running. That was the life of Alexander Maxim Universe, everyone's favorite grandpa, a mortal who rose to become the god of Omniverse. The end. Poof. FCK. Don't end it there. I still need death by SNU from my sexy old man. A wild Deadpool appeared and held the innocent and tired gorilla hostage. Where is that bastard? Ragnarok entered the room all of a sudden and burned Deadpool to ashes. Haha, this time I will seal you in eternal fire. You will never regenerate, Ragnarok left with the ashes of Deadpool. But unknown to him, now there were millions of Deadpools craving for the hottest grandpa in the Omniverse. Finally, the gorilla wrote another last line on the last page of the Heavenly Universe tome, Grandpa Universe in Multiverse. The end, maybe, most likely. I don't know. I'm scared. Help. XXX. A/N, I would like to thank you all for being with me on this whole journey. Can't believe I've been writing this for a whole year now. Without you all continuing to read it, I'm sure this novel would have seen a premature ending, an ending that would have not been satisfying to anybody. It was fun writing this from day one. I went through many highs and lows during the whole of 2020, but in the end, it all worked out. I feel very attached to Alexander now, he's the ideal grandpa for all after all. This will not be the last of him though. We will get to see him in the future from time to time because all my new FICs will take place in the Omniverse of Alexander. For the most part of this FIC's life, it stayed in the top 10. I am very grateful for that. For those who have been reading since day one. Thank you to 10 Samurai, Bapu Bengat, Froil Cruz, first patron but still voted here, Endless Paradox, Enrique 195 and many more I don't remember. A special thanks to H. Alex, for para commenting on my mistakes so I could correct them from as early in the FIC as I could remember. Then there is my bro Cole, he helped me set up the Discord server, although he has disappeared nowadays, but still, thanks, dude. Without you, I couldn't have dreamt of having a community of 1,700 lurkers. Also, a big thanks to Lilact, Read IT, and Unchi for maintaining the server. BTW, shout out to my favorite author, Cornbringer. Finally, someone snatched the first spot from Einlian. XD. I will not quit writing and I hope you all will keep on liking my future works. I will write more multiverse FICs in the future, but not anytime soon. I'm exhausted from writing this long FIC. 1.1 million words. Hey, I have beaten J.K. Rowling now, only in word count though. Thank you for reading. Grandpa Universe in Multiverse has ended.